In terms of the modern narrative-driven RPG, there are a lot of core systems that we have come to expect. A party of unique characters who help you reach your goal, and who you in turn can shape and guide through their own personal experiences, a world state that is molded directly by your decisions, a customizable combat experience, and an encouragement to think for yourself, with rewards abound for thinking outside of the box. While these are considered basic foundations of the genre now, there is one game that stands alone above the rest as the first truly trailblazing modern RPG, and that is of course Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, released way back in July 2003. This game is the clear template for your favorite RPGs of today, and many of your favorite games took direct inspiration from its systems and its story. Star Wars is arguably the biggest fictional IP out there, in spite of how poorly Disney has handled it since its acquisition in 2012, and this sentiment is supported by the fact that it sits only behind Pokemon, Mickey Mouse, and Winnie the Pooh in terms of all-time revenue. Star Wars is one of the most universal, accessible, and beloved fictional universes out there, and I provide that context to add gravity to my statement, which is that this game has the singular best Star Wars story to date. Now that KOTOR has aged a couple of decades, which makes me feel insanely old by the way, I figure that we're at the point where a lot of you haven't played it, or you may have played it a very long time ago. So I thought I would go out of my way to share this game with you because it's a truly iconic video game of great import. In today's video, I will be talking you through the entire game. This means I'll be bringing you with me through the story while also analyzing its themes, characters, and general gameplay systems. This game was truly ahead of its time, so I hope this video will serve as enlightening for those who never played it or never heard of it, or as a fun nostalgic trip for those who have experienced this masterpiece. Now, since this video is quite long, I wanted to provide you with a roadmap just so you understand the structure of our class today. Now, number one, we'll go through the entire game together. You'll come with me on my latest playthrough and I'll talk through and explain what's happening on screen while also offering you a high-level analysis that examines the story through a socio-political lens, as well as from a literary analysis POV. So if you've never played the game, it will be like being a backseat gamer with someone who has 30 to 40 times. If you have played the game, it's a fresh way to experience it and remember what it's like, alongside someone who might have fresh views or takes on things you hadn't considered before, or straight up you might see events in the game that you weren't able to find in your own playthrough. I'll be candid and say that in this latest playthrough I did, I actually saw a few things I'd never had before, which was really satisfying. Number two, there will be an entire character analysis section of all of the major characters within this game. I'll explain the layered symbolisms for each character and speak towards their quality, and I'll also rank all of the characters in the game from my favorite to least favorite. I'll do this right before we go through the final area in the game. Number three, I'll do a ranking of my favorite side quests from this game. There's an insane amount of side content in this game, and some of the quests span multiple planets and take a long time for a final payoff. I can't include every single thing that happens in KOTOR in this video, with consideration to the fact my playthrough is around 40 hours, but this is a good way to still bring light to the best side content that the game has to offer without getting too sidetracked throughout the video. Number four, I will offer my constructive criticism and general review of the game. Things I think could have elevated the game even higher, and a sort of final evaluation of what I think makes this game special. Lastly, and number five, this will be pretty spoiler heavy, but I'll point out the wild amount of games that drew clear and direct inspiration from KOTOR's story and speak a bit more to this game's impact on gaming. Now, without further ado, let's get into today's agenda. So we begin the game waking up on a ship called the Endar Spire, and we are under heavy fire. For me, the best stories are capable of throwing you straight into the action without you feeling lost. This one excels at this concept, and part of the credit lies with a soldier named Trask Algo, who bursts into your room and becomes your first party member. He provides you with context and direction. And Trask is funny because he's low-key omnipotent if you consider the fact that he's giving directions to you, the player, not your character.
Use the equip screen to equip the armor and weapons from your inventory. You can access this screen by selecting the equip menu icon in the upper right corner of the screen. Use the mouse to look through your inventory slots. The menu on the right displays items you can equip in each slot. Left-click the mouse to select an inventory slot. Then scroll through the available items on the right and left-click to equip one.
Hey, Let's listen to the man and suit up. Trask is the only fourth wall breaking entity in the entire game, and I think the way they handled him is one way this game shows its age. I can't really recall any recent story games where a character straight up says to you, "Hey bro, press X to open this door please." With that said, it's honestly not that intrusive or an issue for me personally. This ship is essentially the tutorial section for a lot of this game's systems, and the utilization of Trask means that the process is allowed to be streamlined a bit more. He gives you context and tells you how to play the game, and the backdrop of that is a super intense escape sequence in which a high-ranking Republic officer named Karthonasi communicates with you over comms on how to reach the escape pods. You work your way through Republic soldiers and Sith soldiers battling to the death, and the game is clever in that it uses these sequences to show you different sort of tactics you can employ. You see melee warriors using feats to gain an advantage, ranged fighters using blasters and grenades to their advantage, and even get a brief glimpse at what a clash between Jedi and Sith can look like.
It's a dark Jedi! This fight is too much for us! We better stay back! All we do is get in the way! That was one of the Jedi accompanying Bastila. Damn, they could have used her.
Anyways, right before you're about to reach the escape pods, you get jumped by a menacing Sith who aura farms as he makes his way towards you. The omnipotent Trask, of course, says that this aura farming won't stand on his ship, and he decides to sacrifice himself so that you may escape. Obviously, Trask had to be taken off the board pretty quickly considering his immersion breaking status of talking directly to the player, and I think the way that they got rid of him was perfect. They showcase and establish that the Sith, specifically Dark Jedi, were extremely dangerous and far beyond your capabilities, while simultaneously giving you some personal emotional stakes within the Republic and Sith conflict by killing off your first party member. With that done, though, we hit the escape pod and crash land below on the planet Taris, which is where we will spend the next part of our journey. So, Taris is super interesting, right? Before I continue, allow me a quick aside. To put it into perspective, Taris is an area of the game that I always used to dread, but I noticed that in this playthrough, I actually really appreciated it for what it was. Let me provide context for what I'm saying. So, at this point, I've probably logged 30 to 40 plus playthroughs of this game in my life, right? I've played this game across every season of life. I played it as a child, I played it as a preteen, as a teen, as a young adult, and now as a slightly less young adult. I do feel that this does play a factor in terms of my personal enjoyment of Taris. You see, this is a Star Wars game, and the thing is that you won't be a Jedi on Taris, and you basically won't see any lightsabers on Taris. And playing around with the Jedi power system in this game is kind of the peak of this game's combat system. In addition to that, Taris is a long planet. In fact, on its own, it's basically the longest planet in the game, as it's here where you will pick up most of your companions for the rest of the game. In this playthrough of the game where I literally remember where and how to do every single quest and could run any planet really blindfolded, it still took me 7 hours and 46 minutes to get off this planet. So to recap, it's a very long planet where you don't have access to the Force or lightsabers in a game called Star Wars. You can understand why it's something I used to dread running through during my playthroughs. But in this most recent one, I actually ended up loving Taris for the most part. I don't know if that's because my prefrontal cortex finished developing or what, but I found myself looking forward to running it this time. You see, Taris in actuality is the perfect introduction and preview for what to expect in KOTOR. The locations are diverse and you interact with a plethora of different factions and characters with ample opportunity to decide who to align with and who to betray. It's actually perfect, and by the time you leave the planet, you will know everything you need to know about what type of game this is, and you'll be absolutely dying to become a Jedi, and that eagerness within itself serves to enhance the reverence and enjoyment you get in the rest of the game from using the Force and a lightsaber. Let's hop back into where we are in the story though. We awaken in an apartment alongside Karthonasi, the Republic soldier who was walking us through the escape on the Endar Spire. Apparently he dragged us to safety from the wreckage of the escape pod. This apartment will be our base of operations for our time on Taris, and it's here we have a workbench to modify our weapons and armor. Our general overarching mission that we decide on with Karf is to somehow find and rescue the Jedi Bastila, who is apparently important to the war effort, and was actually the main reason the Endar Spire was attacked. She was the target of the Sith. We can talk to Karf right away and get to know quite a bit about him. To give a quick overview of what we learned in the opening conversations, Karf is basically kind of like a cat. He's suspicious and distrusting and wary of us, yet he's also basically doing everything he can to support us and keep us safe. I will save my expanded thoughts on Karf for later, but all you need to know is he is a soldier, and in spite of him being like a cactus every time you interact with him, he is loyal to collaborating with us. Upon exiting the apartment, we are immediately confronted with a situation that sets the tone for Taris. A Sith officer is harassing aliens, telling them that he is performing another raid in spite of the fact the patrol already checked them the day previously. A simple inquiry from the alien as to why they are being raided again earns him an unceremonious death, at which point our presence interrupts the proceedings. We get rid of the Sith and then speak with the alien. It's here we have the tone set for just how much freedom we will have throughout the course of this game. We can basically leave them be or threaten their lives. This is a trademark KOTOR situation, and I appreciate that the game wastes no time telling you how things are going to be. A moral conundrum in which our choice will dictate the trajectory of the lives involved, while also counting towards your personal light side or dark side alignment. I promise that your choices will get more complex throughout the game though, than kill somebody who did nothing to you or let them live. Before we leave this apartment complex, we can break into one of the apartments and meet a woman named Dia. If our charisma and persuasion stats are high enough, we can get her to explain that she's hiding out because she defended herself from the unwanted advances of one of Davik's men. We'll get real familiar with Davik, but for now, all you need to know is that he is a crime lord who runs Taris's crime scene. As a result of Dia defending herself, there is now a bounty on her head, which you could simply choose to collect right then and there, or if you have a soul, you can bookmark this in the back of your mind and see if you can get the bounty removed later on as you explore the planet. There are a lot of diabolical dark side choices in this game, which you will come to see or remember as we continue along. Now, after we leave the apartments, Taris is fully ours to explore. While I know the exact path to take to run this planet optimally with minimal backtracking and all the content completed thanks to innumerable playthroughs, that doesn't negate from a really pleasant feeling of agency that I got once I finally left the apartment area. It is in this moment that we have finally in earnest begun to explore the first of 7 different planets that we will familiarize ourselves with and investigate. Now, where would any reasonable Star Wars fan go first in this scenario? To the Cantina, of course. There's a lot of different people and scenarios in the Cantina. For example, if you don't metaphorically kiss the feet of a spoiled rich woman, she'll confront you with bounty hunters later on to try to exact an unjustified revenge.
You need a lesson on how to treat your social betters. Maybe you'll think twice. Help! Daddy!
I always go out of my way to deliberately avoid a peaceful resolution in this scenario just because I really don't like this woman, and I don't think I need to explain why. Honestly, while it's pretty much a minor footnote in this game, I think this scenario is really clever because this is basically the first example of how your actions have genuine ramifications in this game. And this is of course one of my absolute favorite things. Some of the payoffs or eventual results from your decisions can take multiple planets to come through, which I just find so amazing for a game that's 23 years old. So in many ways, this serves as sort of an expectation setter for the rest of the game. Step carefully and always try to think multiple steps ahead. Now, I want to focus on one conversation in particular. that you can have in this cantina. There's a woman named Sarna in here that you can approach and speak with, and it turns out that she's actually a Sith soldier who is off duty. If you're persuasive enough, you can actually score an invite to a party with her and other Sith soldiers. I do want to briefly highlight some of the stuff she says.
People here on Taris can't stand us Sith. It can make this job pretty lonely. That's true, but people don't appreciate what we've done for them. We could have slapped a curfew on this whole planet, but we didn't. You know, it's like everyone on this backwater planet is in a permanent bad mood. Don't they know we have to make the best of things? Exactly, it's all about attitude. I didn't ask to be assigned to this backwater planet, but I try to make the best of it. It's pretty easy to get depressed on an assignment like this, but we do what we can to keep our spirits up.
What we have here is a profound and enduring example of the warped perception that a lot of privileged people have. A lot of folks with privilege have this internal idea that those less privileged are universally less privileged due to their own actions. This type of mindset can be understood through two core ideas in psychology. System justification theory, which argues that people are psychologically motivated to see the systems they live in as fair and legitimate, especially when they benefit from them, because admitting otherwise would threaten their sense of having earned their success. And alongside this, the just world hypothesis, which describes the tendency to believe that the world is inherently fair, where people get what they deserve. When combined, these ideologies reinforce each other. System justification theory explains why individuals vie to defend a system that elevated them, while just world hypothesis leads them to see those left behind as responsible for their own position. We can see both of these present in Sarna's ideology, and I think it's a showcase of how tight and efficient KOTOR's writing typically is. We have a brief conversation with this person, yet we can feel like we know what they're about, and the information was delivered in a believable way. Combine efficient writing with believable delivery, and you have a world capable of immersing in. Now, before we leave the cantina, I always make sure to check in with Azure the Hutt. When you speak with him, you come to understand that he runs a dueling ring. Before exploring the rest of the planet, I always stop here and fight as far as I can. You see, how it works is you fight other duelists, and each battle you win earns you a fight with a stronger opponent. This is a great way to build up your XP, earn some credits, and begin to understand the combat system more before you continue on. In this run, I'm able to progress through 3 fights, with Ice being my last victory. I already know that Marl will take me more time and energy than I'd like to expend at my low level, so I decide to get back on track with exploring the planet with my extra levels from the dueling ring in my back pocket. Next, we end up stumbling upon a medical clinic. It's here that we meet neighborhood Dr. Zelka and learn for the first time about the Rakul disease. This is a terrible thing that has afflicted Taris for multiple generations now. It's a disease that turns its victims into mindless beasts, and these beasts in turn spread the disease in their attacks on other people. For now, the disease is essentially quarantined and contained to the Undercity, though prolonged exposure down there can eventually turn you. And I want to unpack that, because a lot of what we have here unfortunately reflects real life. Think about it. There's a rampant disease loose on the planet, but because it is solely contained to the Undercity, it's almost like it's not even a real thing. And the folks in the cities above the Undercity carry on with their days as if everything is fine. This cognitive dissonance is unfortunately extremely realistic. Here's an example I'd give. If you live in a city or have been to any major city, you have probably been in immediate proximity to the homeless epidemic. Think about it. Many of the people who are homeless due to mental illness and or addiction. And I want to be clear that for the most part, the failure is on our societal systems and lack of effective safety nets for those less fortunate. But yeah, just like how the Rakul disease is confined to an impoverished area and manages to spread thanks to a lack of support from the wider system and infrastructure around it, the homeless epidemic only flourishes because of a lack of support and all-in commitment from the wider system and infrastructure around them. And I get it, right? As humans, we kind of need that cognitive dissonance to activate and compartmentalize things because, quite frankly, There are horrific things that happen and horrific circumstances that befall people all around the world constantly. We would be in perpetual spiral with zero capability to enjoy life at all if we constantly had maximum investment and care in the bad things happening to people. But at the same time, there's a balance, right? As humans, we each have the opportunity and ability to create positive ramifications throughout the world, whether it's micro or macro. So I believe it's our responsibility to not always hide behind compassion fatigue or bystander effect when we wake up every day, but instead to commit to doing things that can help others. So try to be mindful and volunteer for something or donate to a reputable and effective cause. To speak metaphorically, don't just ignore the Rakghouls because their plight doesn't directly affect you. Try to help as much as you can. Humanity is always driven forward by the incremental and seemingly tiny contributions of the many, combining together into an immense critical mass. But I digress. In talking with Zelka more, we discovered that the Republic was extremely close to finding a cure, but when the Sith arrived, they overran their military base and the Sith are now hoarding the serum. In other words, only Sith soldiers who venture into the Undercity possess the serum. Zelka explains that if he could get his hands on that serum, he could probably reverse engineer a cure and eradicate the Rakghoul disease from Taris. It's obvious he means what he says because if we break into his locked door at the back of his clinic, we find out that there are a bunch of injured Republic soldiers from the space battle above that we escaped from. It turns out some Taris citizens have been secretly bringing in injured soldiers that they found, and even though this puts him at personal risk to the Sith, who we saw gun down someone for literally no reason at all the second we left our apartment, he says the following.
Since the space battle overhead, people have been secretly bringing in these Republic soldiers who crash-landed on the planet. I had to take them in. What choice did I have? Their injuries are terrible. Most won't survive. But at least I can make their last days more comfortable. And at least here, they're hidden away from the Sith.
And this confirms the moral fiber of Zelka and certifies and authenticates what he previously said he would do if he got his hands on the serum. When we go to leave the clinic, Zelka's assistant Gurney beckons us over. He's saying that the local crime lord, Davik Kang, would pay a handsome amount if we're able to actually secure the serum. His incentive for sharing this is that he'd get a huge finder's fee for manufacturing the transaction. And as we leave the clinic, I just think to myself, man, that this whole dilemma and scenario makes me think of the healthcare system in America. Allow me to elucidate my meaning here. Zelka represents what people want healthcare to be. Someone who would use a life-saving treatment to help everyone, even at personal risk. The Sith holding the serum represents a system where life-saving resources exist, but access is restricted to those with power. Gurney and Davik introduce the moment the serum becomes a commodity. Now, it's not just about curing a disease, it's about who can pay, who can broker deals, and who can profit off of a manufactured scarcity. That's where the parallel to the American healthcare system clicks. The cure or treatment exists, but it's not universally accessible. Access is often tied to power, money, or connections. Middlemen, such as insurance companies, pharmaceutical pricing, or hospital systems, turn care into transactions. People who could help, like Zelka, are constrained by the system around them. And so instead of the disease being the main problem, the real issue becomes who controls the cure. The tragedy isn't that Taris doesn't have a cure to the Rakghoul disease, it's that the cure is locked behind power, profit, and gatekeeping. And that's what makes this situation unfortunately familiar, but that familiarity is what helps maintain narrative transportation and immersion in the story. Next, we stumble onto another trademark KOTOR situation. We have a man who owes Davik money for a loan, but he's short. So bounty hunters have cornered him and are trying to strong-arm an extortion. Notice how we are constantly fed breadcrumbs about Davik's power, but we have not met the guy? That's good stuff. Now, we have the choice to first intervene or just let things unfold. I, of course, intervene, and afterwards we speak to the guy and he explains that since he has no money to pay Davik back still, bounty hunters will continue to come after him anyways. We can choose to walk away with a good deed done, or take it a step further and give him money out of our own pockets to pay off his loan. We could also extort him and threaten his life, which is quite a wild thing to do after killing the bounty hunters who are trying to do that, just that. But this is why I say it's a trademark or quintessential KOTOR situation at play here. The amount of layers to your decisions and branching paths that you can take through each progression of the scenarios that you find is truly so amazing, especially when you remember that this is a game from 2003. Obviously, I decided to pay off his loan for him and effectively save his life. Now, I want to go attend that party I got an invite to from that off-duty Sith soldier previously. There's a reason for this. If this is your first playthrough, you'd probably explore and find yourself at the elevator to the lower city, which is the next area for us to investigate in our general overarching mission of somehow finding the Jedi Bastila. At the elevator, there's a Sith soldier who's preventing access to anyone who isn't a part of the Sith. I keep pointing out the statutes of KOTOR's gameplay loop because we're on the first planet, but I'm doing so to sort of set expectations for you for the rest of the game. This is quintessential KOTOR. Think of it this way. I might be dating myself here, but do you remember Scantron tests from school? Those slips with A, B, C, or D bubbles, and you had to basically color in the bubble that was the right answer? KOTOR's gameplay loop is like a perpetual Scantron, except every single bubble is technically a right answer. In other words, the gameplay loop isn't so much, go do this, it's more so, generally speaking, we need to achieve X, and then it's left open-ended and you can decide how you want to do that. There are multiple solutions to each question the game gives you. In this scenario, if you weren't able to persuade your way into getting an invite to a Sith party, then you would have to explore and find some Sith guards harassing someone who you could then kill and take the armor off their corpses. But I don't need to do that, because I do indeed have an invite to the party. And to be honest, the party is kind of uneventful, which is perhaps kind of a peek into how old this game is. They didn't have the bandwidth or capability to do a whole party scene or interactable episode, so instead, you show up, Sarna says a few lines about being happy you're there, and then everyone in the room drinks themselves unconscious. A bit unceremonious, and the type of thing that you would hope an eventual remake kind of overhauls and adds gameplay to. With the Sith armor in tow, my next stop is the droid shop. Admittedly, I have a mod installed that allows me to get the droid early. Usually I'd have to do a round of quests in the lower city, damn near all the way up until the end of the planet, before I can stop by and pick up T3, but this mod just allows me to save myself a round of backtracking and pick him up early. It has no real impact on the narrative whatsoever, it just makes a little bit more sense for the flow of the game, so we do it. In picking up T3, the owner of the store speaks a little bit about their experience with racism. Taris isn't kind to alien species, which we've basically gleaned by now, and I want to note something that Carve said that I found profound.
You'd think people would be a little more tolerant of others in this day and age. I guess stupidity and ignorance will never go out of style.
What resonated with me is that 23 years later, from 2003, stupidity and ignorance still have failed to go out of style. And when we leave the shop and begin heading over to the elevator to the lower city, we're confronted with ignorance's final boss, a man named Gorton Kulu. Listen in on his rant.
Friends and fellow humans, I bring you a warning of a great plague spreading across our planet. Please, my name is Gorton Kulu. Will you join my cause? We must band together if we are to stop the spread of vermin and scum throughout Taris. I am speaking of the hideous-looking aliens who walk the world of Taris. The Wookiees and Ithorians and Rhodians and Bith, all of them. Listen, friend, for these are dark times. That is why I, Gorton Kolu, have formed the Anti-Alien League. The time has come for action. We cannot sit idly by while aliens blight our glorious planet. You are like all the rest. You will not see the truth. On the day of reckoning, you will suffer with the rest of the alien lovers.
Come on, we should keep moving. Kook or no, people like him can make trouble for us.
This is eerily similar to a lot of the inane perceptions that some people have surrounding immigrants in real life, but we'd be here all day if I went down that path. When we first enter the lower city, the tone is set immediately on the difference here versus where we started. The second we exit the elevator, we see a group of people fighting to the death, and it becomes clear that this is a gang war we've stumbled into. It's a war between the Hidden Becks and the Volkers. This will form the backdrop for our time in the lower city, but for now, I want to sweep through the lower city apartments and clear out any of the side quests available here before I do anything else. And I can say clear out because of my extended experience with this game. I'll give an example. In one of the rooms, there's a dude named Merrick who's hiding out. Turns out he used to work for the Exchange, which is a galaxy-spanning criminal organization that, ding ding ding, Davik Kang, Taris' crime lord, is a part of. He explains that he couldn't stomach the evil that went on, so he basically turned rat and snitched on a ton of powerful people and got them put away for life. Davik, of course, didn't like that, so he put a bounty on his head. In talking with Merrick more, obviously you could kill him and collect the bounty, but if you want to do good, you can help him fake his own death. And to do that, he basically wants to blow up his apartment to make his lack of remains believable. To do this, you need a permacrete detonator. So, traditionally, you'd speak to him and then be left on your own to figure out how to secure one. But I already have one. Why? Because literally almost the first thing I did when I got on this planet was go to a specific vendor back in the upper city and scroll through their wares and buy an unassuming permacrete detonator that you can't even use in combat scenarios. Because I already knew I would need one in this exact obscure moment. The fact that the game kind of rewards my foresight rather than making the item only appear in inventories after you talk to this guy is pretty satisfying. But yeah, a lot of the side quests I can just breeze through and eliminate backtracking, and part of why I bring this up is to explain why Taris can feel so long. Taris is still a long planet, even with me doing shit like this to save hours of time. Even with all of my expertise and know-how, remember, it still took me 7 hours and 46 minutes to finish this planet. So you can kind of see how there would be a bit of dread for this section of the game in every playthrough, especially since you won't have access to the Force or a lightsaber during this entire duration. To continue along though, after cleaning up the lower city apartments, we can make our way to the lower city cantina. It's here that we first run into Calo Nord.
Kipuna, Gavatumpa Kupaiya Mokapaata.
One.
Oscar, Kiska Nichu, Rupa Botenia do Gigi Piti.
Kipuna, Gavatumpa Kupalia Mukapata. Giokaku Tumpa Kup. Two.
Giokaku, Humba Muli Radwanaji, Kuyami, Juski, Chika Nai, Ubabaska Dwanachi.
Hudu, Rananu Prata Donko Shirkasha, Jum Apike. Three. Go away. One. Two. Three.
I wanted to show this because this is the type of stuff that builds atmosphere, right? What type of player wouldn't engage or interact with this dude after this unmissable cutscene? And then you can't touch him and you get insta-killed? It's the micro moments like this that add to the mystique, aura, and reverence of the Jedi status, of the Force, of wielding a lightsaber. Because I promise you, shit like this do not be happening to you once you become a Jedi or once you have a Jedi in your party. So in spite of everything I said about Taris being a slog a minute ago, I feel like that's kind of the point, and it kind of makes the rest of the game better. And this is the duality of Taris. To continue though, in this cantina there is also a hut, and it's here where we can collect on bounties that we've completed. In my case, I'm lying my ass off to collect bounties on people that I actually helped escape into obscurity instead of killing them, like our dude Merrick. Anyways, before we go to leave the cantina after squaring away our bounties, we see a young Twi'lek girl being accosted by a couple of thugs. She doesn't seem worried at all, and we come to find out that's because she's tight with a full-ass Wookiee whose mere presence ends up dissuading the thugs from interacting with her any further. We can approach and speak with them and find out that the young Twi'lek's name is Mission Vayao, and the Wookiee's name is Zalbar. We learn that they're basically the archetype of brains and brawn, with Mission providing street smarts and Zalbar providing muscle, so it's a symbiotic friendship and partnership that they have. They're both extremely familiar with the lower city of Taris, having spent a long time there. Mission, being the kind kid that she is fully willing to play the role of exposition girl, and allows us to ask about the major players on Taris and the situation on the planet in general. After this chat, we part and go our separate ways. Now, you may have guessed it by now, but both Mission and Zalbar are future companions and party members for us in this game, and we'll get to how that happens in a moment, but I want to address something. So Mission states herself that she's 14 years old in a later conversation. While Twi'leks have shorter lifespans than humans and are considered to reach adulthood at age 15, she is still by all intents and purposes a child. Now, you might be thinking, wow, that's fucking insane that a child is a party member in this game where wars and oppression are rampant, both of which you will be at the forefront of. But honestly, this is just Star Wars. Like, it doesn't get any more Star Wars than this in terms of the classic version of the IP. For example, Padme Amidala, the mother of Luke and Leia Skywalker, was elected the leader of the entire planet of Naboo at age 14. Mon Mothma was a senator for Chandria at the age of 16. Ahsoka Tano became Anakin's apprentice at age 14. So the idea of Mission being a party member and a genuine contributor in the context of this story isn't all that crazy in terms of the Star Wars standard, to be honest. And to be fair, it is also addressed by many of the characters within the story in terms of their treatment of her. Before we leave the cantina, I make sure to put a bow on Dia's questline, who you may remember is one of the first people we spoke with on the planet. Dia was hiding out in the same apartment complex that we started in because she defended herself from this scumbag's unwanted advances. So I make certain to speak with Holden and convince him to get rid of the bounty on Dia's head. I'm definitely disappointed that I can't just swallow some dark side points and kill the guy to end his pattern of unwanted advances, but it is what it is. Our next stop is the base of one of the gangs at war, the Hidden Becks. I make sure to stop here so that I can get some Sith security papers from the Beck's leader, Gadden. You see, the next place we need to go is the Undercity, and I already know that I can't pass a Sith's checkpoint without having the security papers, so I make sure to stop here first. Oh, and also, Gadden knows where Bastila is, which is our whole entire mission on Taris, aside from getting off the planet in general. He reveals that the Vulkars, their rival gang, found her escape pod and took her prisoner. We learn that the annual Swoop Gang race is coming up, which is basically horse racing, except with racers in advanced vehicles called swoops. This is apparently a huge cultural event with an enormous prize pot going to the winner, and Brejik, the leader of the Vulkars, actually intends to offer up Bastila as the Vulkars' share of the prize pot. Brejik is hoping that offering up Bastila will show the lower gangs his power and allow him to consolidate them under his Vulkar banner, and finally grant him enough power to destroy Gadden and the Hidden Becks. And here is where it becomes clear that Gadden isn't just a benevolent benefactor. He wants us to do something for him. He wants to sponsor us to be his racer in a swoop race, specifically with the prototype swoop accelerator that his gang developed. The reason he's wrapped us in this is we are kind of his perfect storm. We're a party of 2 Republic soldiers that the Vulkars would never see coming. We're not known to these streets, and at the same time, we need something from Gadden himself. Additionally, his prototype swoop accelerator, yeah, that thing is dangerous, and they don't know if it's safe or not. So we're essentially perfect to race on behalf of Gadon because we have no relationship with him. We are entirely expendable to him in the Bex. So the idea now is to forge our way through the Undercity to access a hidden entrance into the Vulkar base, to steal back the prototype, and then race for Gadon in the annual swoop race, to try to win the rights to Bastila, while concurrently ensuring for Gadon that the Bex can quell the Vulkar's gang uprising and the unification of the minor gangs. Now, about that hidden entrance in the Undercity. Turns out, Gadon knows the perfect person to help us get in that back way. Gadon knows a lot of people, and it's none other than Mission Vayao, the Twi'lek from the bar accompanied by the Wookiee Zalbar. You'll notice a bit of self-awareness here as Gadon's Lieutenant Zerdra says outright that she's just a kid, but Gadon nonetheless co-signs her credentials. With this plan in place and a potential win-win scenario for both us and the Hidden Bex, we finally make our way to the Undercity. Is what I would say if I didn't backtrack first to the Upper City to clear out the dueling ring now that I've grown a few levels. After defeating the dueling ring champion Twitch, upon exiting the cantina we can run into the biggest legend of Taris' dueling ring's recent history, Bendak Starkiller. Bendak is a Mandalorian who stopped dueling out of boredom as well as the fact that death matches were outlawed. But given our thrilling run to the top in the dueling ring, he wants to come out of retirement just to fight us. But he'll only do so if it's a death match. While I'd oblige him anyways, there's also a bounty on his head, so we have twice the incentive to do battle. I won't lie, even playing as a soldier class, I do have to save scum a little bit just to get Bendak out of there. But eventually we do, and the mysterious stranger now reigns supreme as the greatest duelist in Taris' recent history. Oh, that's the name the Hutt gave us, by the way, when we first entered into the ring.
Bendak is down! It's over! It's over! The fight is over! Bendak Starkiller is down! Bendak Starkiller is dead! Oh, hail the mysterious stranger! The greatest duelist to ever grace the rings of Taris!
With that out of the way, the second you step off the elevator into the Undercity, it's palpable just how much sheer poverty has shaped the Undercity. Visually, it's beyond depressing, and we can't even step off the elevator without beggars trying to shake us down. In this encampment, we can witness 3 of the people here who are quarantined turn into raccoons in front of our very eyes. And the sort of horror of that, and the horror of what the raccoons look like, it really plays well here. I remember for many of my playthroughs as a kid, I was genuinely fearful of playing this section, and I definitely had a little bit of dread about things. So, I mean, regardless of the fact that I don't feel any of that as an adult, I still think they nailed the atmosphere down here. When we go to leave the camp to sort of venture out, we see someone fleeing raccoons, and the guard at the gates basically says he ain't opening that shit because the raccoons are too close. We can choose to let that play out to support his decision, or go out and protect the person who is fleeing so that they can keep the gate closed while we fight to save dude's life. Seeing the members of the encampment in such mortal fear, again, it just plays so well and sets the tone for the area. In venturing out of the encampment, Mission ends up finding us before we can find her, and she's completely panicked. But surprisingly, it's not due to the raccoons. Turns out, Zalbar was kidnapped by Gamorrean slavers after they sprung a trap on the pair as they explored the Undercity, which means the next destination is the sewers, because we can't let this Wookiee be sold into slavery, and coincidentally, the hidden entrance to the Vulkar base is in there too. But before that, I make sure to double back to the encampment and share the cure to the raccoon plague that I looted off of a Sith patrol I had encountered. It's definitely gratifying when your immersion in the story and your character is rewarded, because there's no ping or no reminder telling you, maybe you should give the cure to the poor folk down here. It's just something that felt like I should have the agency to do in this game, and so I do it. So we clear out the Gamorrean slavers in the sewers and we save Zalbar. When we find Zalbar, he's very grateful to be rescued. And I mean really grateful, so much so that he swears a life debt to us as thanks. A Wookiee life debt is a sacred cultural vow that binds them to protect and serve the recipient for the rest of their life. Now, you might say, culture or not, that's wild to swear something like that to a stranger, regardless of if they saved you or not. But we'll delve into Zalbar's character later on when we visit his homeworld, and his choice here will make a lot of sense retroactively. By the way, I feel like the answers you can give in this interaction is just classic old school BioWare. Some of the whimsical, borderline diabolical things you can say in this game kind of makes the game feel more realistic in a roundabout way. Anyways, with Zalbar in tow, we now go over to the hidden entrance to the Vulkar base and waltz in unopposed. Is what I would say if they didn't have a literal rancor guarding the entrance. If you go in to attack this thing, you'll obviously die, so you gotta use your head a bit here. Mission has a stealth capability, so we can use that to investigate the pile of corpses in the middle of the room, and instead of simply looting them, mixing in an odor and a frag grenade. The odor will entice the rancor to come eat, and it will unknowingly consume a frag grenade that blows up in its gullet and successfully kills it. It was a clean kill, and we continue, happy with our ingenuity. Is what I would say if this was my first playthrough. But instead, I decide to run out and bait the rancor, run back through the entrance, and do a little dance where I aggro and de-aggro it until it's stuck by the doorway trying to reach me when I'm unreachable. I then gun and grenade it until it dies. I didn't do this for the love of cheesing the rancor. I did it because killing it this way grants me an extra 550 XP points, and when we're on Taris, I'll be damned if I'm not leaving this godforsaken planet with something. I want all the XP, mon ami. Now, we enter the Vulkar base, and long story short, we kill some of Brejik's top men who try to get us to turncoat, and then we steal back the prototype accelerator. If you notice my party and I limping around in some of these combat scenarios, it's because I'm holding off on leveling up my character. You see, there is a finite amount of XP in KOTOR, and you can't retroactively change where you allocate points. I'm not leveling up because when I become a Jedi, I want to have extra levels in my back pocket to allocate to my Jedi class. So in other words, rather than leave Taris as a level 8 soldier and then finish the game as a level 8 soldier and a level 12 Jedi, I want to barely escape Taris as a level 4 soldier and then finish the game as a level 16 Jedi. Does that make sense? You keep your stats from your original levels, so it's not that they're pointless, but if you have more levels as a Jedi, that means you have more opportunities to put points into Jedi skills, and your stat growths are better with Jedi levels. But with all this talk of Jedi stuff, what do you say we go and finally save Bastila, and hopefully get an actual Jedi in our party, huh? We link with Gadon and then head on over to the swoop track where we finally see Bastila in the flesh. She seems to be sedated and is imprisoned, but she is indeed alive. So we follow through with our plan and swoop race till we win the day, and the Vulkars grudgingly hand over Bastila without conflict.
People, hear me! Before I present the so-called champion of the Becks with their prize, there is something you must know. The winning rider cheated! Your swoop bike was using a prototype accelerator. Clearly an unfair advantage. Because of this hidden Beck treachery, I'm withdrawing the Vulkar's share of the victory prize. You old fool. Your traditions are nothing to me. I am the wave of the future. If I want to withdraw the prize and sell this woman on the slave market myself, nobody can stop me.
Is obviously not what happens. Of course, Brejik refuses the loss, tries to cheat us, and take over anyways. In the ensuing conflict, Bastila ends up freeing herself, which is fantastic because we don't have any party members with us, and again, we're underleveled in spite of our massive amounts of XP. We finally get to talk to Bastila after the conflict, and turns out she's...
Maybe those bloody Vulkars will think twice next time before trying to keep a Jedi prisoner. And as for you, if you think you can collect me as a prize... Wait, I don't believe this. You're one of the soldiers with the Republic fleet, aren't you? Yes, I'm sure of it. How did you end up racing for these swoop gangs? Save me. Is that what you were trying to accomplish by riding in that swoop race? Well, as far as rescues go, this is a pretty poor example. In case you hadn't noticed, I managed to free myself from that neural restraint collar without your help. In fact, it's more accurate to say that I saved you. Brejik and his Vulkars would have left you for dead if I hadn't stepped into that fight. You're lucky I was here to get you out of this mess. I may have been a prisoner, but a Jedi is never helpless. Maybe you've heard of a little thing called the Force? But I suppose I shouldn't be too hard on you. You did try to save me after all, even if it didn't go quite as planned. So let's get down to business. We're not out of danger yet. If I'm going to figure out a way for us to get off this planet, I need to know what kind of resources we can draw on. First, are we the only 2 survivors left from the Endar Spire? Karth Onasi is alive. Finally, some good news. Karth is one of the Republic's best soldiers. He's proved himself a hero a dozen times over. And he sent you here to save me. Maybe I misjudged you. Karth wouldn't have sent you if he wasn't confident in your abilities. Forgive me. Despite my Jedi training, I still tend to act a bit rashly sometimes. Please take me to Karth right away. Between the 3 of us, I'm sure we can figure out some way to get off this planet before the Sith realize we're here.
Bastila, you're alive! Finally, things are looking up. Now we just need to figure out a way to get off this planet.
You mean you don't have a plan to get off Taris yet? What have you been doing all this time? I see. Now that I'm back in charge of this mission, perhaps we can start doing things properly. Hopefully our escape from Taris will go more smoothly than when you rescued me from Kashyyyk.
I know you're new at this, Bastila, but a leader doesn't berate her troops just because things aren't going as planned. Don't let your ego get in the way of the real issues here.
That hardly strikes me as an appropriate way of addressing your commander, Karth. I am a member of the Jedi Order, and this is my mission. Don't forget that. My battle meditation ability has helped the Republic many times in this war, and it will serve us well here, I'm sure.
Kind of the worst. She straight up isn't likable, which I really adore. I haven't really touched on it yet in this video, but up to this point in the game, Bastila is basically pedestaled as a Jedi Jesus of sorts, a Jedi amongst Jedi, if you will. You see, she has a unique skill called battle meditation, which she can use to change the tides of entire battles in war, as she uses the Force to buoy and maximize the potential of all of her allies across the battlefield. We've also heard by now that she was actually a part of the strike team that killed Darth Revan, the preeminent Sith Lord of the galaxy who was the master of Malak, the current Sith Lord who is dominating the Republic. So again, it's Jedi Jesus here, and then we get to talking to her, and she's almost comically insufferable. And I love it. I love it because it juxtaposes heavily with what you would expect from a Jedi hero, especially one who was built up to be a legend like she was. But what's hilarious about this exchange too is she actually isn't wrong at all. Like, she did in fact save herself, and she's right in saying I would have been cooked if she hadn't. My safe scumming of this fight due to my low level serves as evidence of that. Now that we're back at our apartment with a party of 5 very distinct people, it's only natural that I want to take a beat to get to know them better. I'll go deeper into the characters in the character section later on, but I want to highlight a conversation with Bastila. She basically points out the absurdity of our success on Taris so far. How we somehow avoided detection from the Sith, somehow met the exact people we needed to find out that Bastila was a Vulcan prisoner, somehow gained sponsorship to enter the swoop race for a gang we had no prior affiliation with, and somehow became Taris swoop champion even though we've never raced a swoop before, and in doing so, defeated others who had trained their whole life for it. She basically points out that this is all completely absurd and unbelievable for anyone who isn't a Jedi. And so, in the fashion of Occam's razor, Bastila says the following.
The Force is in all of us, though for most people it's barely a measurable whisper. But there are some individuals outside the Jedi Order that we consider Force sensitive. It's obvious to me that the Force has been working through you. There is no other explanation for your great success. Though I'm not certain what to make of this discovery. Perhaps if you weren't, well, if you were younger, the Jedi might take you for training. But as it is, I'm sorry, I've overstepped my authority. I'm speaking of things that are best left to the Jedi Council. For now, let's just accept the fact that you're gifted. Hopefully, between your abilities, my Jedi training, and the skills of our companions, we can find a way off this planet.
And with this, we have breadcrumbs hinting towards our potential of becoming a Jedi. Get excited because we're almost there. But first, we need to get off this planet. Thankfully, when we step out of our apartment, we don't even make it a step until we're met with an intriguing proposition. Our feats on the planet have been recognized by powerful people. We're told by a messenger that a man named Candaris wants to meet with us, and so we head to the Upper City Cantina to do so. We've actually run into Candaris a few times previously. He's this Mandalorian with a huge gun who's basically been aura farming all over Taris's lower areas. He's basically Davik Kang's chief enforcer alongside Calo Nord, the vertically challenged bounty hunter who would just auto-delete us every time we ran into him. Everyone is scared to death of Candaris, but he reaches out to us because he took note of our victory in Taris's swoop race. Candaris wants to collaborate on a plan to get off Taris because he's pissed off that Davik's been shorting his payments lately, and he's bored of the planet. The issue is the Sith quarantine around the planet. There's been a blockade in place ever since the battle in space that we crash landed from because the Sith are hell-bent on finding Bastila. So we can't leave the planet unless we somehow get our hands on Sith codes so that their lasers won't auto-lock on us as we depart. So if we break into the Sith base and steal those codes, Candaris can provide us with a ship to get off the planet, Davik's Ebonhawk. And this is where the droid that we got earlier comes into play. This droid is the only thing capable of breaching the security and breaking into the Sith base, so after this conversation with Candaris, this would be the natural point we get the droid, but in this playthrough we already have it, so we can proceed straight into the Sith base. But before we do that, I make sure to stop by Zelka's clinic to hand deliver him the Rakghoul cure so that he can mass produce it and begin to eradicate the plague. And of course, I tell him that no reward is necessary. With that squared away, we finally begin our final stretch before we get off this planet. We fight our way through the Sith base, making sure to stop and save a wrongfully imprisoned alien. Turns out, it's the same one we initially saved when we exited our apartment at the start of the planet. We can execute him ourselves, leave him to rot, or free him. Of course, I decide to free him. Combat in the base definitely feels way lighter in spite of my low level due to having Bastila, a Jedi in our party. It also helps that I remembered that this base had a multitude of assault droids, and while they typically pose a strong challenge, I actually spec'd Bastila to have the disabled droid skill, which basically trivializes all of these fights that are meant to be difficult. At the end, we run into our first Sith since the Endar Spire, when a dark Jedi killed our buddy Trask. Pour one out for Trask, man. He senses that the Force is strong in us and muses at the fact that a Force adept would be found on a planet like Taris. Thankfully, this seems to be a pretty low-ranking Sith due to his lack of lightsaber. Shit, he's probably not even a Jedi. So with proper preparation, we're able to effectively jump him in spite of my low level and his status as the boss. With him out the way, we loot the launch codes and go rendezvous with Candaris in the lower city. Candaris is ready to link and get the fuck off the planet, and he plans to use his proximity and goodwill with Davik to bring us in under the guise of a new player for the exchange. After this, we get a cutscene that finally gives us insight into what's happening with the Sith outside of the planet and the blockade. It's here where we meet Darth Malak in earnest, and we are made starkly aware of the level of stakes that will be in place for the rest of the game. If Taris is a small pond where we finally, just now, managed to become a big fish, this scene makes us aware that we have a long way to go if we want to be successful or powerful in the wider galaxy, and that in the wider ocean, we're still a small fish. I'll play the scene now.
You summoned me, Lord Malak.
The search for Bastila is taking too long. We cannot risk her escaping Taris. Destroy the entire planet.
The entire planet, Lord Malak? But there are billions of people on Taris. We'd be slaughtering countless innocent civilians, not to mention our own men still on the surface.
Your predecessor once made the mistake of questioning my orders, Admiral. Surely you are not so foolish as to make the same mistake.
Of course not, my Lord Malak. I will do as you command, but it will take several hours to position our fleet.
Then I suggest you begin immediately. You are dismissed, Admiral.
Yes, Lord Malik.
With this, we understand the sheer power Malik possesses and the depth of his depravity. Truly, one of the most worthy ops of all time, with kind of a crazy introduction, but obviously more on him later. In Davik's base, we can glean what the relationships are here pretty easily. Canderous and Davik have worked together for a while, and Calo Nord, the bounty hunter we've run into a few times previously, is a newer ally of Davik's. Seems there's a bit of a power struggle between Calo and Canderous, but that doesn't really matter much considering Canderous has decided to betray them both. Anyways, Davik isn't particularly interesting. He's kind of just a one-note Italian mafioso.
The Ebonhawk can outrun any vessel in the galaxy, but even she isn't fast enough to avoid the auto-targeting laser cannons of the orbiting Sith fleet. I am, of course, working on acquiring the Sith departure codes so that I may come and go as I please. However, progress has been slow, but we should continue our tour.
This compound also isn't particularly interesting. We find a way to get the keys to the Ebonhawk though and make our way to the hangar where the ship resides. It's now that Malik starts to bomb the planet, making for a pretty climactic final battle for Taris between us and Davik Kang, the crime lord we've heard about during our time here, and Calo Nord, the OP bounty hunter who was one-shotting us earlier on. Thankfully, we're now strong enough to fight and defeat these two, and we're finally able to hop on a starship for the first time and fly off-world. Yes! Scenes like Calo's last stand here, by the way, definitely show the age of this game, and you can kind of see how games from this era at times wanted us to use our imagination a bit to kind of make scenes work. Like, we're supposed to imagine here that this is a pretty frenetic and panic moment for us, but in actuality, our character models are slowly turning and running away from Calo, who's about to kamikaze the whole room, and he takes an inconceivable amount of time to do so. But our imagination is simply meant to fill in the gap here and make this into a scene where Calo almost gets us, but a Sith intervention at the last second saves us. Anyways, we now have a continuation of our introduction to Malik.
Taris is defenseless against our assault, Lord Malik. They are offering no resistance. The city is in ruins.
Resume the bombardment, Commander. Wipe this pathetic planet from the face of the galaxy.
How diabolical is this man? Probably not what you'd expect, huh? For the entire planet you just spent hours on to be wiped from existence. So many people you helped, or tormented if you're dark side, who are now likely to be dead. Anyways, just a day or two later. Just insane, and definitely an emotional moment that immediately gives you a reason to have an issue with Malik. Thankfully though, this is happening while we're escaping, and we play through a minigame where we have a space battle with a bunch of enemy fighters. We fend them off and enter hyperspace to head to Dantooine, the planet where the Jedi Council currently resides. When we land, Karth argues with Bastila that there's no way we could be safe on Dantooine, but Bastila is convinced that given that this is the seat of the Jedi Council, there's a great strength in this place and Malik wouldn't dare. With everyone on the same page that this is where we'll be for now, Bastila takes me to meet with the Jedi Council, though Karth's skepticism continues as he states it's bizarre that a nobody like me would be summoned for a meeting with the Council. But before we enter the Council chambers, we have an odd exchange with a random Jedi. This Jedi stops us and assumes we are a Padawan and tries to lecture us. We explain we just travel with Bastila and we're not a Jedi. This person then proceeds to say the following.
My name is Belaya. I have come here to further my learning in the ways of the Force. Many Jedi come here to train under Master Jha. Any who belong to the Order should surely know this. You must be neglecting your studies, Padawan. Bastila. I have heard of her. They say she has already mastered the art of battle meditation. Remarkable in one so young. Though I've heard she has a foolish pride in her own talents. But as for you, you claim you are not a Padawan? I find this hard to believe. The Force is strong within you. I can feel its presence. If this is some type of jest, it is in very poor taste. The Jedi Order is not a subject for jokes.
I don't know, y'all. For me, this briefly took me out of things. Like, is it believable that this random Jedi heard through the Jedi gossip grapevine about a personal character trait that Bastila has? Wouldn't it make more sense if she only knew of her talents and exploits? Even though it's possible that this conversation serves to humanize Jedi, as gossip is a very human thing, I think this is a great example of how KOTOR's exposition can be a bit clunky at times. But I also grant that that occasional clunk is also what makes the game so widely accessible. Like, 8-year-old me wouldn't have batted an eye at that exchange, and I would have been grateful to get more info on Bastila. And I think it's very hard to write a story that can resonate for people across the spectrum, and I think this game does that. And at the same time, I want to say that this type of clunky exposition is fairly rare throughout the game as well, so I don't think it's something I'd hold against it. Anyways, we make our way into the council chamber and we meet Master Jar, Master Vrook, Master Vandar, and Master Dorak. They explain that they want to make an exception to train us as Jedi because we are strong in the Force. Typically, Jedi are only accepted for training when they are children, so this would be an unprecedented scenario. In listening to them more, we gain insights into the status of the conflict between the Sith and the Jedi. Apparently, Malak is putting belt to ass, so much so that many Jedi pupils are reading the writing on the wall and deciding to follow the Sith. Master Vandar thinks that this is precisely why they can't reject me from the Order when they're already starving for recruits. He also notes that now that Revan, Malak's old master, is dead, this is the perfect opportunity for the Jedi to get their shit together and begin to turn the tide of the war. None of these Jedi Masters can seem to get on the same page though, so for now we return to the Ebon Hawk and leave them to their deliberations. When we turn in for the night, we see a dream that our character is having, and I'll play it now.
The dark side is strong in this place. I can feel its power. Is this wise? The ancient Jedi sealed this archway. If we pass beyond this door, we can never go back. The Order will surely banish us. Are the secrets of the Star Forge so valuable? Can its power truly be worth the risk?
I quite like the juxtaposition here between Malak before his fall and the terrifying monster we just witnessed at Taris. We can see how tentative he was to choose the pursuit of power and how much that his life's path was simply shaped by following his master. Based on this vision, I think it would be fair to say that Malak became what he was, specifically due to Revan's choices that he made for the two of them, which I think is a compelling layer to the narrative. I think as human beings, we are all shaped greatly by who our mentors are and the type of guidance we get in our formative years, so that's another detail that I find pretty relatable. Anyways, we also learn here that something called the Star Forge is what shaped the journey of the two fallen Jedi before they became the Sith. So, a lot to take in here. We leave the ship and find Karth waiting for us outside, who says that we look like we've seen a ghost and also mentions that Bastila looked the exact same when she left the ship. When we make our way back to the Jedi Council, it turns out that Bastila had the exact same dream that we did. The Council notes that we share a powerful connection in the Force and that our fates are linked. So basically their hands become forced in training us so that Bastila and I can follow the path of our destiny and hopefully stop Malak to avoid a galaxy ruled by the Sith and, Jedi extinction. I'm sure that if you're here, you probably have a basic understanding of the Force in Star Wars lore, but if not, allow me to briefly elucidate what the Force is. The Force is a kind of invisible energy field in the Star Wars universe that connects all living things and binds the galaxy together. People who are sensitive to it can learn to use it for abilities like moving objects, sensing danger, or influencing minds. It has two main sides: the light side, tied to peace and self-control, and the dark side, tied to fear, anger, and power through selfishness. The Force is often portrayed as having a kind of will of its own, subtly guiding events and shaping destiny across the galaxy. While people still make their own choices, the Force can create connections, visions, and moments of coincidence that seem to pull certain people together towards larger purposes. Almost like fate, but one that can be resisted or embraced or corrupted depending on how someone responds to it. Anyways, we now finally begin our Jedi training with Bastila playing a guiding role throughout the experience. One of the masters notes that we complete the training in weeks when it takes others years, and that nobody he's known has ever done it that fast. Sounds like we're definitely the main character. Now, we need to learn the Jedi Code and immerse ourselves in Jedi history and culture before we are allowed to fully become Jedi and receive our lightsaber. It's here where we can get a ton of insight into how the world state of KOTOR came to be. In other words, we finally learn in earnest about the Mandalorian Wars that preceded this game's events. We learned that the Mandalorian Wars were a devastating conflict between the bellicose, expansionist Mandalorians and the Galactic Republic, sparked by the Mandalorians' push to conquer the Outer Rim and eventually the entire galaxy. The Republic Senate initially chose not to intervene in the Mandalorian conquests because at first they were targeting outer worlds and avoiding planets that were actually members of the Republic, and so the Republic had just exited a war as well, and they didn't want to get into one again. The Jedi also refused to intervene because the Force led them to believe that the war hid a greater danger. However, eventually the Mandalorians launched 3 separate attacks into Republic space, leaving the Republic with no choice but to fully retaliate. It was here the war began, but when the Republic petitioned the Jedi for aid, they still chose not to participate as they wanted to be patient and to try to ascertain if there was a hidden danger within this war. However, 2 young Jedi Knights refused to sit idly by while planets were being plundered and razed by the warmongering Mandalorians. Those Jedi were Revan and Malak. They chose to defy the Jedi Council and join the war in order to save lives and the Republic in general. Largely due to Revan's charisma, they were able to rally a ton of Jedi to their cause, and in doing so, all of these Jedi were in defiance of their masters. When Revan and his Jedi joined, the tide of the war was immediately altered in favor of the Republic, and 4 years prior to the game's events, the Mandalorians surrendered to Revan and the Republic unconditionally. However, it wasn't happily ever after, because after the war, Revan's fleet went deep into unexplored space, and when they eventually came back 3 years prior to the game's events, it was at the head of a massive invasion fleet. Revan and Malak had fallen to the dark side and become Sith Lords, and thus the war we're currently in began. For the first 2 years of the war, Revan and Malak were just cooking. They were basically invincible. But a year ago, Bastila and her refined battle meditation entered the conflict in earnest, and this was the key that allowed the Republic to hold out and prevent total victory from the Sith. But it was still very much a conflict the Republic was losing, so the Republic and the Jedi decided to set a trap for Darth Revan, figuring if they took the head off the snake, maybe there would be hope. And so, the Jedi strike team, that Bastila was a part of, managed to board Revan's ship and confront him on the bridge, and in the chaos, Revan was killed. In the 8 months or so since then, even though Malak is tactically inferior to Revan, the sheer disparity between the forces and the constant defecting of Jedi to the dark side still has the Republic and the Jedi on the ropes. The Council wanted us to understand the intricacies of this recent history to basically convey to us before our journey that even the greatest of Jedi can fall to the dark side, and to remain diligent in our commitment to the light. With this important history lesson out of the way, we move to embrace and remember the Jedi Code. I still know the whole thing by memory after all these years, which was cool and made me feel more like a Jedi.
First, I will test your knowledge of the Jedi Code. These tenets must always guide your actions. In everything you do, you must always be conscious of their wisdom. You must now prove you have a Jedi's understanding of the Code by completing these fundamental precepts of our order. There is no emotion. There is no ignorance. There is no passion. There is no chaos. There is no death. You have learned your studies well, apprentice. It will not be long before you are a full member of our order.
And now, finally, we can choose our path forward as a Jedi after all this time. There are 3 different Jedi classes we can choose from that are linked to lightsaber colors. Master Dorak explains that blue represents Jedi Guardians who prioritize combat skill and direct action. Green represents Jedi Consulars who focus on wisdom, diplomacy, and mastery of the Force. And yellow represents Jedi Sentinels, balanced Jedi who blend combat and Force abilities with practical skills like adaptability and investigation. Another way to think about it is that Guardians are frontline warriors, Consulars are Force specialists and scholars, and Sentinels are versatile problem solvers who sit between the two. They're less rigid jobs and more expressions of a Jedi's natural strengths and mindset. In other words, a Guardian is like a warrior, a Consular is like a mage, and a Sentinel is like a hybrid between the two. While you can get a personality assessment from Master Varuk to see which class you actually are and choose based off of his recommendation from that, you have the freedom to choose any of the 3. And my personality type, and what I always choose, is the Jedi Guardian. I just love the feeling of Force jump and of just erasing health bars with my lightsabers. With my path chosen, I can finally use all of those levels that I stockpiled from Taris. The ability I always make sure to get as soon as I can is speed. Not just because it gives me more attacks per round in combat, but mainly because it greatly speeds up my traversal of planets outside of combat. With my lightsaber in hand and access to the Force, I can finally truly begin my journey as a Jedi. The Council wants to complete my training with a little bit of a litmus test, if you will, to ensure I'm on the right path. They sent me to an ancient grove to cleanse it of the dark side, as they explain that its presence is causing the local wildlife to act more feral and dangerous than they usually would. We fight our way through the wildlife and reach the grove, and we find a young woman there. She walks up to us, freezes our companions, and immediately tries to kill us. This is clearly a fallen Jedi, and after fighting for a bit, she finally decides to speak with us. Turns out her name is Juhani, and she explains that she gave in to anger and embraced the dark side after believing she had killed her master. We're able to persuade her that her life has value and that it's never too late to turn from the dark side. Though if you're playing evil, you could very well choose to just kill her on the spot, but of course we don't. And Juhani returns to the council to seek forgiveness. This trial was meant to test our judgment and connection to the Force, giving you the choice to either redeem Juhani through compassion or strike her down, revealing what kind of Jedi you're becoming. Oh, and by the way, it turns out Juhani's weak ass could never manage to kill her master, and it was actually a test by her master to make Juhani experience the dark side and understand its lure. So yeah, her master is still alive. Interesting teaching method that, a bit traumatic, but it shows that the Jedi take this shit extremely seriously. With Juhani's situation resolved, we are now made a Padawan, and finally bestowed with the robes of the Jedi Order. Pretty cool, huh? We are also now trusted by the Council to handle some of the civil disputes on Dantooine. I don't want to go into every side quest here right now, as there will be a section for that later on, but I do want to touch on one because I feel like it's exemplary in terms of the KOTOR standard. So, in going out to explore the fields, you can run into a woman named Elise who's in shambles. She explains that her droid was kidnapped and pleads with us to find it. She explains that it's kind of a living legacy of her husband, who was a great engineer, and that he made the droid to take care of her for the rest of her days. Seems pretty cut and dry, right? Well, when you eventually find the droid, it turns out that the droid itself actually fled from the woman, and it asks you not to tell Elise that you found it. The droid explained that it basically ran because of its programming, which is to try to take care of Elise and do what's best for her. It explains that in her grief, the lines blurred, and she eventually began treating the droid as if it was her dead husband.
You don't want to know.
The droid believes that she is on an irreparable trajectory towards complete insularity, given that she basically never hangs out with any of her loved ones anymore or goes out to meet people. And so it now asks you to destroy it after you saved it from the calf hounds it initially tried to die at the hands of. I love this side quest because it's like 10 minutes long, but the moral complexity and the weight to it is just really pleasing to me. It challenges you to decide what is right and what is wrong, and I'm trying to be good, but what is good for these two? Is it good for Elise and a droid to send it back to Elise? Or is it good for Elise and a droid to destroy the droid and tell her you found it dead and rip off the proverbial band-aid? You're basically trying to decide if the legacy of her dead husband, a droid, will help her process her grief in the long run, or if the droid's programming to take care of her is correct in concluding that the only way to do so is to remove the droid and force her to move on. Part of why I love this so much is that this moral quandary reminds me actually of the plot of another game I've covered on the channel before. I won't say which one for the sake of spoilers, but if you know, you know. Please comment below if you understand what I'm thinking about right now, but be sure to spoiler tag it if you do. Anyways, in this playthrough, in the spirit of the aforementioned game that I didn't name, I decide to send the droid back to its owner and tell it that she's lonely and needs its support right now. Interestingly enough, the droid agrees and decides it's been selfish and thinks about Elise's devastation that would result from its destruction. So with external input, it actually changes its mind or its programming, which I find really interesting. With all that said, it seems it has its work cut out for it based off of how Elise responds when we bring the droid back to her.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost him. It's just so great to have him back. We're just gonna go right home, right now, and celebrate. Aren't we, my lovely little droid? Don't worry. I'm gonna hug you and oil you and care for you and make sure you never, ever get away again.
It really makes you wonder what the right call is, and when you wonder about the ramifications of your decisions or things that happen, that's when KOTOR is at its best. Now, the Council wants us to investigate the ruins that Bastila and I saw in a vision previously, where Malak and Revan began their descent into the dark side. They explained they did send a Jedi to investigate, but he hasn't returned. When we enter the ruins, we unfortunately find the corpse of a Jedi that we met previously on this planet next to an ancient droid. We find out from this droid that the Starforge is an ancient device that is capable of unimaginable power, and that it was the crown jewel of an ancient civilization this machine calls the Builders, that amassed an infinite empire. Bastila connects some dots and links the Starforge as a potential reason that the Sith were able to amass an overwhelming fleet as quickly as they did, but wonders if it's really that simple that the Starforge is just a factory. We learn from the droid that this civilization was in its prime 20,000 years ago, and that the droid is that old, which Bastila notes would place this empire as preceding the Republic by 5,000 years. The droid explains that the secrets of the Starforge are locked in the sealed chamber behind it, and that we need to prove ourselves worthy in the trials that lay within its ruin. To do so, we destroy a few powerful ancient droids and then answer some fun questions that require a general IQ and understanding of concepts that having to do with environments and biomes. In completing these challenges, we are able to unseal the chamber to the Starforge, and we enter to find it in all its glory. Except it's not the Starforge, it's actually just a map. We're able to glean that this map is the key to finding the actual Starforge, as it maps and points us towards specific planets across the galaxy. And now we have direction on what to do next. Visit each of these planets to find clues that will lead us towards the Starforge, and retrace the steps that led Revan and Malak to the dark side, so that we may hopefully understand and destroy the power that is fueling the Sith war machine, which would in turn finally lead to the war ending in the Republic's favor. Which is all cool, but my mind is somewhere else, so I don't even make it out the room before I check in with Bastila to see how she's doing. We talk about the bond that the Jedi Council told us that we shared, and of course I gladly take the option to tease her and suggest that maybe she has more interest in me outside of the Force bond that we share. Super believable, right? Bastila then proceeds to basically interrogate us on our background, and reveals at the end she was simply gauging how I would respond to her questions. She commends my honesty in my responses, and then we decide to chat again later on. I don't know what it is, but I think that the way they sort of begin to thaw Bastila's ice in this game, it always feels pretty rewarding and organic, but more on that later. We stop by the Jedi Council to debrief them on things, and they let us know that they don't know shit about the Starforge. Never heard of it. They also can't send a Jedi strike team with us because it would draw attention from Malak, which is the last thing we want. So basically, we're on our own, but they do decide to stick us with Juhani, the Padawan who fell to the dark side, who we helped turn back to the light side. So just like that, one planet after Taris, we can roll around with 3 Jedi deep on the battlefield. I'm fucking stoked about this, to be honest, and we head back to our ship so we can begin our journey across the stars. Remember how I said 2 seconds ago that the way they thaw Bastila's ice feels organic? Well, I don't even hit the coordinates to the next planet before I'm having more conversations with her. And maybe this feels like weird pacing to you, but to me it feels organic and natural. We just had bombshells dropped on us in terms of the Starforge, and I finally finished my Jedi training, and we're finally free of our obligations on Dantooine. In many ways, this is the first moment we can exhale, going all the way back to the beginning of the game on the Endar Spire, when we were attacked by the Sith, and Trask laid down his life for us to escape. So we approach.
I am a Jedi, remember? I have far too much mental discipline to reveal what goes on inside my mind with such obvious physical clues. My thoughts remain hidden, including whatever my feelings are for you. I mean, whatever I think about you. That is you. Why must you be so impossibly infuriating? You know very well what I am really talking about. I am referring to the bond between us, the one the Jedi Council spoke of.
So it's not subtle, right? Clearly there's some attachment here, and maybe you feel it's a bit misplaced that she's acting like a schoolgirl about it, but this is actually just meant to highlight her indoctrination. You see, like I mentioned previously, the Jedi typically only take in children into their order, so if a child is force sensitive, they're given to the Jedi to be trained in the ways of the light side and become stalwart protectors of the galaxy in the most basic sense. The Jedi teach that attachment can lead to fear, possession, and ultimately the dark side, so they're trained to value duty over personal bonds. There's a hard ceiling on how close that Jedi are allowed to become to others, and a romantic attachment absolutely sits above that ceiling. Like the Jedi Code says, there is no passion, there is serenity. So when you have these types of beliefs driven into you from an early age, and when everyone around you is utterly committed to being relentlessly dogmatic about said beliefs, yes, you may come across as an emotionally stunted and immature when you're confronted with someone who evokes feelings in you that you're not supposed to have. To continue though, I do appreciate that Bastila notes that so far, she's noticed I've displayed compassion and self-control up until now. It really just itches my brain in a good way when a game recognizes my actions in the game world. Had I been dark side up until now, Bastila would have something very different to say here. We land on a shared commitment to try our best to look after each other, given the bond that we share through the Force and of course the human connection and mutual interest that Bastila and I have in common. After that, there's one more thing she wants to tell me, which is just a general warning about Darth Malak and the gravity of our eventual confrontation. She wants to share what happened when she and a Jedi strike team managed to board Revan's ship. We'd been told previously that she and the team managed to kill Revan, but Bastila reveals that that's not what happened at all, in spite of the fact that that's what she's famous for. It turns out their goal was to capture Revan, because obviously assassination isn't the Jedi way. What happened in reality is that Malak betrayed Revan and fired on his own master's ship in an effort to destroy Revan and Bastila in one fell swoop. Just diabolical activity from the op of all ops, but you gotta respect the ingenuity of that power grab. Bastila was able to narrowly escape the attack by Malak, and the key lesson she wanted to impart to us is that Malak and Revan were the best of the Jedi Order. And yet they still fell to the dark side and were so far gone that Malak went so far as to kill his own master and the guy who was probably his only friend. I can appreciate the idea that this is a conversation that is happening before we start our journey, as a reminder that we need to be careful as we face our ordeals. Anyways, like I mentioned before, I will have a section later where I kind of walk us through each companion's path and character in this game later on before we land this thing, but I just feel like for the flow of this game, it makes sense to kind of keep you abreast in live time on what's happening with Bastila. On the galaxy map, there are 5 planets that we can choose from. Yavin, Tatooine, Manaan, Kashyyyk, and Korriban. Obviously, we can't go back to Taris because Malik decided to throw a tantrum and glass the whole planet. It's just ridiculous. But speaking of Malik, when we enter hyperspace, we get a cutscene of him on his ship, the Leviathan.
Lord Malik, the Star Forge is operating at 200% capacity, far beyond our expectations.
I am more interested in the young Jedi Bastila and her battle meditation. Have you learned how she escaped the destruction of Taris?
She was aided by Karth Onasi, a decorated war hero of the Republic and a legendary soldier. During the Mandalore Wars, he was honored many times for his bravery.
You know this man?
Yes, Lord Malik. He served under me when I still followed the Republic. You could say I was his mentor.
Interesting. How did you acquire this information, Admiral?
An eyewitness, Lord Malik. Calo Nord, a bounty hunter, was there when Bastila and Karth escaped the planet. Apparently, they left him for dead.
A Jedi and a war hero. It's a wonder you survived the encounter.
I am hard to kill, Lord Malik.
Calo has agreed to help us capture the young Bastila for a very hefty fee, of course. But I assure you he is well worth the price. His reputation as a bounty hunter is well earned.
Her companions are nothing to me, Calo. But I desire the young Jedi taken alive, if at all possible.
Lord Malik, forgive me. There is something else. May we have a private audience away from the ears of the common soldiers?
I trust you are not wasting my time, Admiral Kareth.
I promise you will be very interested in what Calo has to tell you about Bastila's other companions, Lord Malik.
So, the Short King himself, Calo Nord, somehow found a way off of Taris after we left him for dead in the rubble. I commend his determination. I decide to go to Yavin first, though, because I know in actuality, it's just a space station with a vendor who has some really awesome gear. When we dock, Zalbar's gluttonous ass tells me that someone's been eating from our emergency stash of food. I table that for later and enter Yavin to meet with the vendor, but before I can, Bastila is open to speaking more, and so we do. She explains how when she was a girl, she left her family for the Jedi Order due to her potential, and explains that she hasn't spoken to her parents since. Place statement on relationships with family members are fraught. It's really interesting stuff, and I think it resonates for me now more than it ever did. I think that the Jedi struggle with attachment reflects a very real human conflict, the tension between personal desire and responsibility. In real life, people often have to choose between what they emotionally want, things like comfort or love, versus what duty demands, like making hard sacrifices for family, work, principle, or the greater good. The classic scenario is the person who is the breadwinner for their family unit might get to spend less time with their children, but it's a conscious transaction that you ironically choose to make specifically for your family. In the same way, the Jedi avoids attachment in the effort to hone themselves into an infallible paragon that helps others and maintains light in the universe. Humans every day quarrel with finding the right balance between duty and active presence with their loved ones. In real life, we're constantly balancing what we emotionally want: comfort, closeness, time with people we love, against what duty asks of us, which often means sacrifice. The Jedi's avoidance of attachment is about refusing to let love become fear or selfishness. A Jedi understands that the deeper your attachment, the more power fear of loss can have over your decisions. And if your role and purpose is to serve the galaxy impartially, to protect people, uphold peace, and act for the greater good, the kind of fear that comes with attachment can compromise everything. Like, with power comes responsibility type shit, But yeah, when I was younger and I listened to Bastila's arc and learned about the Jedi ideals, I was like, guys, don't be dramatic. Let's just do whatever we want and still be good guys at the end of the day. But now, as an adult, as a father, as a partner, I have a very clear understanding of the idea of attachments having extreme power over who you are and the actions you take, and a very clear view of why Jedi decide to forsake attachment if they want to be of maximum service to the galaxy and wield their power responsibly. In other words, deep attachment can create motivated reasoning, which is a psychological concept where we shape or reshape our sense of right and wrong to protect the interests of the people we care about. We change our logic to justify what we emotionally want. If you've seen the Star Wars movies before, motivated reasoning is at the core of Anakin Skywalker's character. But yeah, now we end up finding a lone Rodian, right, when we enter the space station, and he's willing to talk to us because they recognize Davik's ship. Turns out he's been a bit time capsuled, because when we tell him we're endeavoring to defeat the Sith, bro says that it's been 50 years since the Sith have been in the galaxy, and that is when the last war was. Turns out this guy is basically completely out of touch with the rest of the galaxy, having stayed in this system for the past 50 years and having not left the space station for the last 5 years. Turns out he has a system with a group of Trandoshans where he invents things that they can use in exchange for food and supplies. He's an inventor, and that's the through line to him having the best equipment in the game. As we progress, he has better and better stuff in his inventory, so this will be a pretty consistent pit stop for our playthrough. Having finished checking in with the Rodian, we head back to the ship to investigate Zalbar's claims about our food rations going missing. After a short investigation, we find a little girl. Turns out we have a stowaway, and she doesn't speak Galactic Basic at all. So what ensues is a pretty long conversation where we try to decipher her language. I'll spare you the exhaustive process, but by the end we discovered that we've actually already met the person who's looking for her on Dantooine, so we head back there to drop her off. But when we exit our ship, we get confronted by a Mandalorian who claims he's been hunting down Canderous for years. Apparently Canderous screwed him over and left him for dead during the Mandalorian Wars, so he wants to settle things in a duel to the death. He says to pull up on him on Tatooine in the Dune Sea, and then he just leaves. One of my favorite things about this game is random stuff like this happening when you least expect it. Now, we get rid of the stowaway and send her on her way to her parents and finally head to Tatooine. But first, let me tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Manta Sleep. If any of you are light sleepers like me or you have trouble falling asleep in your environment, it doesn't have to be that way. Manta Sleep has everything you need to start consistently getting better sleep, which, newsflash, is just as important to your health as eating food or drinking water. I've actually used Manta Sleep for years, so I've lived their proof of concept long before I ever even had a YouTube channel. What originally drew me to Manta Sleep and has kept me with them over the years is their unrivaled comfortability for side sleepers such as myself. The design of each Manta Sleep mask makes it so that you can rest your head however you'd like without even feeling like you're wearing a mask, which is crucial for me. Perhaps my favorite part about Manta Sleep is that they have options for so many different scenarios. For example, I got the cooling and heating masks for additional relief on long days, which is actually every day as a father to young children. These things are a godsend for headaches, or if you're like me and get bad sinus pressure when you get sick, these two masks provide instant relief while allowing you to rest your eyes at the same time. They have a silk mask if you prefer that cool, silky luxury feeling, and while the mask I've used for years now is the original, I recently got the Pro, and it is honestly amazing. You can't go wrong with any of the Manta Sleep masks, to be honest, so I implore you to head on over to Manta Sleep and use code CURRY to get a discount on your order. And remember, if you improve your sleep, you improve your life. Now let's get back into today's video. We receive a vision of a star map upon landing and link with Bastila, and together we surmise that it must be in some sort of cave. That's all we have for a hint in terms of finding the star map, which I really enjoy. Like, don't give me a quest marker and just tell me where the fuck to go, you know? But upon exiting the ship, we're accosted by an employee of Zerka Corporation. I haven't mentioned them yet, but Zerka is a profit-driven megacorporation that exploits planets and people across the galaxy, often operating with little regard for ethics as long as it serves business interests. They're basically trying to extort us here for a docking fee, and spoiler, they try to do this shit on every planet. But moments like this is exactly why one of the first skills I picked up was Affect Mind, which provides me with the option of force persuading cretins like this to leave me be. Before we exit the docking area, I just get a feeling that turns out to be on point, and that feeling is that Bastila is ready to talk some more. It's essentially just more of the same. Her voicing her concerns about my readiness of being a Jedi and potential misuse of the Force, some flirting, and another check-in that so far I have done well to walk the path of the light side. The game is pretty self-aware though, because at one point I have the option to literally say, we're not gonna go over this again, are we? Anyways, this lecture is about how falling to the dark side is often gradual, imperceptible steps until you're too close to escape, rather than a huge, sudden, wrong decision. She reminds us that the Sith are so powerful right now because so many Jedi are falling to the dark side, and we basically just leave things there, reminded that we aren't immune to the dark side, so to tread carefully. We take a few more steps, and a random Twi'lek pulls up on us and recognizes Bastila, calling her Helena's little girl. Turns out this Twi'lek is acquainted with Bastila's parents, who she hasn't even seen since she was a child. Bastila is Bastila, so she's dismissive and cold, but the Twi'lek asks about her mother's condition, which catches Bastila's interest. Obviously Bastila doesn't know anything about this, and the Twi'lek says that her mother's actually here on Tatooine at the moment. So obviously we add that to our to-do list. We hit Zerka's main office next in the hopes of gathering information. We learn that this outpost is having trouble with the local tribe of Sand People and that Zerka basically wants us to get rid of them. A local Duros alien basically begs us not to eliminate the tribe and says that with a translating droid, we'd at least have a chance to negotiate a peaceful resolution. He explains that if we're able to secure some Sand People clothing, we can sneak into their compound with the droid and from there, seek an audience with the chieftain. This definitely is giving main mission, so before I do this, I make sure to stop by the local swoop setup and break all the records while force persuading the Hutt to pay me extra for each of my feats. God, I love force persuade, man. When we leave the swoop track to go to explore the rest of Tatooine, we're literally jumped by 3 Dark Jedi, and I'm just frothing to finally have our first proper duel against the dark side.
Lord Malak was most displeased when he learned you had escaped Taris alive. He has promised a great reward to whoever destroys you.
What?
Yeah, given my experience, the way I'm spec'd is pretty diabolical, and I know the right moves to take to basically end the confrontation before it begins. There will be battles down the line that provide me with more challenge though. We head to the cantina after this, and find Bastila's mom.
Ask me.
What do you expect when I haven't so much as had a picture of you since you left? Do you know how long I've been trying to find you?
You knew as well as I communication would be impossible once I joined the Order. Now what is this about? Where's Father?
Then you haven't heard. I should have known.
Has something happened to him? Are you going to tell me or not?
Your father is dead, Bastila. That is part of the reason why I was looking for you.
Dead? What happened? What did you do to him?
Isn't this a lovely reunion? Already she's flinging insults at me. Tell me, you're one of her friends. Do you treat your mother this way?
So I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We can see where Bastila gets her icy exterior from, and in speaking with Helena, we find out that Bastila's father has died, and that this is part of why Helena was looking for Bastila. Bastila's response to this is, "What did you do to him?" Which is wild, and Bastila's next question is if she's actually sick, so yeah. The basic idea here is that Bastila blames her mother for her father being pretty absent during her upbringing. Bastila's father would always go on treasure hunts, leaving her with her mother, but Bastila's perception is that it was actually her mother who was forcing her father to go out and do those hunts to provide for the family. Her mother explains that her father was looking for crate dragon pearls, and in an expedition into the desert, he was killed by a crate dragon. Helena explains that all she wants for Bastila is for her to use her skills as a Jedi to find her father and bring back his holocron. A holocron is a device that stores knowledge, teachings, and recordings. It's like a living will. For example, Jedi and Sith use them to preserve their wisdom, secrets, and history. Bastila's response is her usual flavor of insufferableness, of course.
I want you to find him. I want you to bring back his holocron.
Why? So you can sell it?
Is it too much to ask that I have something to remember your father by? Of course it is, isn't it? You couldn't be bothered.
We're very busy on a mission from the Jedi Council. I doubt I'll have the time. Ask my companions if you doubt me. What remains would there be? Crate dragons are huge predators, easily able to devour a human, and the desert is a harsh environment. Finding my father's remains would be an even more impossible task than finding his holocron. An ignoble end to a fine man. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with what she's asking. Are you actually sick, Mother?
What difference does it make to you? None, I'm sure. Just find your father's holocron, and you won't have to worry about me again either way.
That's the kind of response I would expect. Very well. We'll look for the holocron if we have time. I can't promise any more than that.
Yeah, this is a lot. Back at the ship, we check in with her, and of course she's all over the place. But we have business to attend to, so we get back to it. What I really enjoy is that almost right away, we get a cute little scene between Mission and Bastila that kind of takes the edge off of things for a moment.
Bastila, you ever use the Force just for fun? You know, a little jolt of the Force to trip up some jerk who's ticking you off?
I would never use the Force for such petty and trivial revenge. The mere thought of it's preposterous.
Aw, come on. There's gotta be times when you thought about it. Don't be so stuck up. You can tell me.
I am not stuck up. I merely have the years of training to give me the wisdom and understanding to see how childish such an act would be.
Childish? Is that a crack about my age? You ain't much older than me, Miss High and Mighty. Just 'cause you're some Jedi doesn't mean you can be a prissy little... What the... Hey, that wasn't funny.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Mission. Come now, we have to get going. Please, do try to be less clumsy in the future.
I think in general, this kind of mirrors the way that young people in real life can kind of force adults to not take everything so seriously and to take a moment to just breathe and exhale the worries of everyday life that come with adulthood. Before we head out into the Tatooine desert to try and complete our main objectives, we stop by the droid shop to buy a translator droid so that we can hopefully negotiate with the Sand People. It takes all of my persuasive skills I've acquired so far to haggle for this droid, and we're able to buy it. The droid's name is HK-47, and believe it or not, it's actually kind of one of the fan favorite characters from this game. I think it will always be a little bit jarring and funny to hit the character selection screen after buying him and then immediately seeing that this droid that is calling you master and being overly helpful is dark side as fuck. Like, even more evil than Kandor is, who's a lifetime warmonger. Wild stuff, and more to come on him later, of course, but for now we head into the desert. In the desert, we run up on a downed miner and a few Zerka survivors. While I have no love for Zerka, this isn't really a morally complex situation because the Sand People pull up on us and immediately start trying to kill us. Completely indiscriminate. And I want you to keep this in mind for later. Anyways, we defend ourselves from waves of Sand People and the Zerka employees survive. This also isn't an isolated incident. As we explore the desert, we are constantly jumped by Sand People, even though we are literally peace-seeking Jedi and, well, I can't speak for other players, but that's what I'm playing as. Given all of these unwarranted altercations though, I've looted plenty of Sand People outfits by now, so with the idea of negotiating peace in mind, I disguise myself so I can make an approach and infiltration into their base. When we get into their base though, we're immediately discovered due to our close proximity to the Sand People, and this is where HK-47 comes in handy. If we didn't bring him, they would just attack us here after trying to communicate with us, or if we entered the area without a disguise in general, they'd immediately aggro us and we wouldn't be able to talk with them at all. So this was a two-step process in order for us to get in here and be able to say the line, "Tell him we are not a threat." We play things as diplomatically as possible and we're able to gain a meeting with the chief of the Sand People. The gist of things is that they hate anyone who isn't Sand People because they believe that our kind taints the land. In the most basic sense, think about climate change, deforestation, the meat industry, things like that in our world. The Sand People believe that the machines and technology on Tatooine do not belong and that they do a disservice to the planet. Given their hatred of our people, they say that we need to prove our good faith and they ask us to secure moisture evaporators for them, which is basically just a way for them to create water. In exchange for those, he would reduce his attacks on the people who venture out into the desert and move his people farther away from Anchorhead, the outpost that we landed in. I noticed his language here, that's why I went. And I say, "Nah bro, how about you stop attacking people period?" And look at his response.
Translation. Translation. He says that will never happen, Master. Ignorant outsiders continually desecrate their most reverential customs. This will always demand a response. An attitude I can respect. Protocol. From his perspective, a reduction is already a large step. Translation. Translation. He just... Translation.
Just keep this in mind for later, okay? We head back to Zerka and explain the Sand People, or Tusken Raiders. We explain their terms, and of course, the Zerka rep is like, "We don't do peace around these parts," and says to bring them the head of the leader, basically. I say whatever and go talk to the Zerka employee and manipulate him into letting me buy some moisture evaporators behind the Zerka rep's back. On my way back to the Sand People's Enclave, I get ambushed by a bunch of Gamorrean slavers when I investigate a woman's voice crying out for help. Clearly this is a racket, and they've been ambushing people who deign to try to help someone in need and then extorting and even killing them. While the pure light side route would be to de-escalate things and avoid conflict and let them go, I try to think about things logically and in the long term. And I decide that there would be far less suffering if I just antagonize and get rid of these people who think that any of this is okay. A bit judge, jury, and executioner of me, but as a Jedi Guardian, that's exactly how we'll be rolling. Now, back at the Sand People Enclave, the chieftain isn't really grateful at all. He's just begrudging and offers us his Gaffy in exchange. We are able to utilize his knowledge of the desert now, though, and he tells us that the star map we seek is in the Eastern Dune Sea. If we push him for more info about his culture and Tatooine in general, dude basically says, bring me back a Krayt Dragon Pearl and you can meet our storyteller, but this is basically him mocking us, because he doesn't think anyone could kill a Krayt Dragon and get a pearl. I bookmarked that in my head, and we take our leave for now. Back to the Zerka office to tell them the situation is resolved. We give them the chieftain's Gaffy and they just assume that means they're dead. I force persuade them to give me an additional reward because fuck Zerka.
And I wouldn't want you to leave without this addition.
Zerka may be a corrupt organization, but that does not justify us using the Force for personal gain.
But, you know, agree to disagree, I guess, Basila, because I honestly have no remorse for my Robin Hood shit. Next, we make our way into the desert to the location of the Krayt Dragon. We meet an ethical hunter there, and in learning more about the Krayt Dragon, it becomes clear that we will have to collaborate with this hunter in order to take it down. He hatches a scheme to use the local Banfa to lure the Krayt Dragon out of its cave and into a bed of mines that will take it down. A bit unceremonious, but we have a galaxy to save, so no time to worry about the little details. Of course, it isn't as simple as we'd like because we're attacked by a group of elite sand people when we try to lead the Banfa to the cave. As elite as they are though, I mean, we're 3 fucking Jedi, so we dispatch the sand people with relative ease. Let's see what happens to the Krayt Dragon though.
Wato yuma wamahuhu na dagdig shotuni patoga wano kuzbe ching palamule donke jedabadwana ni dibobo dong nabungsha nununya dong patukashmak telea.
Yeah, you should be ashamed, dude. That was wild, but at least the Banfa got to survive. With the Krayt Dragon out of the way, we can finally proceed into its cave. We find an equipment pack that thankfully has the holocron of Basila's father, and of course, the star map. We add its data to our records and exit the cave unopposed and triumphant and go back to our ship. Is what I would say if we weren't playing KOTOR, where things tend to happen when you least expect it. When we're exiting the cave, we see a bunch of speeders and bounty hunters, and at the head of the pack is the one, the only, the Napoleonic Calo Nord.
I have to give you credit. You've led me on quite a chase, but nobody gets away from Calo Nord in the end. You got lucky on Taris. The Sith attack saved you from a quick and gruesome death. But I promise you, the Sith won't be getting in my way this time. Sorry, I'm not in this for the credits. You're the only ones who've ever gotten away from me. I've got a rep to protect. Let's go, boys. It's showtime.
I'm here.
What?
I will be your doom!
In spite of his overconfidence, this battle does a great job of showing how far we've come from that party of characters who got insta-killed by Calo Nord way back on Taris, prior to barely escaping him thanks to the Sith bombardment. With our main mission completed on Tatooine, I have a few quick stops in mind that I want to take before I leave the planet. First, I go back to the Sand People Enclave. Here's the thing. I'm feeling pretty smug after the chieftain talked all that shit about me not being able to kill a crate dragon, so in spite of the lame way that I did, I do want to rub it in his face that I have a crate dragon pearl. Trading this with them allows me to meet with their storyteller and learn the secret history of the Tusken Raiders, or Sand People. The storyteller explains that the entire history of the Sand People is passed down from one storyteller to the next, orally, and committed to memory that way. And what follows is really intriguing lore that reframes basically everything about Tatooine and the dynamics here. The storyteller explains that long before Tatooine became the dead desert that we know, it was a thriving world covered in oceans and life, home to ancestors of both the Sand People and the Jawas. Then the Builders came, who we learned on Dantooine had an infinite empire 20,000 years ago and were responsible for the Star Forge. The Builders conquered the planet and enslaved its people, forcing them to build for the infinite empire. Eventually, the natives rose up against them, and the Builders responded by scorching the entire surface of the planet from orbit. Yeah. They boiled away the oceans, turned forests to glass, and left the world to die as punishment for resisting them. The people who survived were driven underground or into the deep wastes, and over thousands of years, they have changed. Some people became the Jawas, adapting through trade and scavenging. Others became the Sand People, hardening themselves against the world that had been stolen from them. Not just stolen from them, but destroyed afterwards when they dared to fight back. That's why the Sand People's hatred of outsiders runs so deep. To the rest of the galaxy, they're just violent Tusken Raiders, but from their point of view, every settler, every moisture farmer, every off-worlder is just another invader standing on the bones of the world that was taken from them. It's thought-provoking stuff. The Sand People are now effectively reframed as displaced native people, rather than mindless brutes and terrorists. While that's a lot to take in, here's how things stand in the present day. Remember those moments that I told you to remember for later? How we were immediately attacked by Sand People when we entered the desert, in peace, doing our own thing, just looking for something. How I tried everything possible to negotiate a peace with the chieftain, even going so far as providing water for his people, and he went, "Best I can do is just murder, just a little bit less innocent people." Well, these ring in my ears after I hear the storyteller's story and get ready to leave the Enclave. I can't shake the feeling that, in the long term, if I leave the Sand People unchecked, perhaps hundreds more innocent people will be murdered and scavenged in cold blood around the Anchorhead spaceport. Now, not everyone is a Jedi or a pack of Jedi like me and my companions. There are women and children around. So, in order to test my theory on how unhinged the Sand People are, I head back to the chieftain's room and simply open a container. In spite of all of the goodwill, in spite of all of my efforts on their behalf, in spite of my perpetual ingratiation to him and his people, what do? They immediately try to kill me. But fortunately for them, they didn't realize this was a test for them to keep their lives, and they failed. So it's on now, and just like that, I'm doing my best Anakin impression and slaughtering an entire enclave of Sand People. While morally speaking, I'd probably go this route regardless. From a game maxing perspective, going the route where I negotiated a truce, then give them the Dragon Pearl, then listen to their history, then engage in a fight and wipe out the Enclave, that gives me the most XP by far. If you take any of the other paths, you lose the chance to get the XP from the others. For example, if you don't bring HK and disguise yourself to negotiate, then you just fight them on sight, so you get no quest completion XP. If you negotiate and do the truce, you get no XP from fighting these Sand People. If you don't revisit them after the Crate Dragon, you don't get any XP from completing that quest. If you give them the Dragon Pearl and then leave in peace, you lose the Dragon Pearl from your inventory, which is one of the best lightsaber crystals in the game. Doing it the way I did, I took the sort of golden route, if you will, where I managed to get as much XP as possible from this questline. And as a cherry on top, I do manage to loot back the Crate Dragon Pearl this way too, so I don't even lose out on that. With the Enclave cleared out and the Anchorhead people being able to exist without being worried about being senselessly murdered, my next stop before I leave is to check in with Basila's mom. On my way over there, a bounty hunter looking guy named Seni Vec stops me, claims I dropped a data pad, and I think one of the things that keeps this game fresh is how random things can happen at random times and how many quests span across different planets. It makes the galaxy feel more like a galaxy and less like a series of isolated worlds in a game where, in essence, these are different levels and different worlds in terms of the main quest. This datapad kicks off one of my favorite quest lines in the game, so I'll explain it more later in the video in the side quest section. For now, let's focus on our last task at hand. Bastila and her mother clear the air, with her mother explaining that while she wasn't the best mother, she tried her best to keep Bastila and her father safe from her father's almost adrenaline junkie mindset of going on dangerous hunts, and how her mother felt the Jedi were a perfect opportunity to provide her daughter with a better life than she would have had with them. She explains that she and her father have nothing to show for these years of hunting and that it would have been a waste of Bastila's talents. Her father was trying to hunt the Krayt Dragon so he could afford to pay for her mother's treatments, in spite of her protests. With the truth out plainly in the open, Bastila gives her 500 credits and implores her to go to Coruscant and find the best doctor she can, so that hopefully they can talk more in the future. By the way, Coruscant is the seat of the Republic. When we check in with Bastila afterwards, she shares that she got a lot of peace from that experience with her mother. With all that out of the way though, it's back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Why? I could not accomplish this on my own. I need the aid of others, especially one who is strong in the Force. The bond between us made you a natural choice. Besides, the events on Taris proved that the Force wanted to bring us together for this mission. And there is little left to chance when the Force is involved. Is that not enough for you? I said we were brought together for our mission, to stop Malak. I hardly think the Force would be pushing us toward a romantic involvement when the fate of the galaxy is at stake. Please try to stay focused. I doubt the Council would approve if they knew we were busy discussing our mutual attraction when we should be saving the galaxy from Malak. Mutual attraction. I never said... It's just an expression. Whatever our feelings... whatever your feelings, you have to try to ignore them. Don't let this complicate things. Finding the missing pieces of the star maps is our only hope of locating the Star Forge and defeating Malak. The Council explained all this quite clearly.
Maybe I'm easily entertained, but these exchanges never get old for me. I'm feeling good about leaving this planet now though, so we head back to the Ebon Hawk to move on with our journey. I pit stop at Yavin for supplies, and it's here where Bastila shares that she's aware of how insufferable she is, and how she keeps repeating herself about the dark side and apologizes for that, and openly says she respects us, depends us, and cares for us. Obviously, I say we can be more than friends, but she holds fast on wanting to remain true to the Jedi ideal. I say no worries, and we head back to the Ebon Hawk to finally go to our next planet. So, I don't know if I made it clear or not, but you can do any of the planets in any order in this game. We'll talk about it more later, but the path of planets that I'm doing is the path that allows me to see basically everything that I can in this game, with minimal backtracking. I'll give an example here. Earlier on Tatooine, I actually saved Mission's brother, Griff, from the Sand People, and afterwards he asked me to get him something that can only be found on Kashyyyk. Had we done Kashyyyk first, we would have had to backtrack to a planet we already went through just to retrieve the thing he needed. There are a plethora of things like that are happening off screen that I won't show you just because it's side content, but I want you to know my planet route is hyper optimized to minimize backtracking, though it's impossible to completely avoid it. The quests are too dynamic and reactive to do so a lot of the time. Upon landing on Kashyyyk though, we get our vision of the star map, and surprisingly it looks like it's not amongst the signature trees of Kashyyyk, but instead on the forest floor, the surface of the planet. We exit our ship and get to work after we force persuade the Zerka docking agent to fuck off. With the fresh forest air of Kashyyyk filling my lungs, I don't think to myself, wow, time to go see some Wookiees. I think to myself, I wonder what Bastila is thinking about right now. Turns out she is thinking to herself that I am a true servant of the light side, to the point she's feeling slightly inept, as she ponders if we struggle at all, because for her it's a constant battle to resist the dark side. I just say, I just do what I think is right, bro, which is kind of a wild response to someone sharing their self-doubts with you, but Bastila continues and shares that she's always struggled with controlling her passions, particularly anger, though it's a righteous one given how evil the Sith are. She begins questioning if the dark side is actually able to corrupt her that quickly, if she were hypothetically to use it to destroy Malik. And I'm basically the shocked Pikachu meme face at this point, but she stops herself as she feels like she shouldn't be tainting my mind with these lines of thought. We proceed though and actually run into the dude who helped us with the Crate Dragon hunt. He explains the local landscape a little bit, and we are clued into a power struggle between Zerka Corp and the local Wookiee leadership. Which is all very interesting, but to be candid, I forgot to do something on Dantooine, so I fly back there for a second, and of course, Bastila wants to talk to me again. She basically confesses to imposter syndrome and straight up says that I should have remained with the council, and she's done a shit job in keeping me on the path of the light side and away from the temptations of the dark side, which feels harsh and not reflective at all of reality. In reality, she's done an exceptional job of constantly inundating me with reminders and wisdom about the lure of the dark side, but she feels that my light side exploits are in spite of her, not because of her. When I continue to support her, she acknowledges that I've been steadfast in spite of her attempts to push me away, and shares that she's surprised by the person that I ended up being. I make one last half-assed attempt at getting her to be interested in a romantic escalation of our friendship, and somehow, someway, this is the shot that seems to go in, and she says she needs to really pause and think about things. Anyways, I let this dude know that I finally killed the Mandalorians that killed his daughter. Crazy side quest I just sprung on you, I know, but in watching my footage back, I don't know how I forgot to tell him and why I randomly remembered to tell him right as I was starting Kashyyyk, but I'm glad I did. With that out of the way, we return to our ship and check in with Bastila. We lay everything out in the open with Bastila basically saying she's fallen for me in spite of her training. I ask clarifying questions about if she's interested in me or our force bond, and she kind of says both. She shares that if she could, she'd leave to weaken our bond, but she knows that she can't due to the mission. After all of this, though, she's like, well, I get it. The Jedi Council knew this would happen, and that this is all a big lesson for Bastila to learn a lesson about controlling her emotions. I'm basically like, sure, bro. And the following ensues.
Lesson about control and the dangers of emotion. This is an important step in understanding the Force. I'm sorry if this is not what you wanted to hear, but I felt that it was important you know our infatuation was nothing more than a result of our powerful bond. You're the one who can't face the truth. Malak has to be stopped. How can I do that if I let myself be blinded by my feelings for you? You mean it, don't you? But how can I be sure you're not making a mistake? I have to resist. I have to be strong for both of us. But I can't. Malak will... Okay, you've made your point. Now shut up and kiss me, you fool. We shouldn't have done that. It was wrong. The Jedi are not allowed to fall in love. It was a moment of weakness. When I kissed you, we shouldn't have. I'm sorry. No, I know we both wanted it, but we shouldn't have given in to our desire. We're Jedi. We can't act like this. Not now. Not while we still have to deal with Malak. I'm sorry. I don't blame you, but it was a mistake. I have to get out of here before somebody sees us together.
The way she sprinted out was actually wild, though. But yeah, when we talk to her again, she's basically like, something like this can never happen again, and I completely refuse this type of interaction until after Malak is defeated, so like, yeah. There was a full-on love confession, but it looks like Bastila has returned to embracing the Jedi Code, and the fun is over. So let's go back and, let's vent our frustrations over on Kashyyyk against anything that looks at us wrong. When we're leaving our ship, Mission stops us and basically says, why the fuck are we entering Kashyyyk without the only Wookiee on board? So I'm like, you know what, Mission? You're right. I'm sure this is emotional for the two of you. With Big Z in tow, we proceed. Zalabar thinks now is the time to tell me his lore, even though I've been asking him all game and he's been saying he doesn't want to talk to me. Turns out he's literally in exile from his clan because 20 years ago his brother made deals with Zerka slavers to allow them a foothold on the planet, and Zalabar found out and attacked him. The fight was broken up, but Zalbar's father, the chief, didn't believe him when he told him what his brother Chundar had done, so he was exiled by his people. I'm like, wow, harsh, but Zalbar explains that he used his claws when he attacked his brother, which is culturally an insane thing for a Wookiee to do, because they consider their claws tools, not weapons, and using them in battle makes them animals. So he's labeled a Mad Claw by his people. So great. The one member of our squad who is a local to this planet is literally hated by everyone here. I'll see what I can do about it though. In entering the Zerka outpost here, we see how fucked up the situation is. There's a caged and seemingly sedated Wookiee right there in front of us. I'm pissed, so I threaten everyone in there, but they explain that it's all arranged and agreed to by the local Wookiee leadership, which is of course Zalbar's brother. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to these people right now, so I leave the outpost to go confront Zalbar's brother back at the Wookiee village. I don't like the fucking way these fucking Zerka rats speak to me and Zalbar, to be honest, so I respond in a way that makes the universe a better place.
Usually keep numbers down, but I think they leave certain areas infested, just hoping a Zerka guard will get killed. You're the Wookiee lover? Why don't you tell me about them? I'm sure you're real close friends. Keep your pet on a leash, or you'll be wearing him. I've no love for these animals. I've seen guards ripped to shreds. I don't take kindly to threats. Don't test me, Spacer. We've more than enough firepower to bury you here.
So hey, listen, I'm doing a pure light side playthrough, but my basic rule is that all slavers must die. So there will be dark side points picked up on this planet for sure. We encounter another group of Zerka officers on our way to the village, and like I said, all slavers die.
What do you want, Spacer? I'm Patrol Captain Deno, and you're interrupting Zerka Corporation business. This Wookiee slave got a little rebellious. We had to put it down.
Careful now. That growl sounded pretty threatening. Keep your slave on its leash or we'll have another accident.
Just shut up, you trigger-happy idiot. Of course they don't. Why would you ask me that? You're doing some sort of snap inspection? You're trying to get me to admit to incompetence, aren't you? Not going to happen. I stand by my patrol. This Wookiee got out of hand and had to be put down. We'll find another easy enough. Is that a joke? Who do you think you are? What? Blasters ready, men. This fool wants to die.
If I have a choice in it, at least. We fight our way through the wildlife and actually get jumped by a group of Dark Jedi in the walkways as well, before we finally make it to the Wookiee village. Obviously, we can't just waltz in. We're stopped at the gate and Zalbar is immediately called a Mad Claw with no rights. We are, however, brought directly to Chundar. Chundar is characterized as this spiteful child who was the runt in spite of the fact he was older, who was desperate for power and respect, and so made the choices that he made. He revels in how he's manipulated the Wookiees to believe he is their savior, when in actuality, he's the one leading them to their doom. Remind you of anyone in real life? No? How about this? Chundar has sold out his people literally and figuratively to align with a mega corporation that enriches him with power, status, and money. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that there and move on. But I do want to cite a psychological concept that really fits the situation here. The Wookiees outnumber Zerka Corp and are warrior people who could wipe them from the planet with losses, sure, but they could do it. So why don't they? Well, what Chundar has managed to cultivate here is something called false consciousness, which is basically when oppressed people internalize the worldview of the system exploiting them and come to accept or even defend the conditions working against their own interests. Chundar collaborates with Zerka Corporation, helping to legitimize their exploitation of Kashyyyk while framing it as order and stability or even pragmatism. The Wookiees who side with him have, in a sense, bought into the logic of their oppressors, accepting subjugation as necessary or inevitable, rather than recognizing it as betrayal. Obviously, some Wookiees may fall in line out of fear or survival rather than genuine belief, but the broader idea fits. Power sustains itself best when the oppressed start seeing that power as natural, necessary, or even beneficial. That's basically Chundar's whole play. Anyways, Chundar sends us to the Shadowlands, which is what they call the planet's surface beneath the trees, to get rid of a Wookiee who's been attacking his Zerka allies down there, and he doesn't let Zalbar leave. We don't have a choice because he would turn the full might of the Wookiee village on us if we don't cooperate, so for now, we leave and head to the Shadowlands, which suits us anyways, because we know that the star map is down there somewhere. The Wookiee working the elevator talks some shit and frames the Shadowlands as a place where even experienced Wookiees die, so our danger sense immediately it clicks up. We don't run around for long before we run into what looks like a Jedi who is fighting some wildlife. After he finishes them off, he invites us back to his camp.
Damnable racket of battle. Watch yourself. Even more of these crawling beasts are hiding in the underbrush. I'm Jolee Bindo. Follow me to my camp and we'll talk a bit. Don't start fawning just yet. I'm too old for it. I know a few things, but we can talk about it at my camp. Keep close. It's nearby under a log. Yeah, I live like some burrowing rodent. I fought the Sith. Now look at me. My home, such as it is. Pull up a stump and be comfortable. We should discuss a few things. Don't coddle me, child. I'm neither a Jedi nor your master. I'm just an old man that's been lost in the woods for far too long. My days of glory are behind me, but perhaps there is something I can do for you. You must have questions. What is there to tell? Jolee Bindo is the crazy old man in the dangerous woods. I'm content with the impression I give.
Yep, we've just met our final party member who is just a fantastic character. Of course, I'll go more in depth in the character section later on in the video, but for now, all you need to know is that Jolee is essentially a gray Jedi. In the lore of Star Wars, a gray Jedi is someone who follows the Force without fully obeying the strict rules of the Jedi Order, often trusting personal judgment over doctrine while still rejecting the dark side. So yeah, remember all that time we spent earlier in the video talking about Bastla's indoctrination and her commitment to the Jedi ideal and how stringent a life that is? Jolee basically rejects the Order's black and white thinking, and he's living proof of wisdom outside of strict obedience to Jedi law. That's all you need to know for now, and like I said, we'll explore his character and why, and how he came to be that way later on. Jolee asks us to do him a favor before we join up with him, and I can see through it pretty easily and understand that it's basically a test for Jolee to see what I'm about. Oh, and by the way, he's offering to join because he knows the way to the star map, and there's an impenetrable wall that only he knows how to bypass, so we need him. On his side, he states he's interested in us because we have a ship and he's tired of Kashyyyk. So anyways, basically there's a group of Zerka poachers close by, and he explains that they're constantly slaughtering the wildlife and it's pissing him off. When pressed about explaining why he doesn't just get rid of them himself, he claims they're guarded when he approaches because they know him, and his only potential solution would be to kill all of them, which he doesn't want to do because it would create problems for the Wookiees. When we find the Zerka employees, we find unsurprisingly that they're scumbags who only care about poaching and meeting financial incentives. We're able to find out that the sonic emitters keep the largest predators away from them and keeps them safe. He casually says that he's driving the Tack, a local monkey, to extinction by making money off of their glands, and offers to let us in on it before that happens. In spite of how tempting fighting and destroying all of these evil people is, I decide to go around persuading the Zerka underlings to shut off the emitters so that they are forced to leave. A huge monster comes the second they go off, and the Zerka employees flee. With that done, I head back to Jolie. When I report back to him, we have the following exchange.
I wonder, have you had much luck? Have you done as I asked? Yes, I could feel it as you walked near, and I don't sense the smell of death on you. You spared them. Interesting. Wasn't there? I suppose not, but the environment would say otherwise if it could talk. No matter. Yes, of course. Let's get moving. I noticed the old path some time ago. You probably wouldn't have found them on your own.
It's so interesting to me that he explicitly asked me to do it one way and then plays devil's advocate when I succeed in doing it. If I were to kill the poachers, he would then reprimand me and say that he specifically told us not to do that.
Back again. I don't need this kind of guy. If you've got something to say, get up. Is that old? As long as... I mean... All right, I'm done talking with you.
There. There. You cannot win.
Welcome back. I wonder. Yes, I heard the fuss of it. I told you I wanted a non-violent Zerka Corporation will find the bodies and blame the Wookiees. I'm not pleased. What's done it... I see. You are completely detached. Yes, of course. Let's get moving.
So, there was no scenario here where Jolie would give us glowing praise. This was solely a character assessment for him to get a better idea of who we are, and not a scenario where he would be utterly repulsed or accepting of us based on the outcome. But with that, we now have our last party member and we can make our way deeper into the Shadowlands. So a lot happens down here that I won't dwell on for now. We felled a huge monster we saw earlier. We hunt Mandalorians who have been using stealth tech to hunt Wookiees, in that they appear the second a Wookiee is unarmed and alone, so we have to lure them out by running around unarmed. But I want to focus on finding the Wookiee that Chundar asked us to.
He's almost feral after all this time. Calm yourself, Freyr. We are friends. Don't you remember me? Well, this may prove difficult.
Turns out, you may have guessed it, but it's actually Zalbar and Chundar's father, Freyr. Chundar managed to get Freyr exiled after Zalbar was exiled himself. What happened was, Freyr actually found out Zalbar was telling the truth about Chundar's betrayal, and obviously tried to make things right, but Chundar was already steps ahead. Now, thankfully, he has a way to actually challenge Chundar. This Wookiee clan worships an ancient chieftain named Baka, who actually forged a legendary blade with guidance from the spirit world within the Shadowlands. My 2 cents, he was probably force sensitive, but they just didn't have a label for it. For the Wookiees, Bacca's blade became a sacred symbol of leadership and their connection to their ancestors, representing honor, wisdom, and the rightful protection of their people. If we can find Bacca's blade, then we can challenge the hilt that Chundar has as the chief of the village, and it will be a powerful enough symbol to sway enough Wookiees to shake Chundar's hold on the village. I think you know me well enough to know by now that I already have the weapon that Freyr seeks. You find it from the loot of that huge monster I mentioned earlier. By the way, so that monster is called a Tarantetic, and we were actually warned and foreshadowed about them before we left Dantooine. Tarantatics were originally created and unleashed by the ancient Sith, usually during periods when Sith power was at its peak, and they were basically engineered as hunters of Jedi specifically. But they don't just disappear when the Sith fall. Pretty insane activity from the Sith, right? Well, by the time of KOTOR, there are a few Tarantatics left, and they survive in places where the dark side is strong. The reason there are so few left comes down to something called the Great Hunt, which was a massive Jedi campaign where the Jedi systematically tracked down and destroyed as many Tarantatics as they could. Obviously, because the creatures were bred to resist the Force and kill Jedi, the hunt was incredibly dangerous and cost many Jedi their lives, but it was ultimately necessary to stop them from wiping out, entire generations of Force users. I'll go more into the ramifications of this later, but for now, that's all you need to know. And I hope you've put 2 and 2 together that this is half the reason why I suspect Bacca was Force sensitive. Between the fact he's revered almost as a mythological figure, and it's said he communed with spirits to forge his blade, and the fact that part of his blade was found lodged in a beast that hunts Jedi and Force sensitives, it adds up that Bacca was probably one of us. But in any case, with the blade we found, we now have a powerful enough symbol to take down Chundar, so we head back up into the treetops. We enter in, and this, oh my god, this fucking dude Zalbar starts saying the most ridiculous bullshit I've seen yet in this playthrough. Honestly, I really just went that route to prove that Chundar was a little fuck, rather than just unilaterally, as the outsiders say, let's kill Chundar. We do kill old Chundi boy though, and with Freyr back in charge, he says that they're gonna fight Zerka, and no outsiders besides us will be welcome there for a long time. Zalbar requests Bacca's blade, which from a gameplay perspective is cool, but from a lore perspective is kind of a wild and diabolical, especially for the guy who swallowed his exile and left his people to suffer for 20 years and then came back and started talking about Chundar is making a little bit of sense. I mean, come on. But he gets the blade he doesn't deserve, and now we go on our way. What I appreciate is that as we leave the planet, we get to participate in the slaughtering of the Zerka slavers and help the Wookiees revolt. With all that done, we leave the planet. You might be thinking, but wait, what about the star map? Well, I found it, but I didn't approach it, and I will share why later. For now, though, with a successful Wookiee uprising behind us, we board the Ebon Hawk to continue our journey through the stars. Our next stop is Korriban, which is traditionally the planet that people do last. I have my reasons for doing it now, which will become clear. The reason people do this last is that it's the hardest planet, given the fact that it is literally the homeworld of the Sith. We barely make it in the place before we see people being tortured. It is a Sith who is a student in the academy here, torturing people who are basically trying to gain entry into the academy. It actually works for us that we're Jedi, because everyone believes that we're here to defect from the Jedi and fall to the dark side, since it happens so often. Somehow I'm able to convince him to let the people go. You'll notice that on Korriban, given the location, the Sith here are even more arrogant than usual. So it's definitely very satisfying standing up to everyone here and establishing a very clear pecking order where these side characters get put in their place.
Look here, my dear friends. We have some newcomers to the colony, led by a Jedi, no less. I don't believe I've seen any of them before, have you?
I hate Jedi, and these fallen ones are worse. They always get into the academy, and they think they're better than the rest of us.
Great. Just what we needed. Some punks to come steal our lunch credits.
Smart-mouthed newcomers, to boot.
Looks pretty fresh to me, Lasho.
That's what I thought. Well, stranger, I don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but here on Korriban, the Sith do as they please. And we are Sith. Quite literally, whether you live or die depends upon our whim. What do you think of that? Oh, neither do I. I simply stated a fact. Do you know how many Sith there are in Dresde?
What, is this a raffle? How many guesses do we get?
Do not provoke them, Karth.
Enough to crush this fool! Let's do it, Lasho.
Now, let's not be hasty. Perhaps our friend here could yet offer up some amusement. What do you say? Amuse us, make us laugh, and we might just consider allowing you to live. What?
I think someone just stood up to you, Lasho.
Shut up, fool, unless you want to be next.
Yeah? Anytime.
Stop it. This is boring. Let's just go back to the academy.
Fine, we'll go. As for you, I'll find you later. Trust me on that.
Something happens next that is subtle but I really enjoy, but the Zerka rep here actually mentions what happened on Kashyyyk. I think that's a great example of how reactive this game is, because obviously he'd say something else had I not done what I did on Kashyyyk before coming here. It makes each playthrough maintain elements of surprise and newness. When we make our way to the Academy entrance, surprise surprise, we're met with more torture. 3 Academy hopefuls are being starved to death by a student named Mikael, who is forcing them to stand in place until he decides they can move. The idea is that they just do whatever he says, then they can make it into the Academy. I try to get Mikael to stop this madness, and he reveals that it's not even a real test, and no matter what they have, no chance of getting in, because of the fact that they even got roped into something like this in the first place. He claims a Sith would fight for their lives. Mikael is a true scumbag, and unfortunately we're only able to save one of these people. We now have a goal though, to get into the Academy, and we can't without securing a medallion. We head back inside to the cantina to try to figure out a way to get one, and we run into Yuthura Ban, one of the Sith Masters from the Academy. It's definitely interesting to hear from the Sith perspective why the Sith are supposedly in the right. Yuthura talks about personal freedom and the nature of a sort of galactic food chain, and how nobody bats an eye if a predator animal kills its prey. It's just a natural order of things. Survival of the fittest type shit. While it's fascinating to hear, for me, this just sounds like a psychological concept called moral disengagement. This is when people convince themselves that harmful or selfish actions are acceptable by reframing them. I had no choice. It's for the greater good. They deserved it. Everyone would have done the same. It lets someone act against their own moral standards without feeling like they're doing wrong. That maps really well to the dark side in Star Wars. Most of these characters don't wake up and decide, I'm evil now. They usually rationalize each step, using anger because it feels necessary, seizing power because they think they can control chaos, hurting others because they believe the ends justify the means. By the time they've fully fallen, they've justified so much that their moral framework has basically rewritten itself. We'll explore Euthura's character more in a little bit, but for now, we need to find a way into the academy, because when I try to persuade her to let me in, she's like, I don't believe you, bro. I'm actually almost always able to persuade her, so I'm genuinely surprised by this outcome. I make an internal note in my head of how soft her rejection was, in spite of all of her, frankly, diabolical ideologies earlier on, and for the first time in this playthrough, I actually don't know what to do next. Instead of find out, though, unfortunately, I instead thought to myself, what the fuck? She never says no. And then reloaded my save, and she did indeed say yes, and I've got my ticket in. When we get in, the pecking order becomes clear. It appears Euthura and this Master Ulthar sits at the top of the academy, with Euthura basically in the role of vice president. I get lectured on why the Jedi suck and why the Sith rule, and then it becomes clear that I've been roped into a Hunger Games of sort that will decide which one student, just one, will become Sith. I'm in direct competition with a few of the scumbags that I've already been acquainted with. They were the ones I've seen torturing prospective students. I think it's hilarious that I am blatantly light side, like nauseatingly so, and somehow the audacity of that actually gains favor with Ulthar and puts me ahead of the bootlickers in the room.
And you, young human, does this interest you? Are you ready to learn more of what I speak? You are brave to argue, young one. I have met few students who would speak so openly to me. Ask yourself first what this morality is. How is it created? Who does it benefit? Where do your notions of good and evil come from? You may come to the realization that morality is but an obstacle to overcome, or not. The discovery is yours to make, should you be ready. Now then, all of you 5 recruits have shown a degree of facility with the Force. You all have the potential to become true Sith. Only one of you, however, will succeed. The one who succeeds will be admitted to the Academy as a full Sith. All others must wait until next year and try again, if you survive. My pupil, Euthura, shall be your teacher and master while you attempt to prove yourselves. Heed her words.
As Master Uthar said, none of you are true Sith yet. For that to occur, one of you must do enough of worth. Gain enough prestige to be selected. What is an act of worth? You must learn that for yourselves. Remember that you are competitors here. Fight for your destiny, or go home.
If you wish to gain a lead over your competitors, the first of you to learn the code of the Sith and tell me of it will be rewarded. The rest is for you to discover. Welcome to the dark side, my children. Your one chance at true greatness lies here.
I do like the idea that these Sith don't really rebuke the idea that they're evil. It's more that they don't really care and don't give credence to the idea of evil as a concept. Having met Ulthar, though, and being accepted into the running to become Sith, I get ready to lock in. Before I do anything, though, I check in with Euthura, who greets me as her favorite prospect. Seems she has kind of gleaned at this point that I'm built different and wants to rig things further in my favor so that I am the one who wins admission into the Sith. This isn't out of the goodness of her heart, though. She explains that she wants me to help her kill Ulthar during the final exam so that she can take over the academy, and she wants me to run the academy with her in this scenario too. The final exam takes place in the tomb of the Sith Lord Naga Sato, where 3 of us will be alone, and it takes place there because there's a star map in there. And the idea is that the Sith must prove themselves worthy by walking the path of Darth Revan and Darth Malak, who obviously would have traversed that tomb to reach the star map. I agree to the plan because I have ulterior motives of my own. I asked Euthura about the Sith code so I can use that with Ulthar to gain favor.
Would you like to hear it? Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Simple words, yet easily misunderstood. Would you care for me to explain anything?
It mirrors the Jedi code that we learned earlier on Dantooine, so that's certainly something. I think the thing with the Sith is that they almost make sense in a vacuum. Almost. But then you remember the objective atrocities they commit in the name of these ideals, and the entire logical framework falls apart. I definitely go out of my way, though, to challenge her beliefs and plant some seeds, and eventually I ask her to tell me about herself, which I'm certain is probably the first time anybody on Korriban has ever asked her anything like that. Turns out that she was a slave who went through a lot of shit and just doesn't want to talk about any of that. But I just loop around the conversations, drop her guard, and bring the topic back. She asks why I'm asking, and I pass a persuade skill check.
I see. Very well. I suppose there's no harm in the tale. As I said, I was originally a slave to one of the Hutts. The Hutts control everything on Sleheran, and a slave is nothing to them. I was determined not to be nothing. One night when the drunken worm had me alone in his chambers, I stabbed him and escaped the compound. I stole onto a cargo ship and was not discovered by the crew until they reached the next system. They left me for dead on a desolate planetoid, alone. But that was fine by me. I was glad to be anywhere other than Sleheran. It was not luck that I was eventually rescued, of course. The Force was strong with me, though I didn't know that at the time. Not until the Jedi told me, that is. I'd rather not discuss it. Perhaps another time. Is there something else you needed? I hope to see you again.
So, it turns out Euthura might be a fallen Jedi, which you never guess without asking her about herself. She presents as a perfect Sith outside of a few little hints, like how I pointed out that she gives a surprisingly soft rejection if you fail to persuade her to let you into the academy. I continue to press through this mini therapy session of ours though, and obviously, you know, I've been moving kind of crazy in this playthrough, so I tell her that I have a personal interest in her in the hopes that she'll open up, and she does. Apparently, the Jedi took her in and trained her even though she was older than other Padawans. Relatable.
Even though I was a bit older than most Padawan. Not really, no. I never progressed beyond Padawan. I have discipline, but no peace. And after my treatment at the hands of the Hutts, there was little room in me for the ways of the Jedi. I wanted to use the Force to free the other slaves I knew, to fight for what I knew was right. The Jedi restrained me until I couldn't stand it anymore. They claim the dark side is evil, but that isn't so. Sometimes anger and hatred are so deserved and right. Sometimes things change because of it. No, not yet. But my anger has not diminished, nor my desire to see change. The more time I spend with the Sith, the more I am certain that one day I will be able to fight as I must. I know this may sound strange, but only my compassion stands in my way now. Once that is gone, let the slavers beware. Yes, of course. I mean losing my compassion, as in holding back. But enough of that. I have talked about myself too much. Surely you are tired of it. Come back soon, my friend.
Damn, that's super endearing, Loki. When we say bye, she calls us her friend, and at this point, I'm ready to go do other things. My time and intentionality in getting to know Euthura will make sense later on, though. Don't worry. But for now, I begin being unapologetically a Jedi. Like, again, nauseatingly light side. I straight up persuade one dude to leave the academy and go to the Jedi. Oh, and if you're wondering why Karth is in my party, well, his son is here. Yeah, his son is a student in this academy. So, here's the quick rundown on Karth. Before the events of this game, Karth was one of the Republic's most respected soldiers and pilots due to his exploits in the Mandalorian Wars while serving under Admiral Saul Karif. Saul was a pseudo-father figure to Karth, but when Malak and Revan returned from deep space and began the current war on the galaxy, Saul Karif decided his loyalty was to them, and thus he betrays the Republic. Saul ended up leading the attack on Karth's homeworld of Telos. In this attack, Karth's wife is killed. And in the ensuing chaos, he assumes his son Dustil is killed too. Yeah, Karth is a widow and he had a son. So the man he trusted most becomes the reason in his head that his wife and his son are dead. That betrayal is why Karth is, as I said, way back on Taris, kind of like a cactus. He becomes more trusting over the course of the game as we spend time together, and he sees me as a genuinely nice bloke, but honestly, super understandable why he is the way he is. But yeah, his son is definitely... his son?
I don't need you. The Sith? You can't mean that. No, the Sith killed your mother. The Sith destroyed Telos.
So? You're the soldier, father. How many mothers have you killed?
No, you've been brainwashed. The son I knew would never...
You never knew me. You weren't even there to know me, so don't presume to tell me what I would or wouldn't do.
I don't know what's been done to you, but you are coming with me out of here, now.
Touch me, old man, and I'll kill you. Get out! Get out of here before I tell the Sith that you're here. I don't need his protection, not anymore. The Sith give me everything I need.
You can't mean that. The Sith are... they're evil. They're the dark side. They took me away from you and your mother. They're what took you from me.
No, they are not evil. They're not. The dark side is superior. And you were at war long before they came along.
Guy's a dick. Obviously because of his experiences, but long story short, we're able to reconcile once we bring him evidence of Ulfar killing his friends just in the hopes of shaping Dustil further towards the dark side. Dustil commits to trying to get his friends to defect from the Sith before he leaves home to go to Telos. Anyways, start a counter, because that's 2 Sith so far I've managed to convert. I'm like them door-to-door Jehovah's Witnesses, man. I'm just converting left and right with no shame. We finally leave the academy though to head into the next area. But first, I want to stop in a cave network because the most powerful Jedi robes in the game are here besides the ones you can forge in the last level of the game. They're hidden behind a Tarantetic, of course, which I'm always quite happy to destroy. They are the Kel Droma robes, which were worn by Kel Droma. This is a great example of this game's commitment to Link's storytelling because these robes are a payoff to the story that started with the Jedi on Dantooine who warned you about the Tarantetic and told you the history with them about the Great Hunt. So if we read a data pad that we found on Kashyyyk, we find out that the dead Jedi there that died to that Tarantetic actually traveled with Kel Droma. His name was Gun Han Serish. He and Kel Droma were part of the 3-person Jedi hunting party during the Great Hunt alongside someone named Shayla Nur. Over time, Kel Droma and Nur fell in love, which obviously violated Jedi expectations around attachment. Suresh saw their relationship as a threat to the mission and confronted them about it. When he asked if they'd be willing to give it up for the Order, Kel Droma basically admitted they couldn't. Disappointed, Sarish left the group. He took off for Kashyyyk to hunt a Tarantetic there on his own, while Kel Droma and Nur continued on to Korriban. So eventually, because of their split, all 3 ended up dying because they weren't strong enough to hunt and defeat Tarantetics without being a unified triumvirate. Honestly, part of why I do Korriban earlier than most is so that I can get these robes earlier on. I share the lore here to convey just how rich this game is with layers of storytelling and symbolism if you only look. Obviously, their story is a bit of a warning about what attachment and love can do to Jedi, and it's meant to be, front of mind for us when we're considering whether or not to pursue Bastila. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it, but Bastila is not in our party because you can't actually take her with you on Korriban. Everyone rightly agrees that it would be too risky because there would be at least one Sith who would recognize her for sure. But love is the spark that ultimately led to all 3 of the aforementioned Jedi making the wrong choices and dying. At any rate, we can now go to where we'll do most of our work on Korriban, the Valley of the Sith Lords. This is basically a series of tombs holding the corpses of past Sith Lords. So there are 4 tombs in total here, and each of them are pretty interesting and unique, so I'll touch upon each. First, we enter the tomb of Ajunta Pall. What's exceptional about this tomb is that after we grave rob his sarcophagus for his sword and correctly place a weapon on his statue, we are jump scared by the Force ghost of Ajunta Pall himself. This is amazing, because Ajunta Pall is an ancient fallen Jedi who was essentially one of the founders of the Sith. Like, holy shit. And he's basically sitting here trapped in regret. If we choose the right options, we can release Ajunta's spirit to the light side and release him from his purgatory. Upon exiting the tomb, we get jumped by one of the students who's trying to get an A on the group project without doing any of the work. In other words, he's trying to steal our shit. I deliberately avoid persuading him out of fighting because I don't like his attitude, and we dispatch this bozo with ease. Next is the tomb of Marka Ragnos. Basically, there's a shit ton of droids in here that seem to have something wrong with their programming where they just attack everything in sight. In most of my playthroughs, I simply worked my way through them and destroyed them all and left with the plunder from the tomb, but I came to find out eventually that if we entered the tomb in stealth mode, then we can actually speak with the droid. It's actually a rogue assassin droid that developed enough independent cognition to reject its original purpose. It was built to kill Jedi, but Sith creators pushed its intelligence too far, and it effectively became self-aware. It decided that it didn't agree with murder and values all life. Instead of continuing its programming, it isolated itself in the tomb and built an army of support droids to keep everyone out until it could find a way to escape. I will always love this scenario because for me it exemplifies what KOTOR is all about. Using your head. It took me so many playthroughs to even realize that this wasn't just a generic fight through droids and that you could actually help someone and avoid conflict. The next tomb is the Tomb of Tulak Horde. In fighting our way through it, we reach a sealed door and an ancient console next to it, so naturally we try to hack our way in. We succeed, but turns out it's a trap and we're all knocked unconscious by poisonous gas. The fuck?
Another idiotic student has stumbled into my little web, eh? The contact nerve toxin in the air should knock you out quickly enough. Welcome.
He's a sketchy little fuck, isn't he? His name is Jorak Oln, and he was the head of the academy before Ulfar. He's captured another student, and lo and behold, it's fucking Mikkel. Talk about karma, because if you don't remember, Mikkel was actually the sadistic fuck who was starving and torturing those 3 students in front of the academy. 2 out of 3 of them died of starvation because of his bullshit, so I don't have any sympathy for this guy at all. Which is challenging, because Jorak plans to torture one of us to death. And here's how.
No? Blast it. What have they been teaching you children in that academy these days? Anyhow, I'd like to propose that we move on to the main event. You see, I'd like to discover if you've got the pluck of an old-fashioned Sith. Most of the Drek Uthar has been passing through these days is so pathetic. Take young Mikkel here. I already tested him, didn't I, Mikkel? Yes, you're welcome. You see, Mikkel here has the cruel disposition of a Sith, but not the gumption that I'm looking for. I'm sure we could. We could chat all day about it. But where would that get us? I'm quite determined, and you are quite helpless. Perhaps you have some questions. I'm not above delaying the test a bit. The results are always the same. Well, forgive me for resorting to... Now, is that any kind of attitude to take with higher education? I'm doing you a favor, really. So then, this is how it goes. I'm going to pose a moral question to you. Get it right, and I torture Mikkel. Get it wrong, and I torture you. Mikkel here is a bit weak. He probably won't be able to take much more punishment. Mind you, get too many wrong, and you'll die yourself. I don't know what you think of Mikkel. Maybe you don't like him. Maybe you think he deserves to be murdered. Well, here's your chance, fair enough? Then you win. If you die, then he... Well, then...
We can both survive. Attack him together.
Now, dear lad, do you really think your friend here will answer questions wrong just to spare little you? Risking their own life? And how many correctly answered questions before you die? On that note, let's begin.
The issue here is that while I want Mikkel to die a horrific death, I don't want to compromise my morals and ideals to do so. So I answer every single question in Ulfar's game as morally as I can. What I enjoy about this is it's truly a situation where you can stand up for something. I really enjoy when someone says that a character can't do something or else, but then they do so, and end up proving everybody wrong through the strength of their convictions. It's very Deku coded for anyone who likes My Hero. We make it to the end of his test and Ulfar tells Mikkel he can leave. But Mikkel, the absolute shitter of a human, is surprisingly inspired by my selflessness and decides to instead stay and help us fight. Due to me taking all of the damage in Jorak's moral game, I start this fight at low health. Got it. 4v1 at the end of the day, so in spite of Jorak's best efforts, we prevail. Mikkel is in shock that he's alive, and he really reflects after being on the other side of a power dynamic. He's probably the type of person who's never experienced anything outside of extreme privilege and power over his peers. I rolled the dice on a persuade and managed to convince him to leave the Sith because he's too much of a little bitch to go all the way in and join the light side. But I guess that's still a good conclusion. Hopefully one day he commits to outputting good and helping others, given the guilt he feels about being an asshole. Can only hope he ends up on the light side one day, but I mean, by my count, that's 3 of these Siths so far that I've managed to turn away from the dark side with my door-to-door salesmanship of how awesome the light side is. I think at this point I've surely done enough to cement myself as the best prospect in this class, so I head back to lie my ass off to Master Ulfar about all the evil things I did. On my way back I see something that I've literally never seen across 30 plus playthroughs. On a whim, right? I put Juhani back into my party, and when we're heading back to the academy, we're stopped by this random researcher who I actually spoke to when I first entered the valley. Turns out his name is Dak, and he actually knows Juhani. God, I love this game. 23 years later, and I'm still seeing at least one new thing per playthrough. Amazing. Anyways, Dak was a Padawan at the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine, and he and Juhani trained at roughly the same time and became close because they shared a similar frustration with Jedi discipline and emotional restraint. Both of them felt boxed in by the Order's expectations, and they confided those doubts to each other. Dak eventually decided he was done with the Jedi. Before leaving, he confessed that he was in love with Juhani and asked her to leave with him. Juhani rejected him, and she chose to stay with the Order despite her own doubts. This is an important little character tell for Juhani. Even at her most conflicted, she still believed in what the Jedi could be. The rejection hit him hard. He left Dantooine bitter and he joined the Sith Academy because he thought it would be better, but in general, the dude is still pretty unhappy and ends up fleeing Korriban too. It's just wild to me how much meaning and lore there was for this seemingly random character who I'd spoken to so many times previously. It's time now, though, to check in with Ulfar. I tell him a laundry list of my feats with a few lies here and there, and by the end of our chat, he knows that I'm him. And thus, the final test begins. I enter the tomb of Nagasato, and Ulfar tells me to reach the star map and retrieve an ancient Sith lightsaber. Cool, bet. Got it. While this is our first time on our own, I'm feeling strong and secure in my build in spite of the fact that this planet is typically done last, so I have no issue navigating around the tomb and destroying what needs destroying. The huge roadblock here is a battle with not one but 2 Terrantetics, which would be a challenge with a full party, let alone being on my own. After defeating them though, I find a datapad that finalizes the story of Keldroma and his companions. It's a datapad of Shayla Nur, the Jedi he fell in love with. We have the full picture now of how they all died. So here's how it goes. In that cave where we found Keldroma's robes, he sacrificed himself so that his love, Shayla Nur, could escape. This ordeal turned Shayla to the dark side as it filled her with hatred and vengeance. Hatred for Gunhan, Suresh, their companion who left them on Kashyyyk because he didn't want to support their union that broke the Jedi Code, and a desire for vengeance on the Terrantetic that killed Keldroma. So she entered this tomb in spite of the fact she knew there would be multiple Terrantetic because she was consumed by the dark side. So man, we get so many different layers of just how dangerous love is for a Jedi. I didn't really delve into this, but one of the biggest dangers is that grief of a love lost. It's almost impossible to not fall to the dark side with the confluence of feelings that come along with something like that. And we see Shayla throw her life away and fall to the dark side due to this exact scenario. Again, just more for us to consider as the player when it comes to how we interact with Bastila. We head into the final chamber though and finally reach Korriban's star map and retrieve the Sith lightsaber. On our way out, our favorite dysfunctional Sith professors are waiting for us. God, I love it. So many different ways this could break down, and as Ulfar rambles on with his Sith propaganda, I'm just thinking to myself on how I want to play this.
You took a great risk in acquiring the artifact. You used your mind and your power. No peaceful meditation, no pacifism. Sometimes you must fight in order to achieve. This gives you your passion. This makes you stronger. This is what makes you superior. That is the lesson. When a Jedi acts, it is with skill, true. But the Jedi teach you that your passions are counterproductive, that strength is only found in peace. Did you not feel a moment of excitement in the tomb? Did your passions not flow and make you feel stronger and more alive? What purpose would be served by restricting yourself from such? I would say only the purpose of the Jedi. Through this, they would control you and restrict your potential. True, but most would say they fight only when they must, or not at all. We are the ones who know that struggle is what makes us superior. Perhaps not to someone of your natural strength. The point is in the recognition of the nature of the act, rather than its sheer difficulty. If you came to the Academy, you must have felt the stirrings within you that cry out for the freedom of the dark side, that cry out for release. I can only show you the path that will lead to power and superiority. You have followed it this far. You must decide if you are capable of continuing. This is where your path ends, young one. There is no turning back once you have embarked on it. Good. The last part of your test will now commence. Here, you will learn the lesson of competition. All life must compete in order to flourish. Such is the natural way of the universe. To stand still is to know death. One must always be moving forward. So it is the same amongst the Sith. Compete or die. Mercy is irrelevant. So it behooves you in this final test to strike down one you are familiar with, for no other reason than to prove you are superior and without mercy. Normally, this would be against another student. You, however, get a special treat. You will fight Euthura here, my own apprentice.
Eventually, Ulfar tries to get me to kill Euthura, so it appears that he was able to ascertain Euthura's machinations. Now, I'll be honest. In, let's say, the first 20 or so of my playthroughs of this game, I always said, I'll slam you both, and just destroyed both of them. It took me a long time to see beyond the black and white, and to notice those signs that Euthura had given previously in the Academy. Heck, in most of my first playthroughs, when she said she didn't want to talk anymore, I never pushed, and she remained a model Sith in my eyes, and basically just the same as Ulfar, maybe even worse, since she was a schemer. But now, I've grown enough to read between the lines and to do better. I side with Euthura, but before we continue, please look at this shot. Like, the lighting of the red lightsabers, the scene, the gravity of the moment. This is such a cool climax to this planet. Like, God, this game would be perfect for a remaster. There are so many epic moments it manages to build up to in spite of its graphical limitations. Well done, OG BioWare. Euthura and I are able to dispatch of Ulfar with relative ease, but my work isn't finished. Euthura begins to turn on me, as is the way of the Sith. But because I spent so much time getting to know her and making her feel seen, I have a chance to end this without her having to die. We fight at first because she doesn't believe me when I say I don't want more power, and eventually she yields. In showing her mercy, I speak her off the ledge and tell her that she could definitely join me, but something in the Force tells her that she shouldn't. I convince her to think about her path in life and reflect, and she realizes she hasn't achieved any of the goals that she originally wanted to do with the dark side, which was vengeance on the slavers and to free other slaves. She feels like she can't go back to the Jedi, but she knows now that her place isn't with the Sith. So if you're keeping score, make that 4 Sith turned from the dark side, including a vice headmaster and the actual headmaster of the academy killed. In retrospect, it's kind of hilarious that they let me into the academy. Like, I just think of that one scene of me with the other recruits and nobody in that whole building knew. I was about to just burn the whole fucking thing to the ground. But my work isn't over. In re-entering the academy, I'm confronted by Sith apprentices who are confused at the fact that it's just me returning and no Ulfar. I don't want to persuade them away from conflict because I think it's purging time, so I let them know that I'm not a bum-ass Sith. I defeat the 3 of them and then enter the academy, where literally everyone in the building is aggroed against myself and my companions. As Anakin would say, this is where the fun begins. And also, as Anakin did on Coruscant to the Jedi, I purged the Sith Academy of Korriban. This is definitely satisfying after pretending to be one of these evil idiots for so long. I head back to the ship now, though, with Manaan next on my schedule, but a few errands to run. When I'm in transit to my next planet, we get a cutscene from Darth Malik's ship, and it's one of my favorites in the entire game.
Calo Nord is dead, Lord Malik. He has failed in his mission. Forgive me.
The penalty for failure is death, Admiral Kareth. But the failure was Calo's, not yours. You may rise.
Shall I hire another bounty hunter, Lord Malik?
No mere bounty hunter can stand against a Jedi. I shall not make the same mistake again. My apprentice, Darth Bandon, shall take care of our young Jedi friend. Find Bastila and bring her to me, alive, if possible.
As you command, Master.
This shit just cracks me up. Like, I think the glitchy visual heightened the humor for me this time too. But the absurdity of this scene, it always gets me. By the way, some of you eagle-eye viewers may have noticed, but this is the fucking rat who killed our first party member, Trask. So it looks like we're on a collision course with a menace to society, and we'll have a chance at vengeance. When we visit our vendor on Yavin, we see a bunch of thugs bullying our trusty engineer friend. Naturally, we throw our weight around a little bit to convey it's not a good idea, but you probably can assume that this isn't over by any means. With new supplies picked up, we head to our next stop before Manaan, Dantooine. I come here for a very special reason, and it's to see the ramifications of my actions. In the council chambers, we see Kel, the first Sith we turned away from the dark side. It's heartwarming, but I'm really here to see my bae, Euthura. I don't know what just came over me, by the way. It's been like 7 years since I've even heard that word. But bae, I mean Euthura, is essentially rehabbing from the dark side on Dantooine. I ask her to join me again, but she says she can't, and we resolve to be friends once all of this stuff blows over. She tells me a bit more about how she's doing, you know, tearful reconciliations with her old master, and a slow Euthura-led onboarding program back into the light side. To be candid, I think that is probably a missed opportunity to not have Euthura be a bit of a hyper niche alternative romance option to Bastila. You'll come to find out that their character arcs mirror each other in a lot of ways, and it would be so rewarding for a player to find out about this possibility even more than it already is. I mean, I'd probably pick her over Bastila, but yeah, Euthura's character arc is a huge reason I always do Korriban early, because you can't complete it if you do it last, because that late in the game, you don't have the option to return to Dantooine, which we'll get to later on. But for now, let's fly to Manaan. So Manaan is a beautiful water planet, and what makes it unique is that it's built on controlled neutrality. So both Jedi and Sith exist here simultaneously with almost a Cold War vibe. Oh, and by the way, the vision Bastila and I have is of the star map on the ocean floor, so that will be interesting to get to, but for now we're at Otto City, which is on the surface of the ocean. Here's the thing about Manaan. Manaan controls the galaxy's only natural source of Kolto, the healing resource both the Republic and Sith desperately need. Think of it like an unrivaled miracle drug that heals like the Force can heal. Manaan's monopoly on Kolto and their knowledge of the harvesting process lets the Selkath, the species local to Manaan, enforce strict neutrality and force two warring superpowers to play by their rules. So basically this entire planet is just the Sith and Republic both scheming and trying to do anything possible in the dark to get ahead of the other faction. Now, to be honest, this is kind of the planet I look forward to the least. I don't know what it is. Maybe the pacing. There's a lot of diplomacy on this planet that you must do before there's any combat in the later half of the planet, whereas all the other planets did a good job of interspersing the two. I'll explain. So we have to be the arbiter or lawyer for one of Jolie's old war buddies who's caught up in a murder trial. The claim is that he murdered this Sith woman named Alasa, but Sunry claims he didn't do it. Sunry claims that he was framed and that he was working a job for Republic intelligence where he was trying to get information out of her and then turn her double agent. But yeah, it's a long process, but with my high persuasion stats, I uncovered the truth pretty quickly. Turns out, Sunry was having an affair with Alasa, which is wild because his wife is standing outside of his jail cell begging Jolie to save him. But it's worse. You can find video footage in the Republic base that literally shows you footage of Sunry murdering Alasa. When you confront the lying fuck, Sunry refuses to accept wrongdoing.
So the truth is out. I never meant to kill her, you know. When I found out she was a Sith spy using me to gain information, something inside me just snapped. She didn't know I had found out. So I waited until she fell asleep. And then I killed her. Simple, really. But once I realized what I'd done, I panicked. I contacted those spies from the Republic to help me. I found the illegal monitoring device that the Sith had planted in the room, altered its recording to hide my part in it, and cleared up the evidence. I figured that was the end of it. The Sith must have been spying on me and Alasa, trying to make sure she wasn't a double agent. They must have seen the Republic spies getting rid of all the evidence, and so they planted their own evidence. Alasa must have stolen that hero's cross from me long ago and given it to her Sith masters like some kind of trophy. I just thought I'd misplaced it. But when the cross turned up on her body, I knew the Sith had put it there. So, now you know the whole story. What are you going to do? You think I'm some kind of monster, don't you? All I did was kill a Sith. How many Sith have you killed? Dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? That's different, Sunry, and you know it. We don't kill them in cold blood while they sleep. I don't see how the two of us are any different. She was a spy. She was using me to get information so Malak's army could destroy the Republic. She deserved his eye. If I confess, I'm looking at 20 years in prison. And the Otto City officials might even place KOTOR sanctions on the Republic embassy. Without KOTOR, how can we treat the injuries to our soldiers on the front lines? No, I can't do that. And put the Republic's supply of KOTOR in danger. No, I won't. Now look, I may have done something stupid. And it may only be worse for my standing by it, but I will not confess. If you turn me in, the Republic will likely lose its KOTOR export privileges, and then we'll lose the war for sure. Are you going to send all those thousands, millions like Taris to their deaths just for your sense of justice? Sunry, this is wrong, and you know it. I am a Jedi. What is it that you expect me to do to defend your actions? You do whatever you have to, Jolie. I know what I did, but I also know what's at stake here. No, I'll rot in here if I have to, but I won't betray the Republic. Do what you have to, but know what the consequences will be.
The fuck? Bro, I'm getting heated. If this crime comes to light, then it will hurt the Republic standing on Manaan and possibly disrupt their supply chain of KOTOR. So possibly, if he's guilty, the ripple effect could cripple the Republic and unironically kill a ton of Republic soldiers due to their lack of KOTOR. So the moral quandary being asked here is, do we stick to our morals and ideals and tell the court that Sunry is a murderer? Or do we hide that and try to say that he didn't do it to protect the Republic and its interests? I gotta be honest, while it's certainly a layered moral dilemma, for me, it really pisses me off that this guy just murdered this woman in a fit of rage just because he found out she was doing the exact same thing that he was. It makes me sick how much of this murder is tied to a fragile male ego and pride, so I turn his ass in the second the trial starts.
This is the will of the court, but it doesn't feel like justice to me.
I'm sorry, Sunry. And Alora, there's nothing more we can do.
Oh, Sunry, no!
What's hilarious is that this trial is typically very long. Like, you spar back and forth with the Sith Arbiter and try your best to convince the judges, but this time, I have the footage of him doing it, and I uncovered everything in my investigation, so I simply say, thanks for introducing yourselves, guys, but Sunry did that shit. Sunry is sentenced to death, and Bastila says it doesn't feel like justice to her, but it does to me. Like, the fuck? Before we continue with Manaan, I do want to quickly take you back in time a little bit. So, I did some side questing, which I'll tell you more about later, but on my journey, I actually went to Kashyyyk, back to the Shadowlands, and I was shocked to see something that, once again, I had never seen before. I took the elevator down, and lo and behold, with a campfire, is Darth Bandon. In all my playthroughs, I've only ever seen him immediately after getting a star map. He usually lies in wait and then ambushes you. The fact that I just ran into him here it's just so freaking cool to me. I love it. Obviously, I tell him his time is up solely because he killed Trask, and from here, it's a 3v3 between Sith and Jedi.
Your words mean nothing to me, unless you wish to beg for your life. No? Then I shall try to make this both quick and painful.
What can I do?
Yes?
Yes?
Not this again!
We come out the victors, of course, and then we go back to what we were doing. But yeah, back to the present on Manaan. Something I think is really cool is that if we randomly go over to the Sith base's entrance, the Sith diplomat at the front door thanks me about being honest about Sunry being a murderer, because Alasa was actually a friend of his. It's always cool to see a bit of humanity from the Sith side of things. But anyways, we enter the Sith embassy because we spoke with a local Selkath before about how they suspected the Sith were kidnapping Selkath youth, and also the Republic had a droid stolen from them that has critical data on it. We find the droid, and we find a whole room of young Selkath who are being trained in the ways of the Sith to become Dark Jedi. We blow that up by convincing them to leave, and then we kill their Sith master. When we leave the base, the Selkath end up arresting us based on the fact that they know we broke in due to their camera footage. They try to give me an arbiter, but I'm like, no thanks. Once again, I managed to trivialize a trial because I have hard evidence of the Sith kidnapping Selkath youth. These Selkath judges are probably sick of my ass at this point, which, I mean, the feeling is mutual, but we return to the Republic base with their droid's data. The Republic officer in charge there tells me that they have been sneakily working on a way to harvest their own KOTOR, so it becomes clear both the Republic and the Sith are both doing shit in the dark on this planet. Both sides have no respect for Manaan's wish for neutrality, which is unsurprising. Manaan, they are at war. Like, come on. What's more, he reveals that there are Selkath that support the Republic as they're thinking far ahead about after the war and who they'd rather want to win. So basically, the veneer of Manaan is neutrality, but underneath, every faction involved is moving crazy to try to get ahead. The Republic officer tells me that they started making a base on the ocean floor with some of the Selkath's help, but something blocked their progress. He thinks maybe it's the star map I asked him about earlier. This is why there are so many mercenaries on the planet and why the Republic is hiring so many right now. The Republic is sending them to the ocean floor to figure out what is happening at their ocean floor station. Nobody has returned in all this time, so they still don't have a clue. So now it's up to us to go to the ocean floor to find out. When we get down there, things are a bit horrifying. We've stepped into a horror movie.
How did you get in? Did they send another submersible? Quick, we have to get out of here. We have to get away. No! No, we have no time. We have to leave now. I managed to close the door after they killed everyone else, but I don't know how long it will hold. The Selkath, they went crazy. They started killing anything that moved. Someone must have triggered the defense systems too, because all the droids activated as well. I was one of the mercs the Republic sent down here to find out what happened. We came down and secured the first couple of rooms. There were bodies everywhere, and the Selkath came out, screaming and croaking their fishy little war cries. They're dead. All dead. They swarmed out and over us. There was no way we could stop them, so we ran. But hardly any of us made it. I locked the door behind us, but the others had already left in the submersible. The sharks, the Ferox are out there, and worse. I heard an explosion shortly after the submersible left. They didn't make it. Just food for the sharks and the Selkath, like us. Back to the surface, yes. No! There's something out there. It got the other submersible already. We can't leave until you do something. Blow up the entire station, maybe. But all the machinery and stuff is in the southern half, and that's been flooded. There might still be No! I locked the door so the Selkath won't get in. If you open it, we're all done for. If you go in there, you're dead. You're all dead. If you want to die, then go. You won't hear me mourning for you. I'll stay here and be safe until some sort of real rescue comes.
It turns out that there is something down here that is driving the docile, peaceful, calm, deliberating Selkath into insane, feral monsters that are going around screaming and killing everything in sight. Yikes. We can find someone hiding in a locker whose mind was broken from this ordeal, who reveals that a demon screamed, and every mind on the station was shaken, but the Selkath specifically went into a feral rage instead.
Is somebody out there? Fishy, 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 come and eat me too. You can't get me, little fishy. Not in here. I'm safe behind my walls. Investigate? You're just like the others. Fodder for the Selkath. Walking fish snacks. Trump, trump, trump. If you can run, you might be fast food.
When the Selkath went insane and started killing everybody, I locked myself in here. I'm safe in here. Nothing can hurt me in here. No fishy food for me. Don't know. Go ask them. When the demon screamed, it shook every mind in the station. We fell to the ground but survived. Fishy fishies, though, they just got hungry. No, that's what the others said. Mercenaries like you, but they're dead. The Selkath ate them. Lunchy munchy. Only the ones left in the south part of the base might still be alive, or where the KOTOR is. Few fishies there, but many fishies in between the water.
Eventually, we find two scientists who explain the whole situation to us, but that's only after they try to kill us in fear. It turns out everything was fine, and they were mining with their secret facility that the Selkath moderates who support the Republic helped them build, But all of a sudden, a gigantic Phyraxan shark emerged from the rift they made and did a skull-splitting scream. The Selkath down there were driven insane, though everyone else eventually recovered. I feel like this entire scenario is, it's like a metaphor for the effect human greed can have on wildlife. Like, my mind goes to things like deforestation or overfishing or mining or oil spills, things that we need to do in moderation or, you know, make sure it doesn't happen. But oftentimes it's not done in moderation and it does happen, and these things are causing adverse effects on the environment. Just like the negative ramifications unchecked human greed is causing in our real world, the Republic's need to get ahead and one-up the Sith by any means necessary has led to everyone in Otto City being endangered. They just don't know it yet. So basically our choice is to kill the shark so they can keep mining, or to destroy the facility to restore the natural order and peace to the wildlife here. Obviously I decided to destroy the facility, but I want to note that it's so fascinating how the two main decisions on Manaan that are light side specifically involve you going against the Republic or hurting the Republic's prospects between this and Sunri's trial. This, to me, is such a wonderful showcase of the idea that the theater of war almost always breeds an environment where it's less good guys and bad guys, and more so bad guys and less bad guys. I think this is also a great showcase of the idea that the Jedi need to be an independent organization in order to uphold their values and morals. If the Jedi answered to the Republic or anything else, they compromised. So I'm definitely proud of my actions on this planet, even if they damn the Republic a little bit, because I'm not a Republic dog. I'm a Jedi and a servant to the light side. The Republic just happens to be mostly on the right side of things, so collaboration typically makes sense. With the shark pleased with the destruction of the facility, we now have access to the star map and go take in its contents. The Republic officer cries a little bit about the lost facility, and then we go to leave the planet, but once again we get jumped by Selkath authorities and forced to go to court. Being dragged to court 3 times is just diabolical. I continue my streak of telling the truth though, and I simply tell them our governments were colluding and that they disrupted the wildlife, and that I destroyed the facility so that the wildlife could have peace again. Obviously the Selkath appreciate my actions and no doubt realize that I'm like the only dude here who is actually trying to respect the neutrality and mind my business. They reveal that there's a Selkath legend as well of a great Phyraxan shark that is the progenitor of KOTOR. Cool bro, but I got a galaxy to save, so I'm out. When we get back to the ship, Jolie tells us a story that I want you to listen to.
Are we back to that again? What's the best way for me to approach this? Perhaps it's time for a little story. You just keep quiet there, you. I've had to put up with all your busybody questions, haven't I? Well, now you'll listen to a story, damn it. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the story. You almost made me forget about it. Nice try, but I'm not that old just yet. Now then, a young man sees a terribly venomous snake in his small village. Nervous, he watches the snake carefully until it leaves. The young man follows the snake into the forest. He clears the branches out of its path and helps it over obstacles. He even works to keep it fed. Shush! Many nights pass, and still the young man continues to follow the snake. He even follows it into the sands of the great desert. In the desert, the snake eventually grows hungry. It turns and bites the young man, its poison quickly working its way into his system. Finally, curious, the snake looks at the boy as he lays dying and asks, "Why were you foolish enough to follow me all the way out into the desert?" The boy looks back and replies, "Did I follow you? I thought I was leading you away from everyone else." And then he died. Well, now, that's what I wanted to see for myself. I've told you before that you have a destiny before you. This does not mean, however, that your future is already written. They are not the same thing. You have the choice of which direction you take your destiny in. More than engine-sucking Endor, certainly. but even he had a choice. So far, you've chosen to take the lighter path. Can you stay that course, even through the challenges ahead? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not here to judge you or tell you which path to take. I'm here ready to offer you my help, should you ask for it. I do that because I think it's important. More important than remaining in my home and pretending the galaxy doesn't exist. That's why I'm here. I'm rather glad I came too, really. You're a fine young lad. I hope things turn out well for you. Now then, I've chatted enough for one lifetime. Let's get this show on the road, shall we?
I'm not going to unpack that at the moment. I just want you to put that all the way in the back of your mind for now. If you've been keeping score though, we now have star maps of Tatooine, Korriban, and Manaan. All that's left is to head back to Kashyyyk and actually open the star map there. But on our way, we get caught by Malik's flagship. This is big news for old Carthy boy because, as we spoke about before, Malik's Admiral Karif is basically what Karth perceives as the source of all that is bad in his life. As we're getting pulled into their ship, it's time to make some decisions. We basically make the judgment call on which companion we feel is best to trust with the task of breaking everybody out, because what we have on our side is that Admiral Karif doesn't actually know the exact size of our crew or who's in it. I always tend to choose Jolie. I just feel like it makes the most narrative sense. But Admiral Karif has myself, Bastila, and Karth in a separate holding area. He tortures us extensively and Karif begins to interrogate us. The idea is that if I don't answer him truthfully, he'll torture Bastila. I try to lie a little bit, and Karif ends up revealing that Malik's petty ass actually went back and he bombed Dantooine, which makes a ton of sense, actually. Malik was a Jedi himself. He knows where the Jedi Enclave is. I hope you understand now why I prioritize doing Korriban. If we do it last, we don't get to see the follow-through of the redemptions of the Sith we turn to the light side. Karif asks a few more questions, but he already knows the answers to the questions, so I just answer truthfully to spare Bastila a little bit of pain. So here's the current situation. Malik isn't here yet, but he's on the way. We need to escape this ship and flee before he gets back because we all are pretty certain we're cooked if we try to fight him here and now. So now we move to the Jolie escape sequence. It's just Jolie shenanigans, so honestly we can skip to the part where we're rescued. We get our equipment back and begin fighting to the bridge so we can unlock the locking mechanism on our ship. The battles here are really satisfying because it's high level stuff and a bit of a skill check on your character builds so far. We make it to the bridge and we end up finding Saul Karith there, so it looks like it's finally time for Karth's big moment.
Very resourceful. I assume you had some part in this. You learned your lessons well from me.
The only thing you taught me was betrayal and death, Saul.
Don't be a fool. I'm giving you and your companions a chance to surrender, a chance to live. Darth Malak himself is on his way. He'll be arriving any moment.
He speaks the truth, Karth. I can feel the Dark Lord's presence approaching.
Malak will destroy you. But if you throw down your weapons now, I will ask my master to be merciful.
I've seen enough of Sith mercy.
You always did like to do things the hard way. Lord Malak would have preferred live prisoners, but corpses will have to do.
Ready.
Yes?
You asked for this! You asked for this!
Karth.
The Admiral. He's still alive.
It's time to finish this. Don't you understand what this man has done to my life? Do you know the pain he's brought me?
Killing him won't ease the pain, Karth. Do not become what you despise.
Karth. Must tell you something. Come closer. You didn't know, did you? Remember my dying words. Remember them whenever whoever you look at those you thought were your friends.
He's gone. He said it can't be true, can it? No, it can't. Damn you, Saul. Damn you. Bastel, it is true, isn't it? And you knew. You and the whole damn Jedi Council, you knew the whole time.
Karth, it's not what you think. We had no other choice. Please, you don't understand.
So make me understand.
Not here, Karth. Please, there's no time. Malak is coming. This isn't the place. Please, Karth, I'm asking you to trust me for just a little while longer.
Okay, I'll trust you, Bastila, but as soon as we're off this ship, I expect some answers.
Of course, Karth. As soon as we get to the Ebon Hawk, I'll explain everything. To both of you, I promise.
So, that's a bit foreboding, huh? Well, we fight and make it to the hangar bay with our ship finally free to fly out. And right when we're about to make it to our ship, an aura we felt from galaxies away finally walks through the door.
Darth Malak.
Down you go!
I hope you weren't thinking of leaving so soon, Bastila. I've spent far too much energy hunting down you and your companions to let you get away from me now. Besides, I had to see for myself if it was true. Even now, I can hardly believe my eyes. Tell me, why did the Jedi spare you? Is it vengeance you seek at this reunion? What? You mean you don't know? All this time and you still haven't figured it out? I wonder how long you would have stayed blind to the truth. Surely some of what you once were must have surfaced by now. Even the combined power of the Jedi Council couldn't keep your true identity buried forever, could it?
The Jedi do not believe in killing their prisoners. No one deserves execution, no matter what their crimes.
The Council would not normally accept an adult for training, but this is a special case.
They say the Force can do terrible things to a mind. It can wipe away your memories and destroy your very identity.
Tatooine. Kashyyyk. Manaan. Korriban. Revan visited each of these worlds searching for clues to reveal the hidden location of the Starforge.
The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find the Starforge could lead you down an all too familiar path.
What greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause, to use their own knowledge against them?
You cannot hide from what you once were, Revan. Recognize that you were once the Dark Lord, and know that I have taken your place. You do not yet remember, Revan. The Jedi set a trap. They lured us into battle against a small Republic fleet. During the attack, a team of Jedi Knights boarded your ship. The Jedi strike team captured you. and the Council used the Force to reprogram your mind. They wiped away your identity and turned you against your own followers. The Jedi are fools. They do not believe in executing prisoners. Originally, I assumed you had died in the battle. Imagine my surprise when I found out you were still alive, Revan. Once I served you, Revan. But I always knew that one day the title of Dark Lord would be mine. When that Jedi strike team boarded your vessel, I saw my day had come. I ordered my own ships to fire on your bridge. I thought I could destroy all my enemies with a single glorious victory. I never dreamed the Jedi would take you alive from the wreckage. You mean, why did I betray you, Revan? You are the one who taught me the ways of the Sith. The strongest must rule if we are to survive. You knew I would one day challenge you for supremacy, but you underestimated me. I acted sooner than you expected and seized the Sith throne with a single brilliant stroke.
It's true. I was part of the team sent to capture Revan, to capture you. When Malak fired on the ship, you were badly injured. We thought you were dead. Your mind was destroyed, but I used the Force to preserve the flicker of life in your body. I brought you to the Jedi Council. They were the ones who healed your damaged mind.
The Jedi Council didn't restore your wounded mind, Revan. They merely programmed it with a new identity, one loyal to the Republic. They tried to make you their slave.
We couldn't simply restore your true identity. Revan was too dangerous. But locked inside your mind was information the Republic needed, the secrets of the Starforge. The Council created an identity for you, a soldier under my command. Your subconscious memories were supposed to lead me to the Starforge. There was no other way to get the information.
They made you their puppet, Revan, and Bastila was the handler pulling your strings.
When I used my Force powers to keep you alive on that bridge, it created our bond. I convinced the Council that I could use that bond to draw out your memories and lead us to the Starforge.
Tell the truth, Bastila. You wanted to taste the dark side for yourself. You knew the only way the Council would permit you to explore the Sith's power was through Revan's lost memories.
No. I wanted to help you, Revan. I thought this mission would redeem you, that it would atone for your past crimes. How else could you be saved? You had to be healed so I could try and draw out the secrets of the Starforge. It was our only hope of stopping the Sith. It was a risk the Council chose to take.
Forgiveness, Revan. You are weak. I was right to betray you. You are not fit to rule the Sith. A small part of me has always regretted betraying you from afar. I always knew there were some who would think I acted out of fear, that I did not want to face you. But now fate has given me a second chance to prove myself. Once I defeat you in combat, no one will question my claim to the Sith throne. My triumph will be complete. The Jedi Council were foolish to let you live. I won't make the same mistake. We shall finish this alone in the ancient Sith tradition. Master versus apprentice, as it was meant to be.
And that, my friends, is one of the most iconic twists in video game history. It's perfectly done. If you pay close enough attention throughout the game, there are a plethora of hints that you can glean this from, but you'd have to have a pretty high imagination stat to conceptualize ahead of time that the baddest man in recent history, the master of the current Dark Lord, is actually alive. And he's actually you. There is so much awesome foreshadowing of this twist, but I think my absolute favorite is Jolie's parable about the snake. This dude told us to our face the reason he joined up is that as Revan, we're incredibly dangerous, and he wanted to try his best to ensure we find the right path for ourselves in the wider galaxy. It just colors all of our previous interactions so well that Jolie actually knew who we were from the moment he met us, but I'll talk about that some more in the character section that is coming up super soon. Speaking of past interactions colored by this, how wild does this make Bastila in hindsight? Her desperation to ensue we walk the path of the light, and quite frankly, her fear and trepidation that we wouldn't. We're bonded in the Force because she used the Force to basically save our life and keep it from extinguishing. And then she brought us back to the Jedi Council, who did the best they could to restore our brain-dead mind. Malik, of course, is talking shit the whole time, trying to rev me up, talking about how that's bullshit and they didn't save me, but they instead programmed me to be this Republic slave to the light side. But yeah, it now makes sense why the Jedi Council trained us even though we're so much older than is usually accepted. What better weapon in the war against Malik than his redeemed master? Also, we know Malik is wrong about the idea of me being programmed because throughout the whole game, we have ample agency to be dark side monsters and to indiscriminately burn everything to the ground. But at the same time, Bastila is like, yeah, bro, our plan was for your subconscious to lead us to Starforge, and we didn't even try to restore your mind all the way because Darth Revan was too dangerous and unpredictable. And man, this is all very complex. If your memories, choices, and identity are stripped away, are you still responsible for who you used to be? On one hand, Revan was responsible for enormous suffering. Before the game begins, he conquered worlds and became one of the most feared, well, the most feared figure in the galaxy, actually. The damage doesn't just disappear because your memories were erased. Does the responsibility, though? And how about this? The Jedi Council wiped his identity hoping they could use him to find the Starforge. That creates the moral tension. If the new Revan chooses to be good, is that redemption, or is it just a successful manipulation by the Jedi and proof that identity is something imposed rather than chosen? I love that all sides of the equation are ethically compromised. Revan was a Sith Lord who was destroying innocent lives across the galaxy. Bastila and the Jedi Council violated Revan's autonomy and rewrote his life. Malik incited all of this by betraying Revan and firing on his ship. And this is why the twist hits so hard. It's morally complex. It's more morally complex than, actually, you were the bad guy. It reframes the entire game and makes you question whether people are defined by their past or by the choices they make when given the chance to become someone else. It makes you ponder how much of who we are is actually us and how much of it is just the result of what's been done to us. And this connects seamlessly to something called tabula rasa. So this is a psychological concept also known as blank slate theory, and it's the belief that people are largely shaped by experience rather than born with some fixed moral nature. Because when the Jedi capture Revan, they effectively wipe the slate clean. They erase his memories, construct an entirely new life around him, and then wait to see what kind of person emerges from those new conditions. And that raises a deeply uncomfortable question. Like, if this new Revan is capable or almost defaults towards goodness, then who is he at the end of the day? Is he Revan the hero, the Jedi who rose to stop the Mandalorians? Is he the Sith Lord Revan, the one who conquered the galaxy with an iron fist and was crushing the Republic? Or is he us, this new guy named whatever we named him at the start of the game? Continuing along this line of reasoning, the Ship of Theseus comes to mind. So the Ship of Theseus is a philosophical thought experiment that asks, if every part of something is replaced piece by piece, is it still the same thing? So the example is a ship that is, they change all of the parts so that it's ready for the sea, and that is updated to like the most modern seafaring techniques. Like, the idea is that ship still the same ship it was before all of the renovations, even though it has all different parts? That's the idea. And in many ways, that's exactly what happens to Revan. The Jedi strip away his memories, sever his connection to the life he once lived, surround him with new relationships, and construct an entirely different identity for him to inhabit. By the time we step into his shoes, almost every defining piece of Darth Revan has been replaced. And that leaves us with a fascinating question. If every part of the man who once conquered the galaxy has been exchanged for something new, are we witnessing the potential redemption, or spiral if you're dark side, of the same person, or the creation of someone else entirely? That's another part of what makes the twist so unsettling. It makes you also think about how you've been judge, jury, and executioner for so many people based off of their actions that we saw. And yet, it turns out that in our past, we did evil things beyond what any of the people who we condemned did themselves. A lot to chew on here, but we confront Malak in a savage duel until Bastila steps in and sacrifices herself for us to escape, and I hope you understand now why I almost seemed to be in a rush to get to know her earlier in the game. I knew after the 3rd star map, we were gonna lose her. Karth and I head back to the ship though and have quite a talk with our companions. Everyone says they believe in who I am, not who I was, and I particularly appreciate that it's Mission, the kid in the group, whose optimism shines through as she quickly accepts me for the circumstances. HK-47, our assassin droid, has a memory triggered by all of this and remembers that he was actually Darth Revan's personal assassin droid. Jolie confirms he knew the whole time. Everyone is cool with this, which I appreciate, except for Karth, who is very begrudging about the whole situation. Like, cool, bro. Honestly, this whole routine is so exhausting at this point, especially after I helped bro with his son who fell to the dark side. But anyways, we continue with our journey and head to the final star map.
Life forms detected. Determining parameters. Initiating neural recognition.
Yes, there's the thing. Obstinate machine. I've no doubt it holds what you seek. Good luck getting it operational.
Primary neural recognition complete. Preliminary match found.
Match found? What the? It always muttered something about rejected patterns for me.
Begin socialized interface. Neural scan indicates positive identification of subject Revan. No further testing of the subject is required. I will brief you as programmed. You are Lord Revan. I am waiting for your request to begin transfer of the star map. Neural scans have matched you to the pattern in memory. There is no possibility of error. You are Revan and are aware of it. Behavioral modification would have reinforced the proper mental patterns as per your instructions programmed 5 years ago.
So now you can see the reason that I left Kashyyyk for last. Most players do Kashyyyk before now, so they have to do a long drawn-out test with this AI to earn the right to use the star map. But now since I'm post-reveal, it's just like, oh shit, what's up Revan, you got any questions for me? But with this star map done, I want to hit Yavin before I follow the coordinates to find the Star Forge. We head in to link with our engineering buddy, but those Trandoshans from earlier in the game jump us. This is actually traditionally a very difficult fight, but at this point in the game, there just needs to be more thrown at me for a realistic challenge, to be honest. Saving our engineer buddy's life inspires him to give us access to his secret stash, and we now finally are able to get the very best lightsaber attachments in the game. They're special because they double as color crystals and huge stat boosts. So my signature green and purple look is officially out, and we're in with the light blue and light orange look. Now we can finally follow the completed star map we put together to hopefully find the Star Forge. We see a scene of Malak torturing Bastila, and he's trying to turn her to the dark side. Love you, Bastila, but I have no confidence in you that you'll be able to resist given our previous conversations and the fact that she has never really experienced the dark side before at all. We enter the system and Karth sends out a call to the Republic to converge on our location. After a dogfight in space, we hit a disruptor field and are pulled onto the closest planet and crash land there. We're now on a tight timeline. Given the fact Karth hailed the Republic fleet, we need to disable the disruptor field in this area that downed our ship before the Republic gets here, otherwise it would spell disaster for us all. And of course, we want to rescue Bastila. Before we get into the final arc of the game here though, I want to give you a quick rundown on each of the companion characters and rank them from favorite to least favorite. Let's start with Canderous. Canderous starts as exactly what he appears to be, a hardened Mandalorian mercenary who respects strength above all else. When you first meet him on Taris, he's working for Davik and mostly sees the world through the lens of conflict. In getting to know him, he tells stories about the Mandalorian Wars and the old Mandalorian way of life. At first, these stories sound like prideful war stories, but there's something more underneath them: nostalgia. The more he talks, the clearer it becomes that Canderous is basically a sad man without purpose. The Mandalorians were broken by Revan during the Mandalorian Wars, their culture fractured, their clans scattered, and the code that once gave Canderous meaning was reduced to mercenary work and survival. He still glorifies battle because it's the last thing that makes sense to him, but there's a sadness in it. He's living in the ruins of a people who no longer know what they're supposed to be. That becomes extra relevant in his personal quest involving Jaggi, who you might remember from earlier. Jaggi is another surviving Mandalorian who accuses Canderous of abandoning his warriors during a catastrophic battle. He claims Canderous left them to die in the pursuit of personal glory. Jaggi tells us to meet him on the dunes of Tatooine for a duel to the death, so we do. You remember that much? When confronted, Canderous explains what actually happened. Canderous ordered a tactical maneuver that resulted in Jaggi's unit being effectively sacrificed, but it was to save lives. Jaggi sees this as a betrayal, but Canderous saw it as survival. I try to get them to talk, but eventually Jaggi accepts Canderous' truth. But then he immediately kills himself in a dogmatic effort to cleanse his honor from the mistake of questioning Canderous'. Really lets you know that the Mandalorians are just as indoctrinated as the Jedi or the Sith. Canderous can justify the logic of what happened, but he can't undo the fact that Jaggi's identity was built around that loss. And Jaggi, unable to reconcile the truth with the story he's lived by for years, ultimately chooses death over recontextualization. What KOTOR leaves you with isn't a clean resolution, but a more uncomfortable one. That in war, even correct decisions can still produce irreparable personal ruin, and truth alone isn't always enough to heal what people believe happened to them. Canderous is clearly shaken to his core from this event and spends basically the rest of the game not wanting to talk about this. And while he eventually opens up after he realizes you're a Revan and in earnest begins to feel like he has purpose again by fighting for your cause, I want to note what Canderous symbolizes. A lot of KOTOR is about redemption and identity after collapse. Revan is rebuilding himself. Juhani is recovering from her fall to the dark side. Jolee was on Kashyyyk recovering from his trauma, which we'll get to. Zalbar was exiled from Kashyyyk. You get my point. What separates Canderous is that he is almost a cultural version of the same idea. He represents a civilization trying to figure out what it is after its defining purpose has been destroyed. The Mandalorians built themselves around that conquest, and once Revan took that away, they were hollow. That's why he fits so well in the party. While everyone else is wrestling with personal identity, Canderous is wrestling with civilizational identity. His arc asks a powerful question. When the thing that defined you is gone, what do you become next? In real life, my mind goes to athletes who finish playing their sport after high school or college, or people who get laid off from their careers. What are you now? That's what makes Canderous one of KOTOR's most important characters. He isn't just the warrior companion, he's a living reminder that survival after defeat is its own kind of battle. For me, a really strong character who I personally would place as my third favorite from this game. Next, let's talk about Zalbar. When you rescue him from slavers, he swears life debt to you, and that bond is absolute in Wookiee culture. Zalbar treats it as the central anchor of his identity. In spite of the life debt, Dude doesn't want to tell us anything about himself because to him there is nothing else to tell. He is not a character driven by ideology or ambition. His personal quest on Kashyyyk reveals the core truth of his exile, which we already spoke about at length. And yeah, Zalbar represents loyalty as both virtue and limitation. Where other characters in KOTOR are wrestling with identity or ideology, Zalbar is locked in a wrestling match with the concept of loyalty. Loyalty to us, loyalty to his brother Chundar, loyalty to his father. To be honest, it's not the most profound stuff you'll find in this game. Blind loyalty and its potential ramifications isn't the hardest concept to grasp, and yeah, as a character interpersonally, I never really fucked with the guy all that much. He's kind of a nepo baby who refuses to think for himself and spends the whole game afraid to spread his wings. I say nepo baby because he was the favored son of the chieftain, yet at the first sign of adversity he let his brother run him off the planet while knowing that his brother was going to sell his people into slavery and just never return to Kashyyyk for 20 years. And never would have if our star map search didn't bring us there. I'd play Zalbar 7th. Let's just go to his bestie and talk Mission Vayao. Mission starts off feeling like the party's lightest character, quick-witted, optimistic, and constantly talking and bringing energy to a story full of war trauma and moral heaviness. But the more she opens up, the clearer it becomes that all of that optimism is just a survival mechanism. Through her conversations, Mission talks about growing up on the streets of Taris after being abandoned by her family. She learned early how unstable people can be, especially adults who make promises they don't keep. That's part of why her friendship with Zalbar matters so much to her. Their bond gives her something she's never really had: consistency. What is refreshing about Mission is that she's not wrestling with the Force, war, redemption, or philosophy. Her struggler is more human than that. It's just becoming a bit more wizened and learning who deserves her trust. That comes to a head in her personal quest involving her brother Griff Veyau, who I mentioned briefly earlier. But for most of the game, Mission talks about Griff like he's a saint, but when one thing leads to another and we find him imprisoned in the Sand People Enclave on Tatooine, it turns out that bro is just a scam artist and that he basically abandoned Mission on Taris. Griff is selfish, immature, and he's just interested in using Mission for money or leverage so he can chase another bad scheme. He treats Mission's affection like something he's entitled to. Mission is forced to confront the fact that the person she built up in her mind simply isn't who she hoped he was. Depending on your choices, she can begin to let go of that illusion and accept him for what he is instead of what she wanted him to be. It's one of KOTOR's most grounded arcs because almost everyone understands that feeling, right? Realizing someone you loved was mostly the version of them you invented to survive missing them. For example, in the romantic context, one of my favorite quotes is the idea that a crush is just a lack of information about the person. But yeah, for me, Mission symbolizes hope confronting reality. A lot of KOTOR is about tearing away illusions, Revan's false identity, the illusion of the Jedi's moral certainty, the illusion of the Sith's promise of power, the illusion of Manaan's neutrality when there are factions aiding both the Republic and the Sith, the illusion of Canderous' romanticized Mandalorian past, etc. Mission's version of that theme is personal rather than galactic. She represents what happens when youthful idealism collides with the truth that people are often smaller, weaker, and more selfish than what we want them to be. And importantly, KOTOR doesn't punish her optimism for existing. It instead suggests maturity isn't becoming cynical, it's learning to see people clearly and still choosing where your trust belongs. And for this, I feel like Mission really matters and forms a nice counterweight to the story and the companions. I know I had Canderous third, but I think I want to put Mission at 3 and then slide Canderous down to 4. Let's talk about Juhani now. When we meet her, she's consumed by guilt, anger, and self-loathing. She isolates herself and convinces herself that because she gave into the dark side once, she's beyond saving. That moment, it defines her entire character. Juhani isn't struggling with ambition like Bastila or pride like Canderous. Juhani is struggling with shame. Throughout the game, we can see her learning that failure does not have to define identity. Through her conversations, Juhani gradually opens up about her past as a Cathar refugee. Her people were devastated by the Mandalorians, and much of her life has been shaped by displacement, trauma, and a constant fear that her emotions make her dangerous or unworthy. That history explains why Quattro, her master's test, broke her so deeply. Juhani already believed there was something unstable within her, something she had to constantly suppress to deserve belonging. The fall in the grove simply confirmed what she feared was always true. I do want to pause here and point to a Juhani scene that was disappointing for me.
Taris was my home for many years. As much as I hated it, it was still home. A rat hole, a warren, paradise. I suppose you could call it all these things. For me, it was hell. To walk down the streets, to have people look at you in disgust, like an animal. Most did not know anything about me, but it was there, yes. Because I was an alien, because I was different from them, frightening. I doubt any of them had even seen my people before. So they persecuted me. They looked down on me and my family. Charged us more for food, would not let us walk their streets. They spat on us. You are human. You could not possibly know.
I think the writing of this game shows its age a bit here, in that it feels like nobody with marginalized experiences was in the room when they wrote this, because responding to Juhani venting about her horrible experiences with discrimination and racism with, "Hey, that can happen to my race too," isn't actually as light-sided as you may be thinking. Really disappointing that there's no empathetic response. You can kind of only be a dick to her in this specific instance. I don't appreciate the dismissiveness of her experiences. Her personal quest involves Jor, the slaver from her past, and he's the slaver who tormented Juhani's family on Taris and a racist piece of shit. When he confronts her, the game gives her a direct chance to fall back into hatred and vengeance. Honestly, if she did here, she'd be completely justified, but hey. I think by the end of her arc, Juhani becomes resilient, which is so important for a Jedi. For me, she symbolizes recovery after moral failure. A lot of KOTOR is about redemption, but her version is uniquely intimate in that she's confronting the deeply human fear that one terrible moment can permanently define who you are. She embodies the idea that identity is not determined by your worst decision, but by what you choose after it. Juhani becomes one of KOTOR's clearest arguments that redemption isn't about erasing failure, it's about learning to live beyond it. I'd slot her right into 5th. Let's talk about Karth next though. Honestly, Karth is just so annoying. Like, the distrusting pessimism about literally everything is old by the time you leave Taris, let alone the rest of the game. And it just stays there the rest of the entire game. While I love that he isn't traditionally likable, and it makes sense he is the way that he is, I find him annoying to the point that I don't even want to talk about him for any longer, so I'm gonna exercise my free will to not do so. You got all of his character beats with his son and Admiral Kareth anyways, so I'm released from this duty, okay? I'm putting him in at 6, and that's it. Okay, now there's only 3 characters left to rank, Bastila, Jolee, and HK-47, and it would be fair to say that these are basically the 3 consensus fan favorites in the fandom. I feel like HK-47 is probably the most widely loved one of all the characters in the game, so let's start with him. Like I said before, played this game across every season of my life. Here's the thing. HK is basically comic relief, and his humor is really witty, and he's a cool subversion of the loyal droid trope. With that said, I never found his character funny, and I don't care about him. I'll keep it a buck, it's to the point I didn't even talk to him in this most recent playthrough. It's like, I've heard it all before, and it's just, shit ain't funny to me at this point. So yeah. For me, he's down in 8th, last place, all the way below Nepo Baby Zalbar. And I'm sorry to the many of you who love this character, I just don't have anything to say about him. Maybe y'all can make a case for him in the comments, I don't know. So now it's down to Jolee and Bastila, right? Let's do Jolee. Jolee enters the picture as a former Jedi who has deliberately removed himself from both sides of the Force conflict and chosen to live in isolation on Kashyyyk. Through conversations with him, Jolee gradually reveals why. He once served the Jedi Order seriously and believed in its structure and moral certainty, but over time he became disillusioned with how rigid those binaries really were. In his view, the Jedi and Sith both misunderstand something fundamental about people, that emotions, mistakes, and contradictions, they can't be neatly sorted into light and dark without losing something essential in the process. Jolee serves as a counterpoint to nearly every major philosophical stance presented by the other characters. He critiques Jedi dogma without becoming Sith, and he rejects Sith ideology without returning to Jedi orthodoxy. His personal history centers on a deeply personal tragedy. Let me explain the setting though. So, there's this dude named Exar Kun. This was a Jedi who fell to the dark side before the events of the game, and he led a massive Sith uprising against the Jedi Order and the Republic. The war was one of the major conflicts that helped shape how the modern Jedi view the current Sith threat. Remember how I said that the Mandalorians were able to be successful in part because the Jedi didn't want to enter another war? Yeah, so the sequence of events is Exar Kun's war, and then the Mandalorian Wars, and then Revan and Malik's conquest of the galaxy, and then the start of the game. Anyways, take a listen to what Jolee has to say about the war.
Not particularly. I suppose you're going to nag me until I cough it up, aren't you? Nothing is private anymore, it looks like. There's no escaping it, I guess. So be it. My wife's name was Neyama. She was the Yukanis enforcer who shot me out of the sky, if you remember. My wife had plenty to do with the war. Upon meeting her, I knew right away that she was strong in the Force. That's why she was able to shoot me down. Neyama was a marvel of a woman. Fiery, determined, smart. She dragged me to the capital and foiled 3 of my attempts to escape prison. Oh, and that body. Well, yes, that. Needless to say, I eventually won her over. That was after I kidnapped her upon being broken out of the Yukata's prison, mind you. But, that's another story entirely. At any rate, I wanted to train her in the Jedi way. The Council refused my request, naturally. I was still a Padawan at the time. I was an experienced Padawan, surely, but not yet ready to be a full Jedi, and certainly not ready to train another, especially not one so old as my wife. Neyama was intrigued by the idea of becoming a Jedi. She liked the idea of power too much, perhaps, but I certainly didn't see that at the time. I believed in her and trained her in secret. I ignored her willful nature. I loved her too much to see fault in her. She loved me too. I know she did. At the time, our love was a shared bliss, better than anything I had known before or since. Exar Kun is what happened. Neyama was inspired by Exar's promises of a new golden age. She wanted to join him. She came to me, pleading with me to throw aside what she called the decrepit trappings of the Jedi, to join her in Exar's war. I hadn't thought so, not right then. I was too proud to believe that of her. I had trained her myself. I loved her. I pleaded with her to reconsider, to think about all that she was throwing away, to think about what she would become. She would have none of it. Finally, in frustration, she attacked me. She drew her lightsaber and attempted to strike me down. It was a scene being repeated everywhere throughout the galaxy. Pupil against master. In my case, it was a long and terrible battle, but I defeated her. No, I had her at my mercy. Disarmed and defenseless. She looked up at me and she knew. She knew I couldn't do it. But I should have. Sometimes I convince myself otherwise, but it's no use. She had fallen to the dark side when she raised her saber against me, and I let her go. To my shame, she went on to kill many Jedi during the war, until she herself was slain in the final battle. I grieved for her death. Inevitable as it was, even as the Jedi Council put me on trial for my actions once the war was over. I had trained Neyama against their wishes. I had failed to kill her when I had the chance, and she went on to kill others. Not to mention that I had remained a Padawan throughout the war. A formality, perhaps, but with a trial, it had to be decided if I was worthy to become a Jedi at all. It was a travesty, of course. I told you that even the Jedi were capable of great injustices, didn't I? Of course I deserved to be punished. They found me innocent anyway, even though I deserved every punishment and more. They let me go. Mitigating circumstances, they said. I deserved compassion, they said. They said I had learned wisdom the hard way. For all I had done during the war, they wished to raise me to full Jedi status at long last. That was when the Jedi left me. That was when they failed me. For my pride? For my cowardice? Which do you think is the act more befitting a Jedi? They may have been able to forgive me. I could never forgive myself. Yes, I do, I suppose. Does that surprise you? It's all so long ago, lost in the winds, I suppose. Nobody cares what an old man believes anymore, do they? Let's continue on with the task at hand. I would prefer to think of the present today.
I mean, just wow. What could I say after that? What a character. He's number one for me. Bastila is next, but I actually want to hold off on doing Bastila until we get a little bit further in our main storyline, and you'll know why when we get there. But for now, let's do one more thing before we finish the main story. I want to talk about two of my favorite side quests really quick. The first side quest I want to talk about is one that took me many playthroughs to even discover. On Korriban, there is a Rodian who pulls you into a smuggling operation. Apparently Davik Kang, the previous owner of the ship who we killed on Taris, was planning to bring red spice to this Rodian, but obviously since he's dead now, he can't fulfill their arrangement. The Rodian wants to pay us to simply hand over the spice, and thankfully Davik had it loaded onto the ship already, so it's with us. After we give him the spice for credits, bro is like, "Do you want more work?" And he's like, "Well, I have this box that I need brought to a hut on Tatooine and you'll get 2,000 credits for smuggling it, but whatever you do, do not open the box." When we press him, the way he answers about it honestly makes it sound even stranger. So now I'm really intrigued. And while this might sound interesting to you and you may be thinking, how did this take multiple playthroughs for you to discover? I think that this is just a situation that highlights my evolution as a gamer. As a kid, I just wouldn't do stuff that sounded boring to me. So like, I would interact with this dude and be like, "Sorry, I don't feel like smuggling a package for you. Like, I'm trying to box with Dark Jedi and shit. Like, I'm not your errand boy." But as an adult, I approach gaming in a more methodical manner. If there's content, I will literally risk boring myself just to ensure that I see the content. And thank God I had that evolution, because it turns out this innocuous smuggling quest is hiding one of the most unique and interesting moments in the game. So obviously I scurry back to the ship after the conversation with the Rodian and immediately open a box like a child told not to push a red button. And when we do, we're pulled into an empty white void where there's a strange figure in front of us. It's an alien, the likes of which we've never seen before. I'm just going to play footage of this quest, so if you don't want to do this side quest, feel free to skip ahead in the video. I should have everything times.
Kawana bota ita tagwa, kanki dora tokun watamel ita bola. Tong haiwam chiki yumalitha ag inkotu. Tolpa da bongwalia gando de nara chocho, kachicho ita audonga. Yumalita inkotu. Jelomoran benu bobo. Wango kumbis kangba, molera. Tapis yo bong konki pankpa. Chimpala cheska mule. Tonerana no prata donka serce doma wana kombes toma. Ne shak shilorcha kinku no ba mulere raji kun. Shakshi ken lorcha wata wama. Kama volve molche kumana. Ken kun shakin. Ne ken kun no mularaji kun. Wama kumbes. Chimpala mule tonerana pruta. Donke serce doma doma. Jashak bukra olva cheskat nechu. Achuba cheska wanki. Te toki grato con tika con ken kachong pro. Bogra walia na bongsha. Meksha jonsha chuba ken lorda ita kum. Rondi haudonga ku honga bi. Wala kumbes. Cheng pala muli ton king ba no konkek. Tukning tacho kun ne molera best. Wita na tanya yeta. Wata yamaka wama okak me. Ashak torong umne patoga. Wana kumbis chik mala mol tonki. Tapis yo bong konki bankpa. Chimpala cheska mule. Tonerana no prata donka serce doma wana kombes toma. Ne shak shilorcha kinku no ba mulere raji kun. Takon jostak miki grabel mogo. Kachicho ita haudonga. Tolpa de bongwalia gando de nago chocho. Moga shaponka, bola wana chekne. Pamulis limo porana wanga kumbis mulera best. Kachicho ita haudonga. Yin kinku no ba mulira chikun. Slimo potona. Ronde haudonga kuhonga bi. Kachicho ita hotonga. Yin kinku no ba mulira chikun. Slimo potona. Ronde haudonga kuhonga bi. Jebedwana ni bobo. Tong na bong shanong yang. Tong patoga smak telia. Takon jostak miki grabel mogo. Kachicho ita haudonga. Tolpa de bong walia gando de nago chocho. Moga shaponka, bola wana chekne. Pamulis limo porana wanga kumbis mulera best. Rondi haudonga kuhonga bi. Wala kumbes, cheng pala muli tong king ba no kongkik. Tuk ning tacho kun ne mole da best. Yin king kung no ba mole da chikon. Tong hai tun kon ching. Ne bobo je mata ne pong naj. Dolpe kikyuna. Kipuna. Bona na kachu. King ba muli da tuana. Don king ba no kun ne. Kava don pe kul palgeya mukata. Wanga kumbis king bo mulira. Ka king chana kwang bakon. Kava don pe kul palgeya pontenya. Manama tota. Akuji gratong bola jeshwa konatong. John King no pangpa mola reconkile. Konkile no ba. Watatime yokola unko molare. Tong hai wam chichi yumalitza ag inko tu. Tolpata bongwalia gando de naga chocho. Kachicho ita audonga. Yumalita inko tu. Jelomoran benu bobo. Wango kumbis kangba molera. Shachi kien lorcha wata wama. Kaba volpe molche gomana. Kien kun shakin. Ne ken kun no molara jikon. Wama kumbes. Chinpala mole tunerana. Tonga bumsha no. Wanga kumbis ken. Ba molera. Chunyon tun jiji ite tuana. Kaba volpe molche gomana. Wata wama molere, ken kunjo peshwak. No ba molere ji, jon yon te chiwi da dia. Kachicho ita hodonga, yin kin kuno ba mulira chikon. Slemo potona, ronde hodonga kuonga bi, kuyami jus. Tonga bumsha no, wanga kun biske, ba mulera, chunyon tun jiji ite tuana. Tabis yo bon konki bankpa. Chimpala cheska mule, tonerana no prata donka serche doma wan. Kachicho ita hodonga, yin kin kuno ba mulira chikun. Jashak bogra olwa cheska nechu. Achuba cheska wanki. Te toki grato, kontika kon ken kachon pro. Kava tompa kulpa ye moka pata. Bonanai kachu. Yiki kun no ba mulirachi kun. Tung na bong shong nong yang. Kavan bol. Jebedwana ni bobo. Tong na bong sha nong yang. Tong pa toga smak telia. Konticha nai. Molira aswaktorong onipotaga wanaga konteze. Ekratok haku jiji. Achuta, wanga kumbis dol. Tonga bumsha no, wanga kumbis ke. Ba molira, chunyon tun jiji ite tuana. Kabe volpe molche komana, achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana, tong patoga smaktelia. Konticha nai, molira aswaktorong onipotaga, wanaga konteze. Ekratok haku jijia, wata yuma. Kipuna, kava tompa kolpalye moka pata. Jeoka ko tompa kolpalye ya, achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana, tong patoga smak. Shachi kien lorcha wata wama, kava volpe molche kumana. Kien kun shakin, ne ken kun no mulara jikon. Wama kumbes, chinpala mule tunerana pruta, achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana, tong patoga smaktelia. Shachi kien lorcha wata wama, kava volpe molche kumana. Kien kun shakin, Neken kuno mulara. Mocha shak pangpang. Yen kin kuno ba molera shakong. Achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana. Tong patogas maktelia. Kuyamijus chitka na patoga ya pulke kokola jeje. Kawana bota ita etagua. Kankidora tokun watamel ita bola. Achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana. Tongpat. Rondi haudonga kuhongabi. Wala kumbes. Cheng palamoli tong king ba nokongkek. Tukning tachokun nemolera best. Kachicho ita hodonga. Yin kin kuno ba mulira chikun. Slimo potona. Ronde haudonga kuhongabi. Achuta. Wanga kumbis dolbe kikunyana. Tong patogas maktelia. Konticha nai. Molira aswaktorong onipotaga. Wanaga konteze. Ekratok haku jijia. Wata yuma ka. Latin ongodo neba. Je pikasa. Doba yuma pe sunjoy. Je tokola wesh. Jashak bokra onwa cheskat nechu. Achuba cheska wanki. Te toki grato. Kontika kon ken kachompro. Bogra walia na bongsha. Bongsha jonsha chuba ken lorda itakun. Tonga bongsha uneno. Wanga kumbiske. Bamulera. Chunyon tun jiji ite tuana. Kabe volpe molche komana. Kachicho ita hotonga. Yin kin kuno ba mulira chikon. Slimo potona. Ronde haudonga kuhongabi. Rondi haudonga kuhongabi. Wala kumbes. Cheng palamoli tong king ba nokongkek. Tukning tachokun nemolera best. Tong haiwam jiji yumalitha ag inko tu. Tolpata bongwalia gando de naga chochok. Kachicho ita audonga. Yumalita inkotu. Jelomoran benu bobo. Wango kumbis kangba. Molera. Ita na danya yeta. Wata yamaka wama okak me. Ashwak toyong. Umne patoga. Wana kumbis chikmala mol tonki. Konticha nai. Molira aswaktorong onipotaga wanaga konteze. Ekratok ha. Wigita na danya yitya. Kote chanai. Topa togas materia. Watawama molere. Kenkunjo peshwak. No ba molereji. Jon yon te chiwi datia. Bola ong chignek. Bamula res limo rankom.
How cool is that? I think my favorite part about this is that it's actually more foreshadowing of the Revan reveal. The fact that we could understand this ancient creature was another subtle hint that we were Revan, since the only other thing this old in the game is the Starforge. By the way, you may have guessed it, but this Rakata is a member of the race that ran the Infinite Empire and created the Starforge. When we deliver the box to the Hutt, he doesn't even believe us when we say we opened it due to the simple fact that we're alive. I force persuade him to pay me more money after that disrespect. My other favorite side quest is in connection to the dropped datapad. You remember a while ago on Tatooine when that dude gave me a datapad and claimed that I dropped it? It leads us to a suspicious Rodian on Manaan. He'll only drop his facade and be real with us if we approach him alone without companions, so this is another quest line I just never figured out how to start when I was a kid. It turns out this dude's name is Hulis, and he's a member of a secret society of bounty hunters who have allegedly existed for thousands of generations. They have manipulated galactic politics through targeted killings during that whole time and present themselves almost like the galaxy's invisible hand, eliminating people they believe threatened the Republic's stability. And Hulis straight up says that the Genoharadan are the reason that the Republic has been able to persist for 15,000 years. Hulis wants to recruit us into their organization, and the reason we've been highlighted as a candidate is because we killed Calo Nord. Man, shout out to him, man. The idea here is that if we work for the Genoharadan and assassinate Hulis's targets, we'll actually be helping the Republic in the long run, because that is the whole goal of the organization. Hulis puts down strict parameters and iterates that we must be as secretive as possible. And so here's the list of people that we hunt down and kill across the galaxy, right? There's Lorgul, a Rodian terrorist being held prisoner by the Republic inside a force cage on Manaan. Hulis claims he's responsible for bombings that killed civilians, and that putting him on trial would only give him a platform for propaganda. Our job is to kill him discreetly by overloading the force cage so it looks like an accident. Next, there's Zulon Centaur on Dantooine, a Grand slaver operating in the plains. Hulis frames him as a destabilizing criminal profiting from slavery and exploitation. You can sabotage his speeder with a mine and blow him up remotely, or confront him directly. You guys already know I'm pretty hands-on, so I bait him with the alarm on his speeder, and eventually he begs for his life. But remember on Kashyyyk when I said all slavers must die? Yeah, I still mean that shit. By the way, I love the diversity in aliens in this quest. Next, there's Vorn Dasrad on Tatooine. He's a Gamorrean crime figure hiding in Sand People territory. Hulis says he's a dangerous underworld operator manipulating the Outer Rim instability for profit. The job is basically tracking him through his droid and hunting him down in the desert. We take him out with relative ease. Next, there's Ithrak Guldar, a wealthy Selkath information broker who deals in secrets, leverage, and political manipulation. Hulis paints him as a dangerous because information can destabilize entire systems without firing a shot. We infiltrate his private suite and kill him after tricking his servant into giving you access. Lastly, and the most dangerous of the bunch, is Rulon Prolik, and this dude is unsettling as fuck, like straight up creepy. He's a shape-shifting assassin known as the Faceless One, and Hulis claims even the Genoharadan, they don't even fully know what he is. All Hulis knows is that he's on Kashyyyk, and I'll play the footage of our hunt for him right now.
Got something on your mind, dude?
On my toes because that monkey part would have had me lost if I didn't hit the force speed and track him down. Thankfully, I don't have to kill any innocent monkeys and guess the right the first time. After assassinating all of these people, Hewlett reveals that what we've actually done is help him with his lifelong ambition. He spent years uncovering the identities of the other Genoharadan overseers, just so he can murder them and gain complete control of the Genoharadan. While I love this twist, I think they just barely missed the landing at the ending. Like, it doesn't make sense for him to rub any of this in our face. It would make more sense for him to keep all of this to himself, say well done, and initiate us into the guild, or try to assassinate us. And then it would be cool if we took the initiative to try to talk to each of the other overseers when we're assassinating them, if at the end we had enough information to figure out things on our own and confront him about it. That would probably be better than him just doing a "mwahaha, I tricked you" routine, but I still love this quest to bits. He says that while it would be best to eliminate us, he's scared of our prowess, so he's down to just part ways. I say, nah, fuck that, and he says, fine, let's duel into Dune Sea and have a 1v1 duel. So I fly over there with the battery in my back, but I don't show up alone because I know now that he's full of shit. 3 Jedi is far beyond the capabilities of these bounty hunters, even though they're elite, and I have fun wiping them out.
Baba Hassan Shan, no ba muri rati lai kunka. Chiwa aita kan kicha na jupornibo, kun muri ras limo poiwanga tangi chiwi aita ka tong chicha. Agi inko tune chuna muri ra, chiwa aita kan kicha na jupornibo. Kun muri ras limo poiwanga tangi tuma. Kakincha nawabak.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
I wish there were combat finishers in this game. I would have loved to have given this Lion Asteroidian a special finale, but alas. With the side quests and character analysis out of the way, let's finish this game, shall we? Where we left off is we are crash landed on this unknown planet by the Starforge, and we need to disable some sort of disruptor field that brought us down. When we exit the ship, we're immediately jumped by a bunch of warriors with swords. These are Rakata, the species of the Infinite Empire, and on this planet there are 2 factions. There's the group that follows the One, and a group called the Elders. Oh, and there's also an ancient temple here that we need to get into but can't without the cooperation of one of these groups. The temple is where we need to go to deactivate the disruptor field. The 2 Rakata factions are basically living fossils of their civilization's collapse, and I'll elucidate my meaning now. The Rakata were once the rulers of the Infinite Empire, the ancient galaxy-spanning civilization powered by the dark side and their impossible technological prowess, mainly the Starforge, and they used these advantages to enslave entire worlds for thousands of years. But eventually their empire collapsed. According to the Elders, this happened because the Rakata became so consumed by conquest and internal conflicts that they turned their own world into a wasteland. Their warlords unleashed devastating weapons on this planet itself, and at roughly the same time, the species began losing its connection to the Force. Since their technology depended on force sensitivity to operate, the entire empire effectively imploded. After that collapse, Rakatan society split into two factions, the Elders and the group that follows the One. The Elders are descendants of the priest caste of the old Infinite Empire. They preserved ancient knowledge, retained fragments of Rakatan technology, and dedicated themselves to guarding the Temple of Ancients and keeping the Starforged secrets buried. They understand exactly what their civilization became and carry a kind of cultural guilt over it. That's why they're so cautious and isolationist. They aren't trying to rebuild the Empire, they're trying to make sure it never rises again. They also quietly hope to restore their species by recovering lost force sensitivity through careful study and selective breeding. You'll note that even these good intentions carry traces of old Rakatan controlling way of thinking. The One's faction are descendants of the lower castes of the old empire. When Rakatan civilization collapsed, they lost almost all technological understanding and historical clarity. Their knowledge degraded into myth and tribal memory. They know their people once ruled something vast, but they no longer understand what that means. Their leader, the One, wants to reclaim the temple because he believes restoring its power will reunite the Rakata and resurrect their former greatness. He's basically trying to rebuild an empire he doesn't actually understand. I like the contrast between the Elders and the One's factions because they parallel the impasse that Revan is currently at. Like the Elders, Revan can reject his old empire and choose to be better. Or like the One, he can try to reclaim it because power once made him feel whole. You're literally standing between two broken versions of history deciding which lesson to carry forward. Obviously we align with the Elders though, and we honestly wipe out the One's compound before we even meet any of the Elders, cause efficiency. We go into the temple and it's literally filled with Sith, so it's a really fun level to sort of fight through. There's even a Sith master in here who apparently knows us, so that was really cool.
Revan, Lord Malak told us you still lived. At last, a challenge worthy of my skills. I grow so bored with slaughtering these mindless training droids. I intensified my training tenfold in hopes I would get the chance to face you in mortal combat. I am glad to see my training has not been in vain.
But when we get to the top of the temple, we're confronted by a familiar face.
Revan, I knew you'd come for me. Malak thought you might be afraid to enter the temple again, but he doesn't know you like I do. Not anymore. Not since you've changed.
Quickly, Bastila, come with us. We have to escape before Malak arrives.
Escape? You don't understand. I have sworn allegiance to Lord Malak and the Sith. I am no longer a pawn of the Jedi Council. You say that as if the dark side is some terrible entity. The Jedi Council has brainwashed you like all the others, like they once did with me. They speak of the dark side as if it is something to be feared, but in reality their only goal is to manipulate those who are strong in the Force. The fear of the dark side is a tool to maintain control. Why do you think the Jedi forbid you and Malak from joining the Mandalorian Wars? They knew you would realize your true potential and break free of their domination. Malak has shown me how the Jedi Council have been using me the same way they once tried to use you. They've been holding me back because they knew one day I would surpass them all. I resisted at first. I endured the Sith torments with the passionless serenity of a true Jedi, emptying my mind. But after a week of endless tortures, I finally saw the truth. Malak forced me to acknowledge my anger and pain. He showed me the liberating power of these emotions. Then he made me see how the Jedi Council has denied me what is mine by right. The Jedi Council gladly used my battle meditation in their wars, but they still treated me like a child, like an inferior. They were jealous of my power, of what I could become. They wanted me to bow and call them master and follow their code and obey their every order. But all the while they were exploiting my battle meditation for their own use. You are a sad little fool. You speak as if I were the same Bastila that you've known all along. But freed from the control of the Jedi Council, I've become much, much more. I almost wish you could see things as I do now. I wish you could join me and taste true power once again. Sadly, I doubt you're even capable any longer. With the power of the Starforge, Malak will destroy the Republic and conquer the galaxy. And I will be the apprentice at his side, after I prove my worth by killing you.
Sure.
I can feel it. There.
I will be your doom!
You were stronger than I would have thought possible after what the Jedi Council did to you. Seems that Malak was wrong. The power of the dark side is not lost to you after all, Revan. You can deny what you are, Revan, but you're only fooling yourself. I know the truth. I've seen the shadows inside your mind, remember? I was there when you nearly died in the trap set by the Jedi Council. I used the Force to preserve your life, Revan. We are forever linked by my actions on that bridge. Do not mistake the power of the Force for love, Revan. It does not exist. Power is what forged our bond, and power is what made us both tools of the Jedi Council. The Council tried to exploit the bond between us. They hoped I would draw out your memories to lead them to the Starforge. We were slaves to their will, like all who follow the Jedi Code, but in our shared visions of the star maps, I also felt the so-called taint within you. I resisted it at first, but now I embrace the power of the dark side. Your dark side. You deserve to be the true master of the Sith, not Malak. I see this now. Together we can destroy your old apprentice. Join with me and reclaim your lost identity. Your mind was too badly damaged to ever fully restore your memories, Revan. But your power, your strength of will, the essence of who and what you are, these things still remain. Once, long ago, you defied the Jedi Council, freeing yourself from their control. You claimed your rightful title of Dark Lord of the Sith. Together we can defeat Malak and take back what is yours. I don't. The only Revan I could respect is the one who would break free of the Council's slavery. One who would grasp the power that lies before him, not the weak fool I see.
Bastila, it is not too late for you to be saved. The teachings of the Jedi can lead you from the dark side back into the light and the true understanding of the Force.
You are beneath my contempt, Juhani. When you felt the power of the dark side, you fled to a cave like some cowering animal. You know nothing of the Force or its true potential. But you, Revan, the power of the dark side is yours to command. You can use it to destroy Malak. With my help, you could rule over the entire galaxy. You were a pathetic fool, Revan. Together we could have defeated Malak and ruled over an empire. But now, I will be at Lord Malak's side instead. You will be crushed with the Republic and all the fools who bow down to the Jedi Council. No one can stand against the power of the Starforge and the Sith fleet.
Well, damn. We kind of knew that Bastila had a lot of unresolved feelings. We knew she was headstrong and prideful, and we knew that she questioned many things about the way that Jedi did things. We knew she was prone to anger. We also know the best teacher is experience, and Bastila had no experience of the dark side. For example, it's like a kid who you tell not to jump off of a couch, right? They probably won't listen to you, but when they jump off and they hurt their knee or whatever, that hurt knee will be way more convincing in their future decision making than whatever you say verbally. I feel like the dark side is similar. Like, if you are the questioning type, then experience might be the only thing that can teach you, and it looks like Bastila is in the midst of her dark side era now. And honestly, getting tortured for a week straight, I don't blame her. That would definitely break most people's minds. It's not like she's like fucking Zalbar, who I left alone with Chundar for 2 seconds and I come back and he's like, my brother who sold our people into slavery is starting to make sense. My God, Zalbar, like, come on, dude. But with Bastila, to be fair, a big part of this is our fault. We spent the whole game flirting with her, building a romantic entanglement that was freeing for both characters, so she learned from that happiness can be found in doing stuff in direct opposition of the Jedi Code. It's a slippery slope to be on. Bastila wants us to return to the dark side and join her to usurp Malak. This is the biggest impasse in the game that decides a lot of the details of the ending you'll get. Honestly, this is one of the most evil, dark endings you can play to any game. If you join Bastila on the dark side, you murder varying amounts of your companions and corrupt the rest. It's so fucked up, I can never swallow doing it, to be honest. But we try to reach Bastila here and fail in spite of our force and romantic connection, and she just runs away to join Malak's side. After this conflict with Bastila, Juhani takes a moment to thank me deeply, which I really appreciate. I'm sure that she realizes what she could have been without my intervention. Like, seeing how much worse of a person Bastila was probably shook her to her core, and I appreciate that she stops me to voice her appreciation. Again, I just love KOTOR's reactivity. It's a true achievement for a game of this age. Anyways, we bring down the disruptor field around the planet, and when we get back to our ship, we get on a transmission with the Republic. There's a happy surprise as well when Master Vandar shows up on the holo that creates hope that the Jedi were able to evacuate before Malak bombed the place, and it's likely our girl Euthura made it out alive. We decide it's Jedi fucking strike team time, and Vandar commits to sending a bunch of Jedi fighters to breach the Starforge and support us on board. Our goal is to reach Bastila and stop her from using her battle meditation, and then after that, stop Malak. We board the Starforge, and honestly it feels great to finally not be alone on this journey. It adds to the spectacle and the feeling that this is finally the final climax of this game. I definitely try to save as many Jedi companions as I can as I work my way through this level, and can I say, wow, what a final level. It's long, it's cinematic, there's dark Jedi everywhere and elite Sith troopers all over the place, and they're all infinitely ambushing you. It's beautiful. Getting lost trying to find out where to go next is very plausible, but I have the whole map in my head. First stop is something I've been building towards all game, and that's finding a computer that allows me to build the iconic Starforge robes. If I was Darkside, this would allow me to build Revan's old robes, but I'm not, so we get my favorite item in the game instead. It's peak nostalgia for me to finally put this on, to be honest, but while I'm dilly-dallying with mission and building some robes, Jolee is getting absolutely cooked while he holds the line, so we speed back and get busy. As we progress through the level, we get cutscenes of Malak and Bastila, and we find out that the Starforge is fueling them both with darkside energy, and we see that Bastila will be awaiting us right before we fight Malak. Malak is at the point where he's pretty certain nobody can stop Revan, but he's still gonna do everything possible to slow us down so that he can prepare for us. We finally reach Bastila though after wading through a sea of dark Jedi, and this confrontation is really compelling to me. I like how many times you have to keep trying to break her down. The one thing is though, my character is absolutely built different. My power at this point is basically game breaking in terms of my optimization and build, so I basically one-tap Bastila with ease, even with the Starforge fueling her. I want to show you the conclusion of our battle though.
For what they are, weak and afraid. The Sith are the true masters of the Force. You've forgotten that lesson, Revan. Now you must pay the price. Here on the Starforge, the power of the dark side is at its strongest. This time, you will not defeat me. I see now why Malak followed you. Even though you're only a shell of your former self, you're still a formidable opponent. I can't even imagine the power you must have wielded when you were the Dark Lord. You were a fool to give it all up and follow the light side. The dark side has made me stronger than I ever was before. I have a greater command of the Force than all but the most powerful Jedi Masters. As Malak teaches me the greatest secrets of the Sith, I will unlock more of my potential. Eventually, there'll be no limit to what I can accomplish with the Force. Jedi propaganda. The dark side is only a tool, and Malak will train me in its use. Eventually, I will surpass my master and challenge him. If I am worthy, he will die by my hand. Then I will take on my own apprentice, and the cycle will begin again. This is the way of the Sith. It is how we assure our leaders are always the strongest and most worthy. No, Revan. It is you who are doomed. You're growing weary. I can sense it. Your strength falters. The light side is failing you while the power of the Starforge re-energizes me. Soon this will all be over. What type of trick is this? I am a Sith apprentice now. You place too much faith in what I used to be, and for that you shall pay. This is not possible. You have rejected the dark side. You are a weak and pathetic servant of the light. How can you still stand against me? Why can't I defeat you? Yes, I see you speak the truth. I am no match for you. Please, for the sake of what we once shared, do not make me suffer. End my life quickly. There is no other way. What other choice do you have? I have fallen to the dark side. I am the apprentice to the Dark Lord himself. You cannot let me live. You were a special case. The Council had no other choice. They needed you alive so they could discover the location of the Starforge. It was an act of desperation. It was my responsibility to watch over you, to make sure you did not slip back into your evil ways. I was supposed to protect you from the dark side. It's true I possess feelings for you, but was it only an illusion brought about by our bond? And what was the cost? Please, this is too painful. End it now, quickly. There is no other way. You love me. There was a time I yearned for, and yet dreaded to hear those words. I loved you too, but I could never face who you were. Malak knew how I felt. Any part of the light that was within me would be extinguished when I killed you. But what good is love? It cannot save me from the sea of blackness I am drowning in. I have betrayed everything I ever believed in. How can I atone for that? Yes, I could join you in your battle against the Dark Lord. That alone would not make up for all I have done. Yet it would be a step in the right direction. But how would you be able to trust me? How do you know I wouldn't turn on you when you faced Darth Malak? How do you know the dark side wouldn't make me betray you again? You play a dangerous game. Are you certain you wish to take this risk? I could end your life and gain Malak's favor with a single stroke of my lightsaber. You are brave, and some would say foolish. But you are also right. The dark side has not wholly consumed me. I cannot raise my blade against you. You will go on to defeat Malak. Of this I have little doubt. You will have gone from being the Sith Lord himself to the savior of our galaxy. And you said you loved me. This may not be the best time to say it, but I love you too, with all my heart. After this? No. Nothing could make me feel safer than to be loved by you.
I think of all the things in this game, my absolute favorite is that one line. Nothing could make me feel safer than to be loved by you. I think that it's such a worthy lesson and insight into what true love should be and the power it possesses. And in the context of the game, it beautifully wraps up the arcs of both Revan and Bastila. For someone who spent the entire game treating attachment like it was this dangerous thing to be suppressed, it's immense to see Bastila finally let go of all of that Jedi conditioning and realize that being vulnerable with someone doesn't automatically mean ruination or losing yourself. It can be something that actually enhances you and pulls you out of your darkest moments. And what makes it hit even harder is who she's saying it to. This is Revan, the man she was ordered to manipulate, the man she lied to, feared, and ultimately watched become something completely different from the monster she was taught he was. She watched him learn the truth about himself, and when he had every reason to fall back into power and domination sitting right there in front of him, she watched him instead choose compassion. The person she was told by the Jedi was the ultimate danger becomes the first person who's ever made her feel genuinely safe in her mind. Remember the Jedi code. There is no emotion, there is peace. Bastila has always felt her emotions and never had peace. Love has brought her peace. There is no passion, there is serenity. It was actually passion that has delivered her serenity. So I think while it can be considered simple, beneath the surface, their relationship is more than the usual protagonist gets the girl thing. It's really about two people who were both shaped and controlled by forces bigger than themselves, finally choosing, for once, to define who they are on their own terms. Really cool stuff. Anyways, Bastila commits to using her battle meditation on behalf of the Republic now to hopefully turn the tide of the war. We leave her there, and we have no way to reach our companions, so we forge on ahead alone to finally fight the final boss. Except Malik's petty ass has some theater for us.
I tire of this game, Revan. You have been a thorn in my side from the moment I seized the mantle of Dark Lord from your feeble grasp. You made a mistake coming here, Revan. The Starforge fuels my command of the dark side. You are no match for me here, and this time you will not escape. Is that what you call it? You think stripping away your power and your identity was an act of mercy, Revan? I would rather die. Spoken like a true slave of the Jedi Code. Save your preaching, Revan. I will have none of it. You are an insignificant speck beneath my notice. I have surpassed you in every way and accomplished what you never could. I have unleashed the full potential of this Rakatan factory. You had no idea of the power within this place. Its very walls are alive with dark side energies. And now, my old master, I will let the Starforge itself destroy you.
In spite of all the bravado, bro is really just trying to whittle me down to level the playing field when we finally do fight. Like, do you think Jedi are weak or not? Like, come prove it, bro. I think this is technically meant to be one of the hardest battles or scenarios in a game, but I already know the key is to hack the computers in a room, and I have a ton of computer spikes saved up specifically for this fight. So I trivialize the fuck out of it. I'm jumping around and hacking computers and making droids to fight with me, and within moments I'm just standing around and aura farming as my droids clean house. And now, it's time to put my old apprentice in his place.
Well done, Revan. I was certain the defenses of the Starforge would destroy you. But I see there is more of your old self in you than I expected. You are stronger than I thought. Stronger than you ever were during your reign as the Dark Lord. I did not think that was possible. I am tempted to try and capture you alive, Revan. Then I could break your will and bind you to me as my apprentice, as I did Bastila. You would be a far greater asset to me than even Bastila and her battle meditation, if I could control you. But is it worth the risk? Perhaps you are too powerful to be my apprentice. I betrayed you when I realized my own strength was greater than yours. In time, you might try to do the same to me. Foolish words. The darkness and the light wage a constant war within you. The balance is tipped one way now, but it can easily be tipped back. Savior, conqueror, hero, villain, you are all things, Revan, and yet you are nothing. In the end, you belong to neither the light nor the darkness. You will forever stand alone. Of course. What else do you have? Fate and destiny have conspired to keep you alive despite my best efforts. They have thrust you into the role of savior. We have been inexorably pushed to this final confrontation, Revan. I see now that this can only be settled when one of us destroys the other. Once again, we shall face each other in single combat, and the victor will decide the fate of the galaxy.
This is the moment the entire game has been building towards. From all the way back on the Endar Spire when Trask, our King Trask, sacrificed himself to save our lives and died at the hands of Malak's apprentice. It's time. Something I really enjoy about this final boss is that he's actually a very strong opponent. I deplore when games have final bosses that are too easy, and even with my character that is basically a build with its maximum potential reached, Malak still requires me to use everything that I have at my disposal. So fun. After damaging him a ton, bro waxes lyrical about how the Starforge isn't just a factory, but almost like a living being, which he's harnessed to allow him to steal the life force of other Jedi, so the battle becomes a war of attrition where if you strike Malak down, he'll run and heal from all the captured Jedi around the room.
Starforge is more than just a space station. In some ways, it is like a living creature. It hungers, and it can feed on the dark side that is within all of us. Look around you, Revan. See the bodies? You should recognize them from the Academy. These are Jedi who fell when I attacked Dantooine. For all intents and purposes, dead, except for one difference. I have not let them become one with the Force. Instead, I have brought them here. The Starforge corrupts what remains of their power and transfers the dark taint to me. You cannot beat me, Revan. Not here on the Starforge. Not when I can draw upon the power of all these Jedi. And once you are beaten, I will do the same to you. You will be trapped in a terrible existence between life and death. Your power feeding me as I conquer the galaxy.
I run around using throw lightsaber to release the Jedi, which Malik doesn't seem too happy about, but hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. Inevitably, I bring him to his knees and he's incredulous.
Impossible. I cannot be beaten. I am the Dark Lord of the Sith. Still spouting the wisdom of the Jedi, I see. Maybe there is more truth in their code than I ever believed. I cannot help but wonder, Revan, what would have happened had our positions been reversed? What if fate had decreed I would be captured by the Jedi? Could I return to the light as you did? If you had not led me down the dark path in the first place, what destiny would I have found? I suppose you speak the truth. I alone must accept responsibility for my fate. I wanted to be master of the Sith and ruler of the galaxy. But that destiny was not mine, Revan. It might have been yours, perhaps, but never mine. And in the end, as the darkness takes me, I am nothing.
There you are. What happened?
I kind of love that I finished him at low HP. Like, thematically, it's the cherry on top that I'm limping out of the Starforge. Anyways, we blow the Starforge to hell and get a quintessential Star Wars ending. I love how shameless this IP is about having feel-good endings like this. But that, my friends, was Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic from start to finish. Just to put a bow on things, there have been bigger RPGs since KOTOR, right? Games with better graphics, more cinematic presentation, deeper systems, bigger worlds, etc. And yet, it persists as something truly special. KOTOR understood something that a lot of modern RPGs don't. Choice doesn't resonate because the game gives you a bunch of branching paths, or because it changes which cutscene you get at the end, or because an NPC lives instead of dies. Choice resonates when it reveals something about you, when it forces you to stop and actually wrestle with what you believe, when it asks you to think about who you are and who you want to become. That's what KOTOR was doing all the way back in 2003. It trusted players enough to sit with moral complexity. It asked uncomfortable questions and didn't always hand you a clean answer. It challenged you to think about redemption, identity, memory, autonomy, and if forgiveness is deserved. It asked whether people are prisoners of their past or if they can truly become something new. And those questions don't get old. Graphics age. Combat systems age. Game design trends come and go. But the question of what makes a person who they are, that never stops mattering. And I think that's why KOTOR still resonates the way it does. It wasn't just trying to entertain you, it wanted you to learn something and spark ideation in you about what you believe. And maybe that's why, more than 20 years later, it still feels like one of the most thoughtful things Star Wars has ever produced. Because underneath the lightsabers, the Sith lores, the ancient star maps, and one of the greatest twists in gaming history, KOTOR understood what Star Wars is actually supposed to be about. Not power, not destiny, not spectacle, choice. And the hope that no matter who you've been, you can still choose who you become next. Before we sign off, I want to talk about my constructive criticism for this game. You probably won't be surprised to know that I don't have much. Matter of fact, I only have one thing. Because I don't even feel right critiquing a trailblazing game that came out 23 years ago. But yeah, I think a missed opportunity in terms of this game would have been if you got a companion from each planet. I think this would have added another layer of connectivity with the main quests on each of the planets. So I'm speaking specifically about Korriban, Manaan, and Tatooine. I think it would have been cool if Euthura was recruitable, if on Manaan we could recruit a Selkath who's a government intelligence agent who supports the Republic, and on Tatooine if we could recruit a Force-sensitive Tusken Raider who feels like he or she has a higher calling and is maybe wrestling with the ethics of their clan murdering innocent people. I think it would be really compelling and balance the story out a bit if each planet had a dedicated local, if you will, who we could forge a relationship with. And the beauty is, it could be entirely based on your decisions. I think anytime you could layer in story-altering choices, you should. All of these companions could follow the same schema that Juhani does on Dantooine, which is that you can genuinely just kill them if you want to, and you're not expressly told this could be your companion. I don't know, like, I think there would be just a higher level of emotional resonance if when you decide whether or not to get rid of the Sand People Enclave, if you'd be murdering the friends and family of somebody that you know and have familiarity with, then the moral calculus becomes a little bit more complex. Or if on Manaan, maybe on the seafloor, your Selkath companion knows and his colleagues with some of the Selkath who went crazy. I think that Kashyyyk kind of models this with Jolee and Zalbar, but at the same time, Zalbar spends the entire game pre-Kashyyyk refusing to speak with us, so ironically, even though he's a party member who you meet on Taris, I don't feel he heightens the emotional resonance of Kashyyyk all that much. I don't know how I ended up slandering Zalbar again, but I think you probably understand my overarching point, right? Next, though, I want to talk about other games that potentially drew inspiration from KOTOR, specifically its big twist. I'd be here all day if I went through every game that followed the KOTOR formula, so I just want to mention perhaps the 3 most relevant modern ones. I'll pause here. Please skip ahead if you want to avoid spoilers. Alright, if you're still here, the names of the games are about to be on screen in a moment. Alright, so I've actually covered 2 of the 3 games here extensively on the channel, so I guess maybe it turns out I might be a sucker for this type of storytelling, or at least games that manage to reframe past events or things you've already seen with a major twist halfway through. But yeah, obviously KOTOR's iconic moment and twist is that you are actually the supervillain everyone has been crying about throughout the game and said was dead. So you find out that the person you play as had another identity, and then after the revelation there's an interesting merging of the 2 protagonists' identities and histories where the character reconciles who they were with who they are. In each of these games, a protagonist finds a hidden previous identity that has huge ramifications for the world around them, and also reframes past events in the game. The characters are Mael in Clair Obscur, the protagonist in Metaphor Refantatio, and the Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3. All 3 characters follow the Revan formula, with the Dark Urge perhaps having the most similar arc, since he was also one of the preeminent villains of the narrative before the game starts, and that sets up a lot of the suffering in-universe that you now have a chance to work against. Probably the most Revan-esque of the 3. What's wild is these aren't the only games that follow the Revan formula, just the most relevant ones in recent years. I wanted to take a moment to share because I just find it fascinating and a cool indication of the lasting influence of KOTOR. But yeah, thank you so much for watching today's video. If you watched this whole thing, I fucking love you. If you watched an hour, I fucking love you. If you watched 30 minutes, I fucking love you. If you watched 5 minutes, I fucking love you. Like, I'll never be able to quantify how grateful I am for each and every single one of you. This is definitely a culmination of our YouTube journey so far in terms of how much went into this video. I mean, I've been working on it literally since December, so it's definitely the biggest project I've done on so far, but yeah. Subscribe if you enjoyed it. I want to make more cool stuff here on the channel, and if you guys like this video, let me know, because I'd love to make many more videos like this one about different games to supplement the other stuff I already do on the channel. Check out the links in the description for ways to support the channel and also join our Discord where we just talk about video games and life. But yeah, that's all. I think that's all from me for now. So love you. Bye.